The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1576, second update, please give me the guaranteed monthly ticket. The government did think about it, but it was quickly stopped. After all, this thing is difficult to deal with. Once it is captured, no one can be sure whether it will anger the sleeping big guy. In addition, what will happen if it is captured? These little things need huge radiation energy to grow. The government feeds them all nuclear bombs? After they grow up, let them freeze the entire United States into ice? The input and output are not proportional at all, so the government gave up this breakup. And according to the prediction of government scientists, those little things will soon fall into deep sleep like their mothers due to environmental problems. At that time, they will no longer be a problem, Craven said. The disaster in Miami can be said to have a far-reaching image. The most intuitive thing is that traditional energy has begun to retreat significantly. Originally, in the American political arena, traditional energy groups have always been a huge force. When Stark entered the energy industry with the arc reactor, he had several fierce collisions with traditional energy groups. Although the Stark group won in the end, it was also very thrilling. Moreover, the traditional energy group did not disappear into ashes. After all, new energy is the future, and traditional energy is the present. No matter how great the advantages of new energy are, traditional energy is at least the mainstream. After all, it is impossible to eliminate traditional energy so quickly worldwide. But since the Titan War, environmental protection has once again become the hottest topic, and with it, traditional energy has retreated significantly. This is only one aspect. The lesson of Miami has given the world a warning that Titans can really destroy mankind. So anything about Titans will be treated specially. Georgia is just one aspect. After all, no matter how much the US government likes to commit suicide, it will not rush to commit suicide. Perhaps after a few decades, when the memory of the Titan War has blurred in the memories of 2 generations, the US government will come out to commit suicide. But now, the US government does not intend to disturb the sleeping Scylla. So the enemies we have to deal with are only federal agents and a few small monsters. How big are the small monsters you are talking about? Well, they are only about 5 or 6 meters tall. Puff. Mark sprayed all the beer in his mouth. How tall? 5 or 6 meters? Fuck. Is this thing small? Compared to their mother, they are indeed very small. Scylla is the tallest of all titans. It is only about 60 meters. Of course, for humans, there is not much difference between 60 meters and 100 meters. Standing under their feet, you can't see the end at a glance. What are their abilities? Recently, there is an ice crystal forest in that state park. Craven answered the question irrelevantly. No wonder you found me, Snart understood. What the hell is the ice crystal forest? It is probably the freezing air of those little monsters that froze the forest. Yet, who is more suitable for moving in the ice and snow than you? The snowsuit on Snart can resist the absolute zero caused by his freezing air gun. This is also the reason why Craven found him. Actually, I am optimistic about your brother Heatwave. Unfortunately, Heatwave is now dead. I still need to find someone. Who are you going to find? Snart asked. The current intention is to find a few new guys. Have you heard of the Fearful Four? The Fearful Four? Before Snart could speak, Mark took over. Those 4 bastards, why? Have you had contact with them? Craven asked curiously. Yes. These 4 bastards had a fight with us. But they were messed up by those little girls, Mark said unhappily. The rogues are active in New York. Not only are superheroes against them, but even local gangs don't like them. After all, there are only so many cakes. If the outsiders take a bite, the local gangs will have one less bite, and the local snakes will naturally be unhappy. So the rogues and the local gangs don't get along very well. Among them, the rogues encountered a sniper attack from the Fearful Four during an operation. The Fearful Four is a superpowered criminal group in New York. Its members are Noise, Python, Sandman and Wizard. These 4 guys are the newly emerging underworld masters in New York. Among them, Sandman is the most special one. He was created by the government. Remember Colonel Stryker? This was the former head of the military's mutant project. He was responsible for capturing and studying mutants so that the military could use them for military purposes. Although this guy has been researching for many years and has not achieved any results, he has left a lot of messes. The original name of Sandman is William Baker. He is an ordinary person, a typical product of the slums. When he was 3 years old, his father abandoned his wife and children and ran away. This change made the mother and son suffer from poverty. When William was in high school, stealing and fraud were already commonplace for him. Then, like all children from poor families, he became a street gangster in New York and was involved in more illegal activities, which cultivated his fierce, vengeful, and violent personality. Originally, his fate would have been either to spend his whole life in and out of prison, or to die on the street one day without anyone paying attention. But Colonel Stryker changed his fate. There are many debates in the scientific community about how mutants came into being, but because there is a lack of key evidence, various theories are flying around, saying all kinds of things. Among them, there is a theory that says that the generation of mutants is strongly related to radiation. Because the discovery of mutants on a large scale in human society coincided with the invention and birth of the atomic bomb. So some people speculated that it was radiation that changed human genes and gave rise to mutants. So Stryker's team came up with a way to verify this conjecture through experiments. Although Stryker's team was funded by the government and the military, strictly speaking, all their actions were illegal. Neither the government nor the military had clear authorization to let Stryker conduct a series of crazy experiments. It was clear that Stryker would have to bear the consequences himself. So don't look at how arrogant Stryker was at the beginning. In fact, he only fooled those who didn't understand the situation. If he really met someone who knew the business, he would definitely fool him. Let's get back to the point. Because it was an illegal act, finding volunteers naturally could not only be done through legitimate channels, such as posting advertisements to recruit volunteers, or simply recruiting people from the military. It was all illegal. And recruiting soldiers to conduct illegal experiments. Haha, then he would definitely die miserably. So he could only use some extraordinary means. Then William was unlucky, and he was caught in Seafina, Georgia. He was captured with many other people, all marginalized people who no one paid attention to. They were placed in the desert range of Seafina. There was a tactical nuclear bomb, low-yield nuclear bomb, explosion base. Then the nuclear bomb exploded. Everyone who came with him died. Only he, the powerful radiation seemed to activate something in his body, completely changing the molecular structure of Baker's body. The sand combined with his body and turned him into a substance that looked like sand and soil. Soon, Baker found that he could control the sand at will to change his appearance. He can control the sand with his mind, and he can also convert part or all of his body into sand-like substances. Sandman can change his body composition and density, turning into sand or hard sandstone, making him immune to all physical attacks. Sandman can withstand high temperatures, but usually no more than 3,400 degrees Celsius. After turning into sand, Sandman can also absorb the sand around him to increase size, volume or restore damaged parts. The maximum time limit for Sandman to turn into sand is unknown, but he can maintain this state for a long time. If he falls unconscious while in the sand state, he will continue to be in the sand state. Sandman can also transform his hands into simple weapons with high density, usually sand hammers, and he can also transform into a sandstorm to move or attack quickly. This makes him a very difficult enemy. He has been imprisoned by Stryker all along, hoping to study the secret of nuclear radiation transformation of mutants from him. But William refused to cooperate with Stryker because he felt that it was Stryker who turned him into this ugly state. He even wanted to escape several times and killed many people for this. In order to punish him, William locked him in a pressure tank. Under high pressure, he could not maintain his consciousness and could only become a pool of sand. He could not move or speak, and Stryker even completely sealed him up, not even allowing him to hear any sound. Stryker wanted to destroy his will in this way. Originally, Stryker could succeed. After all, William was not a real tough guy, and this method of dealing with agents was definitely sufficient. But the bad luck was that Stryker was killed by Kyan Logan not long after he was locked up. Even the secret base sank into the lake. So William was forgotten. This stage lasted for 3 years. During these 3 years, William went crazy, got well, went crazy again, got well again, and so on. He escaped only when the pressure tank finally broke down under the water. But when William appeared again, it was hard to associate him with a gangster before except for his name. His whole personality changed drastically. So he called himself Sandman. Sandman is the leader of the 4 fearful devils. The other 3, Frank Payne, has some friendship with Daredevil. He used to be a member of the Viper Gang. The Viper Gang used to be a gang that ruled the underground world of Harlem. The boss was Cornell Stokes, the water moccasin. This gang was Daredevil's best friend and the mortal enemy of Wonder Man Luke Cage. Willis Stryker, Luke Cage's half-brother, is one of them. But Willis Stryker hates Luke Cage very much and has always wanted to kill Cage. It was also because of his frame-up that Luke went to jail. However, it was also because of this jail time that Luke Cage gained superpowers. In short, the Viper Gang and Luke Cage can be said to be fighting to the death. In the end, the gang fell apart under the attack of the Defender Federation led by Daredevil. Frank Payne, the reckless man, was also displaced. When Sandman returned to New York, he met Sandman and became Sandman's first subordinate. Later, Sandman made him a member of the Fearful Four. His signature weapon is 2 vibranium cables that can be pushed out from the special handguard on his wrist. The cable can be used as a whip, can automatically shrink, and can release ultra-high voltage. The wizard Bentley Whitman is the military advisor of the 4 demons and a genius inventor. This guy has a grudge against Tony, although Tony may not remember him. But it's not surprising at all, Tony's personality has offended many people. Bentley Whitman is very similar to Aldrich Killian, who is already dead, the handsome guy who came up with the Extremis virus. They all excitedly took their inventions to Tony Stark, hoping to get investment and recognition, but Tony not only didn't give them any good face, but also very hurtfully despised their inventions and even insulted their personality. If Tony had no money or bad luck, he would never have lived to this day. So Bentley Whitman embarked on the road of crime. The last member is Noise. This person is not a stranger either. Remember the arms dealer Ulysses Claw who sold vibranium and was used and killed by Golden Leopard Eric Killmonger in the Wakanda incident? Noise is his son. In fact, Ulysses Claw's family had a grudge against Wakanda a long time ago. Ulysses Claw's great-great-great-grandfather was one of the founders of South Africa. Ulysses Claw's great-great-great-grandfather tried to invade Wakanda in the 19th century and lost his life in the process. Ulysses Claw's father, Fritz Claw, almost followed in the footsteps of his ancestors when he tried to understand the secrets of Wakanda during World War II, although he survived after his failure. This instilled hatred for the Wakandans in Ulysses Claw's heart. This hatred, along with Ulysses's wealth, was left to Claw's son, Claw. There is a saying about the name Claw. Several generations of Ulysses Claw's family were originally called Claw by the Wakandans. Ulysses regarded this as an honor and a shame, and he left this name to his son. Then he died, and was killed by the Wakandans. Then Claw hated Wakanda even more than his father. But he knew that he could not fight against Wakanda in any aspect, whether it was power or wealth, so he chose to accumulate strength. So he joined the 4 fearful devils. His ability: Claw has a doctorate in physics and is an acoustic physicist. He has a vibranium weapon made by himself, a sound wave converter, through which he can create super strong sound waves, and can also emit shock sound waves, and he can control the sound waves at will, almost forming any shape. These 4 people have their own abilities, and they are very careful and will not have a big conflict with superheroes, so even in the difficult situation of employment in New York, they are still doing well. Unlike Mark, Snart agrees with these candidates. The only question is, will they accept your invitation? You know, they are not like us, the dogs who have lost their homes. They will not agree to such a dangerous mission. Everything depends on human efforts. Craven didn't say anything else, but laughed, obviously confident. Okay. Last question. Snart didn't ask more questions, there was no benefit. Since you want to capture Scylla's cub, have you ever thought about how you plan to solve the problem if Scylla is awakened? Solve? Solve what? Craven had a question mark on his face. What does that have to do with us? You know that many people will die? Why? Are you sad? Don't worry, you need to know one thing. I once learned a sentence in the Far East, which I think is very wise. It is, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. If we really wait for the big guy to wake up, we would have run away long ago. As for the trouble, there are naturally those superheroes to help us clean up the mess. The government did think so, but it was quickly stopped. After all, this thing is difficult to deal with. Once it is captured, no one can be sure whether it will anger the sleeping big guy. In addition, What will happen if it is captured? These little things need huge radiation energy to grow. The government feeds them nuclear bombs. After they grow up, let them freeze the entire United States into ice? The input and output are not proportional at all, so the government gave up this breakup. And according to the prediction of government scientists, those little things will soon fall into deep sleep like their mother due to environmental problems. At that time, they will no longer be a problem, Craven said. The image of the disaster in Miami can be said to be very far-reaching. The most intuitive thing is that traditional energy has begun to retreat significantly. Originally, in the American political arena, traditional energy groups have always been a huge force. When Stark entered the energy industry with the arc reactor, he had several fierce encounters with traditional energy groups. Although Stark Group won in the end, it was also very thrilling. Moreover, traditional energy groups did not disappear. After all, new energy is the future, and traditional energy is the present. No matter how great the advantages of new energy are, traditional energy is at least a mainstream. After all, it is impossible to eliminate traditional energy so quickly worldwide. But since the Titan War, environmental protection has once again become the hottest topic, and with it, traditional energy has retreated significantly. This is only one aspect. The lesson of Miami has given the world a warning that Titans can really destroy mankind. So anything about Titans will be treated specially. Georgia is just one aspect. After all, no matter how much the US government likes to commit suicide, it will not rush to commit suicide. Perhaps after a few decades, when the memory of the Titan War has blurred in the memories of 2 generations, the US government will come out to commit suicide. But now, the US government does not intend to disturb the sleeping Scylla. So the only enemies we have to deal with are federal agents and a few small monsters. How big are the small monsters you mentioned? Well, they are only about 5 or 6 meters tall. Puff. Mark sprayed out all the beer in his mouth. How tall? 5 or 6 meters? Fuck. Is this thing small, compared to their mother? They are indeed very small. Scylla is the laziest among all titans. Only about 60 meters. Of course, for humans, there is not much difference between 60 meters and 100 meters. Standing under their feet, you can't see the end at a glance. What are their abilities? Recently, there is an ice crystal forest in that state park. Craven answered the question irrelevantly. No wonder you found me, Snart understood. What the hell is the ice crystal forest? It is probably the freezing air of those small monsters that froze the forest. Yet, who is more suitable for moving in the ice and snow than you? The snowsuit on Snart can resist the absolute zero caused by his freezing gun. That's why Craven came to him. I actually had high hopes for your brother Heatwave. Unfortunately, Heatwave is down now. I need to find someone else. Who are you going to find? Snart asked. The current intention is to find a few new guys. Have you heard of the 4 fearful devils? The 4 fearful devils? Before Snart could speak, Mark took over. Those 4 bastards, why? Have you had contact with them? Craven asked curiously. Yes. These 4 bastards even had a fight with us. But they were messed up by those little girls, Mark said unhappily. The rogues are active in New York. Not only are the superheroes against them, but even the local gangs don't like them. After all, there are only so many cakes. If the outsiders take a bite, the local gangs will have one less bite, so the local snakes are naturally unhappy. So the rogues and the local gangs don't get along very well. In one operation, the rogues encountered a sniper attack from the Fear 4. The Fear 4 is a superpower criminal group in New York. Its members are Noise, Python, Sandman and Wizard. These 4 guys are the newly emerging underworld masters in New York. Among them, Sandman is the most special one. He was created by the government. Remember Colonel Stryker? He was the head of the military's mutant project. He was responsible for capturing and studying mutants so that the military could use them for military purposes. Don't look at this guy who has been researching for many years without any results. But he left a lot of messes. The original name of Sandman is William Baker. He is an ordinary person, a typical product of the slums. When he was 3 years old, his father abandoned his wife and children and ran away. Such changes made the mother and son suffer from poverty. When William was in high school, stealing and fraud were already commonplace for him. Then, like all children from poor families, he became a street gangster in New York and got involved in more illegal activities, which cultivated his fierce, vengeful, and violent personality. Originally, His fate would have been to spend his whole life in and out of prison, or die on the street one day without anyone paying attention. But Colonel Stryker changed his fate. There are many debates in the scientific community about how mutants came into being, but because of the lack of key evidence, various theories are flying around, saying all kinds of things. Among them, there is a theory that the emergence of mutants is strongly related to radiation. Because the large-scale discovery of mutants in human society coincides with the invention and birth of the atomic bomb. So some people speculate that it was radiation that changed human genes and gave birth to mutants. So Stryker's team came up with a solution, which was to verify this hypothesis with experiments. Although Stryker's team was funded by the government and the military, strictly speaking, all their actions were illegal. Neither the government nor the military had clear authorization to let Stryker conduct a series of crazy experiments. It was clear that Stryker would have to bear the consequences himself. So don't look at how arrogant Stryker was at the beginning. In fact, he only fooled those who didn't understand the situation. If he really met someone who knew the business, he would definitely fool him. Let's get back to the point. Because it was an illegal act, finding volunteers could naturally not only be done through legitimate channels, such as posting advertisements to recruit volunteers, or simply recruiting people from the military. It was all illegal, and recruiting soldiers to conduct illegal experiments. Haha, then he would definitely die miserably. So he could only use some extraordinary means. Then William was unlucky. He was arrested in Savannah, Georgia. There were many people who were arrested with him, all of whom were marginalized people who no one paid attention to. They were arranged at the desert shooting range in Savannah. It was the site of a tactical nuclear bomb explosion. Then the bomb exploded. Everyone who came with him died. Only he, the powerful radiation, seemed to activate something in his body, completely changing the molecular structure of Baker's body. The sand combined with his body and turned him into a substance that looked like sand and soil. Soon, Baker found that he could control the sand to change his appearance at will. He can control the sand with his mind, and he can also convert part of his body or all of it into a sand-like substance. Sandman can change his body composition and density, turning into sand or hard sandstone, making him immune to all physical attacks. Sandman can withstand high temperatures, but usually no more than 3,400 degrees Celsius. After turning into sand, Sandman can also absorb the sand around him to increase size, volume or restore damaged parts. The maximum time limit for Sandman to turn into sand is unknown, but he can stay in this state for a long time. If he passes out while in sand, he will continue to stay in sand. Sandman can also turn his hands into simple weapons with high density, usually sand hammers, and he can also transform into a sandstorm for fast movement or attack. This makes him a very difficult enemy. He has been imprisoned by Stryker all along, hoping to study the secret of nuclear radiation transformation of mutants from him. But William refused to cooperate with Stryker because he felt that it was Stryker who turned him into this ugly state. He even wanted to escape several times and killed many people for this. In order to punish him, William locked him in a pressure tank. Under high pressure, he could not maintain his consciousness and could only become a pool of sand. He could not move or speak, and Stryker even completely sealed him up and did not allow him to hear any sound. Stryker wanted to destroy his will in this way. Originally, Stryker could succeed. After all, William was not a real tough guy, and this method of dealing with agents was definitely sufficient. But the bad luck was that Stryker was killed by Kyan Logan not long after he was locked up. Even the secret base sank into the lake. So William was forgotten. This level lasted for 3 years. During these 3 years, William went crazy, got well, went crazy again, got well again, and so on. He escaped only when the pressure tank finally broke down underwater. But when William reappeared, it was hard to associate him with a gangster before except for his name. His whole personality had changed dramatically. So he called himself Sandman. Sandman is the leader of the 4 fear demons. The other 3, Frank Payne, had some friendship with Daredevil. He used to be a member of the Viper Gang. The Viper Gang used to be a gang that ruled the underground world of Harlem. The boss was Cornell Stokes, the water moccasin. This gang was Daredevil's best friend and the mortal enemy of Wonder Man Luke Cage. Luke Cage's half-brother Willis Stryker was one of them, but Willis Stryker hated Luke Cage very much and always wanted to kill Cage. It was also his frame-up that put Luke in jail. However, it was also because of this prison disaster that Luke Cage gained superpowers. In short, The Viper Gang and Luke Cage can be said to be in a life and death struggle. In the end, this gang fell apart under the attack of the Defender Federation led by Daredevil. Frank Payne, the reckless man, was also displaced. When Sandman returned to New York, he met Sandman and became Sandman's first subordinate. Later, Sandman made him a member of the Fearful Four. His signature weapon is 2 vibranium cables that can be pushed out from the special gauntlet on his wrist. The cables can be used as whips, can automatically retract, and can release ultra-high voltage. Wizard Bentley Whitman is the military advisor of the Four Demons and a genius inventor. This guy has a grudge against Tony, although Tony may not remember him. But it's not surprising at all, Tony's personality has offended many people. Bentley Whitman is very similar to Aldrich Killian, who is already dead, the handsome guy who invented the extremis virus. They all excitedly took their inventions to Tony Stark, hoping to get investment and recognition, but Tony not only did not give them any good face, but also very hurtfully despised their inventions and even insulted their personality. If Tony had no money or bad luck, he would never have lived to this day. So Bentley Whitman embarked on the road of crime. The last member is Noise. This person is not a stranger either. Remember Ulysses Claw, the arms dealer who sold vibranium and was used and killed by Golden Leopard Eric Killmonger in the Wakanda incident? Noise is his son. In fact, Ulysses Claw's family had a grudge against Wakanda a long time ago. Ulysses Claw's great-great-great-grandfather was one of the founders of South Africa. Ulysses Claw's great-great-great-grandfather tried to invade Wakanda in the 19th century and lost his life in the process. Ulysses Claw's father, Fritz Claw, almost followed in his ancestors' footsteps when he tried to learn the secrets of Wakanda during World War II, although he survived after his failure. This instilled hatred for the Wakandans in Ulysses Claw's heart. This hatred, along with Ulysses's wealth, was left to Claw's son, Claw. There is a saying about the name Claw. Several generations of Ulysses Claw's family were originally called Claw by the Wakandans. Ulysses saw this as an honor and a shame, and he left the name to his son. Then he died, and was killed by the Wakandans. Then Claw hated Wakanda even more than his father. But he knew that he could not fight Wakanda in any way, whether it was strength or wealth, so he chose to accumulate strength. So he joined the Fearful Four. His ability: Claw has a doctorate in physics and is an acoustic physicist. He has a vibranium weapon he made himself, a sound wave converter, which he can use to create super strong sound waves and also emit shock sound waves. He can control the sound waves at will and form almost any shape. These 4 people have their own abilities, and they act very carefully. They will not have a big conflict with superheroes, so even when it is so difficult to find a job in New York, they are still doing well. Unlike Mark, Snart agrees with these candidates. The only question is, will they accept your invitation? You know, they are not like us, the dogs who have lost their homes. They will not agree to such a dangerous mission. Everything depends on human efforts. Craven didn't say anything else, but laughed, obviously confident. Okay. One last question. Craven didn't ask any more questions. There was no benefit. Since you want to capture Scylla's cubs, have you thought about how you plan to solve it if Scylla is awakened? Solve? Solve what? Craven had a question mark on his face. What does that have to do with us? You know that many people will die? Why? Are you sad? Don't worry, you need to know one thing. I once learned a saying in the Far East, which I think is very wise: if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. If we really had to wait for that big guy to wake up, we would have run away long ago. As for trouble, there are naturally those superheroes to help us clean up the mess. Chapter 1577 Old Friend. You're such an asshole. Snart was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Who said they are superheroes? Isn't this what they should be divided into? Craven didn't care at all. They thought it was a good idea. They went in and out quickly and retreated immediately after getting the things. What happened afterwards? It's none of their business. They just got paid to do the job. Honestly, have you asked about the quality of the employer? I don't want to get the job done, not get the money, and then throw my life in it. Anyone who can think of that thing is definitely not a small character. Seeing that Craven had a comprehensive plan, Snart didn't ask much. He was more concerned about the people behind it. It's not the courage of ordinary people to think of attacking the Titan monster. After all, this thing is not a weapon, it is controlled by people. Once something goes wrong, many people will die. It may even kill yourself. Ordinary people really don't have the courage to provoke a big monster. Craven's face was a little more serious at this time. If I say I didn't ask, you will never believe it. But I can tell you, I don't know. Snart's face changed. Craven is a hunter, although when I talked about him before, I said he was the same as an assassin. But in fact, his real strength is not the fatal blow, but the work before the fatal blow. His ability to search for prey is the most powerful. A hunter who wants to hunt naturally cannot find a place to squat and wait for the prey to come. Real hunters take the initiative to search for prey. Craven is one of the best. His intelligence collection and search technology can be said to be unique in the world. He even claims that as long as the target has appeared in this world, he can find him. But now Craven actually said that he can't find the information of the employer behind him. How can this not make Snart's face change? Because what this represents is really terrible. Really? More real than pearls? Craven nodded. Then you dare to take it. When the background of the employer behind is unknown, the probability of being robbed by the blacks suddenly increases by dozens of percentage points. Although Craven acts rampantly, he will never be so reckless. I didn't find it, but don't forget who our middleman is, Reddington. Snart immediately thought of something. That's right, Craven said, it's normal that we don't know the employer's information, but Reddington dared to take on this task. He definitely knows who it is. Then have you asked him? Do you think he will tell? Craven chuckled. Snart naturally knew that this was impossible. After all, no matter how powerful Reddington is, he is also doing this job, and it is impossible for him to break the rules. But I still found something, Craven laughed proudly. Although I didn't find anything on Reddington, I found something on the people around him, Dembizuma. Reddington has many men, and these men are the tentacles of Reddington to run his own criminal empire. These people will not have any relationship with Reddington on the surface. They are like secret agents, and they usually have their own lives and careers. They don't come out to do things until they are activated by Reddington. It has to be said that Reddington really came from an intelligence agency. He trained his men just like training agents. These people rarely have any direct connection with Reddington. But there is one exception. That is Dembizuma, who is Reddington's bodyguard, secretary and absolute confidant. Demby was born in a tribal family in South Sudan. His family is a chief of a tribe in the local area. It is not an exaggeration to say that Demby is a prince. But in Sudan, the ghost place, the conflict between the north and the south is very intense, and even the tribes are full of hatred. Demby's tribe was destroyed in a conflict, his whole family was killed, and only Demby survived and was sold as a slave to the north, where he suffered inhumane treatment, but he survived tenaciously. When Reddington found him, he was fighting with vicious dogs in the dog-fighting arena. Reddington saved the dying Demby and sent Demby to school. He has been raising Demby to adulthood. This is like his own son. After that, Demby has been with Reddington. Reddington will not hide anything from Demby, and many people even believe that Demby will accept Reddington's business when Reddington retires. In fact, Reddington doesn't need to take care of many of his businesses himself, and Demby makes all the decisions. Obviously Reddington's son doesn't have Reddington's ability at all. I found out that he appeared in the UK and met with a contractor. Of course, that's just his superficial identity. He has connections with the MI6, no, just a connection. A very secretive one. He is the white glove of the MI6. If I hadn't investigated, it would be difficult to find any direct connection between him and the MI6, so he's British. Snart believed it a little bit after saying that, as a world-famous troublemaker. Daying has never been a human being in terms of not being a human being. Before the United States became a contemporary troublemaker, the country had been receiving abuse from all over the world. Of course, it's the same now, but the United States is more hated. So if the British want to do something inhuman on American soil, you'd better believe it. As for the relationship between Britain and the United States, before, they may have been kind to each other, but since a series of events, the international situation has changed drastically, and Dai Ying obviously needs to consider his position. So Dai Ying is very likely to do such a thing. It should be. Then how do you guarantee our rights? We can't go to court to sue them. And not paying is a small matter. I'm afraid that they will directly kill us in order to be cleaner. Snart's worries are not groundless. With Dai Ying's inhuman personality, they are very likely to do such a thing. Don't worry about this, Reddington has prepared it. The money has been transferred to the designated account and is supervised by Reddington. Once the task is completed, we will receive the money directly. At the same time, we will not have any contact with the employer. We only need to put the things in the designated place, then our task is completed, and it has nothing to do with us what happens next. At least Reddington will not cheat us. This is certainly not because Reddington is so good. On the contrary, all criminals are liars, and no criminal is trustworthy. Of course Reddington did. What really made Reddington keep his promise was that he didn't want to destroy his credibility more than to cheat them. That thing is more valuable than 500 million. You know, it is because of Reddington's credibility that he can matchmake criminals all over the world, and everyone trusts him. Reddington's criminal network has a net profit of more than 500 million every year. Snart also knows this. After all, even he has done business with Reddington. Any questions? Craven asked. When do we leave? It will take some time. After all, some people haven't arrived yet, otherwise you and I will go to New York together, Craven said. Forget it. We can wait for you in Dallas. Craven would never go to New York, at least not in recent years. That's fine. Take it. Craven threw him a satellite phone. It's encrypted. I'll call you before the action. Cape Cana, the best city in the Caribbean. It is a 1.2 billion square meter paradise located in the center of the eastern part of the Dominican Republic. It is also the largest and safest land terminal in the Caribbean. Thanks to an organized urban planning, it has important luxury hotels, real estate and sustainable ecosystems. It allows tourists to immerse themselves in an unparalleled combination of entertainment, sports, well-being and exclusivity for the whole family. Countless tourists come here every year, mostly Americans. Hey, give me a whiskey? A black man in a flowered shirt walked to the bar and shouted to the bartender inside. Then he turned to a man wearing a hat and dressed exquisitely beside him and said, "You really should change your clothes. This is the Caribbean. No one will wear a shirt and trousers here. You even wear a hat. God, aren't you hot? You should relax a little." "Hey, Nick Fury," a deep but charming male voice sounded, "maybe you are too relaxed. You know, the whole world is looking for you. Relax, relax, Raymond. At least here, no one will do anything to me." The man who came was Nick Fury's one-eyed dragon, but now this guy has both eyes intact, just like an ordinary tourist, wearing beach pants and a flowered shirt. As for the man in front of him, it happened to be Raymond Reddington that Craven and Snart had just talked about. Reddington is actually a very charming man. Even if he took off his hat to reveal his bald head, it was still the same. He is not particularly handsome, but not ugly either. What really attracts people is his temperament. He does not look like a gangster. He is more like a businessman or a politician, giving people a strong momentum. Anyway, he does not look like a vicious gangster. "This is the last time, Nick," Reddington said to Nick. "Don't say these words as soon as you meet. Raymond, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Nick Fury restrained his smile, took the bartender's glass, and then raised the glass. "Cheers." Reddington reluctantly clinked glasses with him, and then said seriously, "If others see me with you, then my career will be over, and I have done enough for you. I know. Old friend, I know you have had a hard time in the past few years, but please believe me, everything will be back to the past soon, and we can still cooperate like before." Nick Fury immediately persuaded. "Oh, you said it lightly. In just a few years, you have withdrawn billions of funds from me. I had to sell so many assets to barely maintain my cash flow. Do you know how much I lost from this alone? Not to mention that because you were wanted, my intelligence network had problems, which can't be compensated by money. I have returned all the help you gave me back then. I don't want to have anything to do with you now. What's more, you can't protect Elizabeth anymore." Reddington was obviously not moved by Nick Fury's promise. At this time, Nick Fury also knew that if he continued to promise, he could not save Reddington, so he changed his strategy. "How long have we not seen each other?" Reddington obviously knew Nick Fury's calculations, but considering the past, he still unconsciously began to reminisce about the past. "It's been 20 years. Yes, 20 years. Nick Fury was obviously very emotional. "We are all old." Reddington and Nick Fury knew each other for a long time, and not many people knew about Nick Fury's past, because those information were covered up. But Reddington happened to know it. Nick Fury was born in Alabama in 1950. After graduating from high school, Fury joined the U.S. Army and was promoted to colonel, also in the intelligence department. However, The upper limit of blacks in the military was limited at that time, so during the Cold War, Fury retired and joined the CIA as a spy. Fury did not join SHIELD until the 1980s. Before Nick Fury joined SHIELD, he knew Reddington. Reddington was also a military intelligence officer at the time, and he and Nick Fury were once comrades in arms. The two had a good relationship. Strictly speaking, Reddington was Nick Fury's apprentice. That Christmas, you suddenly found me and scared me. I've never seen you so confused, and you cried like a child. Speaking of the past, Reddington, a man who has been struggling in the dark world, couldn't help himself. I know, Nick. I know everything. You helped me, Katerina, and Elizabeth. So I have been repaying you all these years. Over the years, I have provided you with countless funds and intelligence. This is all my return. But the situation is different now, Nick. You are too dangerous. I don't know what you are doing. I only know that if what you did is exposed a little bit, Elizabeth and I will be finished. I don't care. On the day Katerina died, I was ready to die, but I can't let Elizabeth get into trouble. This is my bottom line. You should know, Reddington owes Nick Fury a big favor. This has to start with the Soviet Union. In order to infiltrate the U.S. intelligence agencies, the Soviet Union sent a large number of agents into the United States. Among them was a female agent named Katerina. This may be her real name, or it may be fake, but in any case, she was called Katerina afterwards. In order to get close to the military intelligence personnel at the time, Katerina fell in love with her target. That person is Reddington. Sometimes it's really hard to say about feelings. At least Katerina didn't think about falling in love with Reddington at first. But people can't control everything, not even themselves. Katerina really fell in love with Reddington. And Reddington is not an idiot. As he fell in love with Katerina, he discovered a problem with his girlfriend. There will definitely be problems if two agents are in close contact. But Reddington also fell in love with Katerina. It's a very bloody plot, and it's even more bloody later. Katerina gave birth to a child for Reddington, but she didn't forget her duties. She was still collecting intelligence for the Soviet Union. She collected an important secret within the U.S. government at that time. What was the specific secret, at least Reddington didn't know. In short, this secret will threaten a group of powerful people within the U.S. government. Once exposed, countless people will be ruined. And even the U.S. government will be unstable. If the Soviet Union knew, then they could use these secrets to do a lot of things. But at this time, something went wrong with the Soviet Union. Katerina was betrayed, and she was exposed. Both the Soviet Union and the United States hoped to kill Katerina and get the secret from her. Then Katerina died, and the secret was hidden by her. In order to get this secret, neither the Soviet Union nor the United States will let go of Reddington, the only one who might get this secret. When Katerina died, Reddington was at the scene and killed the killer who came to silence her. In order to survive, Reddington found Nick Fury. At the same time, in order to ensure that his daughter Elizabeth can live a normal life, Reddington escaped with the help of Nick Fury, and threatened some people in the U.S. government with the secret to let them give up harassing his daughter. In exchange, the secret will be covered up forever. In fact, Reddington didn't know what the secret was at all. But if he said that the thing was not in his hand, no one would believe it, the United States would not believe it, the Soviet Union would not believe it, and even if he was not in it, Reddington himself would not believe it. So he simply made a mistake and directly admitted that the thing was in his hand, which would make those people afraid to act rashly, so that his daughter Elizabeth could grow up safely. And it is impossible for him to do all this alone. It can only be achieved with the help of Nick Fury, the old silver coin. Since then, he has become Nick Fury's white glove, doing things for him that are inconvenient for him, and raising funds for him. Over the years, a lot of the profits of Reddington's criminal business have flowed to Nick Fury. Unfortunately, after Nick Fury became a human traitor and was wanted, Reddington's life was greatly affected. First of all, business. After Nick Fury lost SHIELD, his funds were greatly reduced, but Nick Fury needed too much money, so he could only draw water from Reddington. It doesn't matter. For Reddington, money is just a number, and he doesn't care at all. But the problem is that with the fall of Nick Fury, his daughter Elizabeth has lost the biggest umbrella. Those people are not dead yet. In order for his daughter not to be affected, Reddington must maintain his brand and not fall. In this way, his business is particularly important. Once he loses the criminal network he has woven, who knows what those people will do. In order to get the secret, they are happy to control Elizabeth to threaten Reddington. Reddington can't stand this situation. And Nick Fury is getting more and more dangerous. He actually wants to use the Titan Beast. This kind of thing is more dangerous than Katarina's secret back then. Once it is exposed, let alone he doesn't have the secret, even if he has it, he will die. So he must cut off contact with Nick Fury. I know, Nick Fury didn't force it too much, I just hope you can give me a little more confidence. Also, don't worry about this matter. As long as the goal is achieved, I will clean up those people and won't let people suspect you. Reddington looked at Nick Fury, and Nick Fury looked at him very sincerely. Finally, Reddington sighed, let's wait and see. Once you have a problem, I will sell you without hesitation. For Elizabeth, Nick Fury raised his glass. Chapter 1578 Good Neighbor. It turns out that the person behind all this is not some Englishman, but Nick Fury. Reddington is Nick Fury's white glove, and no one knows about it. When Reddington defected, he was alone and was watched by all parties. In this case, if he could still start from scratch and create a criminal network, then it would not be an inspirational story, but a myth. As a U.S. military intelligence officer, not to mention that the Soviet Union and the United States would not let him go, any country in the world with a little idea would not let him go. If nothing else, his identity alone is enough to attract people. In fact, it is not just those national agencies, many intelligence dealers and criminal organizations will also target him. He can start from scratch like this. If it is not a myth, then what is it? Behind all this is naturally Nick Fury, otherwise Reddington would not have disappeared from everyone's sight in the first few years. Later, Reddington began to do his own business, collecting intelligence for Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. also had anti-terrorism missions, so Reddington gradually became a criminal middleman, and as Nick Fury's status in S.H.I.E.L.D. improved, his value and energy also grew. Later, he also took on part of Nick Fury's funding needs. After all, it was useless for him to have so much money. Instead of putting it in various accounts, it would be better to give it to Nick Fury. It was also his way of repaying a favor. But Reddington has become a behemoth after so many years of development. Even without Nick Fury, he can live well. And as Nick Fury's status changed from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to human trader, Reddington naturally had to cut off from him. It was not that he was repaying kindness with enmity, but that Nick Fury's mess was too big. He couldn't bear it at all. But in view of the previous favors, Reddington still couldn't refuse him. Until this time. Damn, Nick Fury set his sights on the Titan. This Nema really couldn't stand it. That's why Reddington went directly to Nick Fury and made things clear with him. Watching Reddington's departure, Nick Fury fell into deep thought. He knew that the situation was getting worse and worse. Even Reddington was going to leave him. Nick Fury's white glove could not be only Reddington. Even in this miserable situation now, Nick Fury still had many lines scattered all over the world, which either provided him with funds or intelligence support. But Reddington's departure also indicated that there were many people like him who were leaving him. This was not a good sign. If all the lines under his men were scattered, he would really have nothing. After all, his biggest trump card had been made into a battery. If even the last of his men were gone, then there would be no point in him living. In fact, Nick Fury was not that kind of fool who would not summarize gains and losses. He knew his problem and was too eager for quick success, which led to him not considering the consequences at all in many cases. He thought everything was under his control, but when he lost control, he found out that he was in control of Dare. He was played around by Hydra, slapped in the face by various accidents, and finally ended up in disgrace. But what does it matter if you know these? Will Nick Fury live his whole life in anonymity? Perhaps Nick Fury in his youth might do so. But power is poison. After tasting the taste of power, it is impossible for Nick Fury to give up power. He used to be so awesome that even the President of the United States could do nothing to him. CIA, FBI, and NSA are nothing in his eyes. He calls himself the guardian of the world. The order of the entire world is continued in his hands. At that time, he really believed that the whole world was in his hands. Other intelligence agencies are rubbish in his eyes, and they can do nothing except seek benefits for themselves. The same is true for those politicians. Each of them is fat and does everything except business. Only he is dedicated to this world and works hard. Only he can lead the world to a better place. Then with a click of a clack, he has nothing. The power he once had left him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He thought that everything he did was for the world, not for himself. He worked day and night, thinking hard for world peace. Yes, something went wrong. But put aside the facts. He was kind-hearted. His starting point was good. Can't we forgive him just because there was a little problem? No matter how you look at it, it's their fault, right? They are not right. Isn't forgiveness advocated? Why are you so harsh on me? It seems that whether it is Japanese or American movies, TV series, or even comics and animations, they all like this. As long as the main characters have good intentions, no matter how big the mess is, they can be forgiven. Sometimes when watching Chinese movies, you find that the bad guys must be punished in the end, no matter what their starting point is. Although this makes the movie ugly and unpleasant, you have to admit that the three views of this thing are correct. Why can mistakes not be punished? When watching a movie, the audience will put their own perspective into the protagonist, but if you jump out and watch, you will find out, what the hell? Of course, I am not whitewashing domestic movies. It is ugly and there is no way to wash it. The radio and television are really not human, but there is nothing wrong with insisting on the correct three views. It's so fucking incorrect. Thinking of this, Nick Fury was a little sad. Political correctness is so good. But now, hey, the world is going downhill. In fact, Nick Fury is also fueling the trend of political correctness. After all, he is black. If it weren't for political correctness, could he be the director of SHIELD? He even thought about blowing the wind even harder. But, well, let's not talk about it. In short, everything now makes him feel very tormented. Of course, he convinced himself that it was not so. It is impossible that he wants to reflect on himself because of power, but for the world. He thinks the world is wrong now. Those superheroes openly break the law, but the people support them unconditionally. This is wrong. It needs to be corrected. Those superpowers and superheroes should be regulated. They are all unstable factors in society. Only by being regulated can accidents be prevented. And the candidate is of course him. Who is fairer than him? He never cares about personal interests. Only he can manage those people fairly and justly. If it is given to those who are interested, it will definitely cause turmoil in the world. Oh. There is a long way to go. There is a long way to go. This is almost Nick Fury's mental journey. Doesn't it look like crazy? So, there are actually no stupid people in this world, but they just look at things from different perspectives. There are many stupid kings in history. Are they really stupid? Not necessarily. For example, the famous One Gu, did he really kill Yu Fei because of his stupidity? In fact, if you consider the environment at that time, you will find that One Gu was not stupid, he just wanted to protect his own interests. If he was really a big fool, the Southern Song dynasty would not have lasted for 100 years. The reason why he is considered stupid is simply that he sacrificed the interests of most people in order to protect his own interests. This method can also be applied to many stupid emperors and treacherous ministers, especially treacherous ministers. They can reach that position, and they can't be fools themselves, but they just stand at a different angle. They care more about themselves and despise others. So the decisions they make will look so stupid. After all, most people will not do that. But this majority does not represent their interests. The same is true for Nick Fury. He doesn't know that if Scylla is really awakened, many people will die at that time? How could he not know? He just puts his own interests above others. So Nick Fury is not stupid, he just thinks he's smarter than others. He puts himself above everyone. Including Reddington. Yes, Nick Fury deceived Reddington. Until now, Reddington only thought that Nick Fury only wanted the cub. Of course, Fury still wants it, but his real purpose is to make Scylla wake up and go crazy. So that his Mechagodzilla can appear openly. By then, the whole world will see the power in the hands of Nick Fury. Nick Fury certainly does not want to force the whole world with force, that would not be a villain. His purpose is very simple. He knows that the reason why humans attach importance to Titans is not that they have really awakened, but humans can't do anything with Titans. What if someone can come up with a weapon more powerful than Titan? Nick Fury wants to use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with others, and the most suitable one is the United States. The United States has fallen from the world's #1 position. Americans are more anxious than everyone else, but the current situation in the world makes them anxious. But what will they do if they have a force that is higher than the world again? In order to climb back to the throne of the world's #1, The United States can pay any price. By then, Nick Fury and the United States will achieve each other. Even his power will be greater than before. So in the end, Reddington is just a pawn, but there is one thing he did not lie about, that is, when he succeeds, everything will go back to the way it was before, and Reddington has nothing to worry about. But if he fails, Reddington will definitely be abandoned. And Nick Fury never trusts anyone, including Reddington, so Nick Fury had planted a nail around Reddington a long time ago, and once things change, he will kill Reddington immediately. He can't allow Reddington to escape his control, and of course more importantly, he needs Reddington's industry. That is one of his few sources of funds. Reddington's words for Elizabeth left him with no way out. I just hope everything goes well. My old friend, Nick Fury gave his last message. Hey, Spider-Man. How about hot dogs? On the streets of Brooklyn, a hot dog stand owner was shouting at Spider-Man who was flying over his head. Hey, Antonio, add more chili, I'll come and get it right away. Spider-Man turned his head and shouted to the stall owner he was familiar with. Antonio is an illegal immigrant from Mexico. His wife gave birth to a child some time ago, so his whole family has now obtained a green card. He has been selling hot dogs on the streets of Brooklyn for a long time. His Mexican-style hot dogs are very famous on the streets. First, his bread and sausages are made by himself, not bought from factories. Both the taste and the ingredients are genuine. Second, his sauce is passed down from his grandmother's generation and is very delicious. Although the price is much higher than that of ordinary hot dogs, it is not unaffordable for the colored community in Brooklyn. It is a rare luxury food in their lives. Therefore, his hot dogs are very famous in this area. Spider-Man is a frequent customer, and he even helped Antonio to look after the stall once. This made his stall appear on the covers of many newspapers. Of course, this also attracted investigations from the Department of Health and the Tax Bureau. But compared with the trend caused by Spider-Man, it is a small problem. After all, Spider-Man is still very popular in New York. Now Antonio's stall has a formal license, and he even made a lot of money relying on the recipe. So Antonio was very grateful to Spider-Man. Every time he saw him, he would give him a hot dog, but Spider-Man always gave him money. However, both of them enjoyed it. Where are you going? Catching criminals? Then Spider-Man swung away. Tisk, did catching criminals delay your meal? In fact, Antonio didn't understand why Spider-Man was so active. For a Mexican, crime is not rare, it is commonplace. Many people in his hometown are growing marijuana. It's not a big deal. So he couldn't understand why Spider-Man was so active, but he knew Spider-Man was a good person. On the other side, a group of people were putting bags of things into a truck at the back door of a slaughterhouse. Hurry up. After this batch of goods is out, we will move to another place. Frank Payne, the rough man, was urging his men to load a batch of goods. Frank Payne used to be the leader of the Viper Gang and a close subordinate of Cornell Stokes, the water moccasin, and was responsible for the criminal business under Cornell Stokes. However, with the destruction of the Viper Gang, he turned to Sandman. He was Sandman's first subordinate in New York. Because he has rich experience, Frank is still in charge of many criminal businesses. Why, boss? This place is good. Besides, we have changed warehouses several times a month, a subordinate asked puzzledly with a gun in hand. This is William's order, Frank lit a cigar and said casually, and it's safer this way. I don't want those annoying superheroes to steal our goods. In New York, the competition is much greater than in other places. Not only must you be careful of rival gangs and the police, but most importantly, you must be careful of superheroes. Compared with the former two, the latter is more annoying. Because those guys are always elusive, and no one knows when they will appear. Hi. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you help me? At this time, a young and energetic voice suddenly came from above their heads. Chapter 1579 Little Spider Suffers. A few people looked up and saw a baby in red and blue pajamas hanging upside down on the building, just a few meters away from them. Spider-Man. Several brothers raised their weapons and fired almost immediately. Da 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 da. These guys all have automatic rifles. Spider-Man immediately jumped away to avoid the bullets. Although guns are rampant in the United States, gangs still use pistols most of the time. First, pistols are easy to carry. Second, they are cheap and have many sources. Third, it is practical. It's just a gang fight, and pistols are enough. If you use a rifle, it will be easy to make a big fuss. If you use a fully automatic rifle, the police may keep an eye on you to death. The harm is not of the same level. After all, most of the time, the power of a pistol is enough. It's not easy to die if you get hit by one bullet. Of course, if you use a pistol like the M500 that is used to shoot elephants, then just ignore what I said. Rifles are different. The power of rifle bullets is much stronger than that of pistols. If you get hit by one bullet, you will probably die. The sentencing for murder and wounding is different. The gangs are not war maniacs. They are just fighting for territory, so there is no need to make such a big fuss. So the people who are shooting around in the city with fully automatic rifles are definitely not ordinary people. Spider-Man didn't expect that things would be like this. When he first got the news, he thought it was just a few gangsters. He planned to arrest these guys and go back to eat hot dogs. But he showed his weapons right away without any hesitation. And his posture was standard, and he was very ruthless, aiming to kill people. This is definitely not an ordinary gangster. Although there are shootings every day in the United States, there are actually not many gangsters who dare to kill people. The norm during gang fights is that the two gangs often hold their guns horizontally and shoot at each other for a long time, but no one is injured. Most of those gangsters have terrible shooting skills. They don't even hold their guns properly. How high can you expect their hit rate to be? The biggest function of them holding guns is to intimidate. So the posture of holding a gun must be handsome. So you will see many gangsters holding their guns horizontally. When they fire, the recoil will make the bullets go up to the sky. It is a miracle if they can hit anyone. Another thing is that those gangsters don't have many opportunities to shoot. After all, bullets cost money, and practicing shooting costs more money. If you just find a place to practice shooting, you may be caught by the police at any time. But if you go to a regular shooting range, do you think these gangsters are willing to spend this money? So even if those guys hold guns every day, they are actually a bunch of rogues. The reason why we see so many shootings is simply because the base number is too large. There will always be unlucky guys. Spider-Man knows that he has encountered a big fish. In this case, Spider-Man can't give up. He feels that he is going to make a contribution. Although this group of people are very powerful, they are not taken seriously by Spider-Man. After all, they are just a few fully automatic guns, which is nothing. There is not even a laser cannon. Bad review. He has reason to think so. After all, in terms of flexibility, he can beat these people by 8 streets. Not to mention that he is in the sky. He could dodge their shooting with a simple swing. He could fly over the eaves and walls of tall buildings as if you were walking on flat ground. His field of vision was much wider than theirs. He disappeared directly between the tall buildings, then turned around and planned to sneak attack those people from behind. Of course, his sneak attack was successful. Because of the characteristics of his ability, Spider-Man could approach the enemy silently, but others could not. So when he came behind the enemy, those people were still looking for Spider-Man everywhere. Then after a few spider webs, they were done. Even Tony was amazed at the material of Spider-Man's spider webs. The quality was excellent. Once entangled in the spider web, let alone a human, even an elephant would not be able to break free for a while. Ha ha ha. Let me see what bad things you are doing. When Spider-Man saw that the enemy was trapped, he immediately got carried away and landed directly behind the truck compartment, intending to see what was in the compartment. As a result, he was stunned when he stretched his head. In the compartment, there were many large black travel bags and neatly stacked pallets. He didn't know what was in the travel bag, but the pallets were neatly stacked with US dollars more than a meter high. All US dollars were wrapped in transparent plastic film. Cash was everywhere. A truck full of cash. As for those black travel bags, needless to say, they were also full of cash. Although I don't know how much there is, a rough look shows that there are at least several tons. So much money in front of anyone, even Tony Stark, is just one word: shocking. In this world, except for banks, there are really not many places where you can see so much cash at once. Oh my god, although Spider-Man is very popular in New York, there are not many major cases that he can investigate independently. At most, he can only crack down on violent crimes. He has not encountered many truly dangerous underground transactions. The gangs in New York have long adapted to the new era. The truly deadly transactions are as secretive as possible. How can Spider-Man, a high school student, know whether he has strong intelligence capabilities? Today he has copied it. Just when Spider-Man thought he could finally shine today, a metal whip suddenly stretched out from behind him. By the time Spider-Man's spider sense sounded the alarm, it was too late. The metal whip was extremely fast and tied up Spider-Man. Just as Spider-Man was about to struggle, he was thrown up by the whip and slammed hard on the concrete floor. It was Frank Payne, the Python. Two metal whips stretched out from this guy's wrists. Spider-Man was hit hard, and just as he stood up and fought back accurately, another whip hit him hard. Thanks to Tony for upgrading Spider-Man's Spider-Man suit, otherwise, this one would definitely have torn his skin and flesh apart, but Spider-Man still felt bad. The whip was originally aimed at his head, but it was Spider-Man's spider sense that allowed Spider-Man to escape. He dodged his head, but he was still whipped in the chest. This whip should not be underestimated. Although Frank is just a gangster, he was not a street character earlier. He actually practiced sports at the beginning. He had developed motor skills since he was young, so his family sent him to learn gymnastics. He won many awards during his teenage years. But things happened unexpectedly. His father died early, leaving only his mother and several younger brothers and sisters at home. Without a source of income, the family naturally fell from heaven to hell. After that, he began to grow up, and this growth was ruined. As we all know, the height and weight of gymnastics cannot be too large, otherwise many technical movements cannot be performed at all. But he, from the beginning, grew like a balloon. His body became more and more majestic, and in order to make a living, his mind was not on the field and training ground. After that, he joined the army when he became an adult. Unfortunately, the army is a melting pot. Especially the US military. This melting pot is poisonous. The military discipline of the US military cannot be said to be strict. It is also the level of a thief's army. It's so chaotic. Sex scandals, drug abuse, smuggling, arms trafficking, corruption and bribery. If you can think of it, there is nothing that the US military dare not do. It just so happened that the army Frank joined was that kind of garbage. So, after being forged in the melting pot, Frank completely turned from a prodigal into a piece of trash. After being expelled from the army, he joined the gang as a matter of course, and everyone knows what happened next. But it was also this experience that allowed Frank to practice non-mainstream kung fu. He knew gymnastics and fighting skills. Especially after watching Jack Chen's martial arts in the furniture store, he figured out his own set of things. Although weird, it's really useful. After joining the Four Demons, Noise used vibranium to make him two retractable metal whips, which made him even more powerful. Not to mention ordinary people, he can even whip a cow in two. Spider-Man almost had a cardiac arrest after eating this whip. Thanks to his strong body, otherwise, even if there is no visible injury on the outside, his bones will be broken into pieces. But even so, he didn't get much better. In the distance, a bald man was holding a telescope and saw everything that happened here clearly. Hey, this guy is really strong. This person is Kraven who just broke up with Snart. Although the hunter Kraven is our Lone Ranger, it does not mean that he will not look for teammates. For hunters, sometimes a reliable teammate is much more useful than a good weapon. Similarly, a bad teammate may kill you. So he has a high vision in choosing teammates. This is also the reason why he values the Fear Four. Although the name of the Fear Four sounds very childish, they are actually typical of quietly entering the village without shooting. They are doing well in New York, but in fact, they are very cautious. They will not be stupid enough to make a name for themselves and make everyone know about it. On the contrary, they know the principle of making a fortune in silence, so their actions are very secretive and will not overly stimulate those idle superheroes. In the same way, although some superheroes know their existence, only Daredevil and his gang will deliberately make trouble for them, and others are not very interested in them. Of course, this is not good news for Kraven. He has his eyes on the four fearful demons, but the four demons may not necessarily follow him to fight. Please, they are the local tyrants in New York, and they are not short of money. So how can he persuade them to fight with him? Of course. He can prevent them from doing business. So Kraven cleverly sends Spider-Man to their vault, which contains the money of several New York gangs. The business that the four demons do in New York is a bit like Reddington. They are the so-called middlemen between various gangs. They will collect money from those gangs in New York, and then help them unified procurement. In this way, they can get goods from the Mexican suppliers at a more favorable price because the quantity is large. After they ship the goods to New York, they will distribute them to the gangs that paid. After those gangs disperse the goods, they will give them the black money they earned. They will use the black money to launder money and return the clean money to the gangs. So on. Eat both ends. This approach is very smart. It can not only reduce direct conflicts with those superheroes, but also maximize their interests. The key is that their exposure is still very low, just like in New York. When you talk about the Fearful Four, many people only know that there is such a thing, but no one knows what they have done specifically and who are the people. This effect is very good. In fact, this is also a copycat. After all, Kingpin played it this way. But you have to admit that this is really effective. How many people knew Kingpin at the time? Except for those gangsters, few people knew Kingpin. Of course, Kingpin finally got into trouble because he got into trouble with superheroes, so the Fearful Four learned a lesson. They will try their best to avoid conflicts with superheroes. But Kraven just wanted to break this rule. So he led Spider-Man here. How could they give up so much money? You know, these are not only the payment for goods from the gangs, but also the funds sent by the gangs to be laundered. If this is rated, it would be strange if the gangs don't fight them. Of course, the Fearful Four are not afraid of fighting. After all, they can do this kind of business because their force is high enough. They dare to play like this and are not afraid of someone playing tough with them. But the problem is that this is a huge blow to their reputation. The Fearful Four have not been in New York City for too long, less than 2 years at most. Their foundation is not deep, and if they lose this money, they will not have the money to compensate those gangs, and then they will be completely finished. Of course, if they kill Spider-Man, the money can be kept. But in this way, they will fight to the death with the superheroes in New York City. Spider-Man was chosen by Kraven on purpose. Spider-Man has a very good relationship with those superheroes. So both ends are blocked. No matter what the Fearful Four do, they can't gain a foothold in New York anymore. This is Kraven's style: seize the weakness, kill with one blow, and don't even give the enemy a chance to resist. Frank's mood now is exactly what Kraven guessed. He's going crazy. Their vault is very secretive, and they will not stay in the same place. They will change the vault every funding cycle. This is what they are afraid of. In the end, they were still discovered. Frank has no other ideas now. His idea is to kill Spider-Man and keep their money. So, Spider-Man must die. Thinking of this, Frank's attack became even more fierce. Spider-Man was caught off guard and was completely at a disadvantage after being hit. That hit made Spider-Man's chest feel like a red-hot iron rod was inserted into it. Every time he breathed, he felt that his lungs were going to explode. What's worse, Spider-Man felt that he was having difficulty breathing. He felt as if he was pressed into the water. He couldn't help coughing, but all he coughed up was blood. His lungs were injured. This was Spider-Man's own idea. If an ordinary person suffered such an injury, he would have gone into shock due to internal bleeding. If Spider-Man's physical fitness was not too strong, he would not be able to hold on. But even so, he was already powerless to resist. He needed external help. Harry. Where are you? I need help. As mentioned before, Harry has now debuted and started his life as a superhero trainee under the name of the Green Goblin. Peter? I'm in Harlem right now, and I just dealt with a group of guys who robbed a convenience store. Come here quickly. I can't take it anymore. Spider-Man dodged Frank's whip with difficulty and quickly ran to the top of the building, but the people below also broke free from the spider web and started shooting again. Spider-Man was really helpless now. He couldn't get close to them, or he would be whipped, and if he was far away, he would be shot. Wait for me. I'll be there soon, Harry shouted immediately when he heard that his good friend was in trouble. Chapter 1580. This is New York. Harry was very excited, because one day he could finally help Peter. As a trainee, Harry had never been well known. Of course, he didn't become a superhero for this. But young people always have a desire to win. He has been doing it for a while now, but he still hasn't made a name for himself. Many people don't even know the name of the Green Goblin. They just think of him as Spider-Man's follower. Many people even joke that Spider-Man is already a big shot, and he has a follower. This is a bit of a dampener. Although Harry didn't have any bad thoughts about Peter. Although he was a rich kid, he didn't mind being considered Peter's follower. Even though everyone in school actually thought Peter was his follower, but he never thought about it that way. But he really didn't want the name of the Green Goblin to become Spider-Man's follower. In the final analysis, This name carries the entanglement between the Osborne family and Peter Parker in another world. Of course, young people still have a desire to win. He has also become a superhero, so how can he be willing to be someone else's follower? It's mainly because those bastard media are so hurtful. In the previous collective action, Harry, Gwen and Peter all participated. But Peter and Gwen were hyped up, saying that they were Spider-Man lovers, and that Spider-Man returned. Only he. The media gave the evaluation that Spider-Man's aesthetic level in selecting followers needs to be improved. No one likes a guy who is all green and wearing a ghost mask. Fuck. This is pure Green Goblin style. You media don't know anything. How can it be ugly? Very handsome, okay. This hurt Harry. If Osborn hadn't known about this and scolded him severely, Harry would have been embarrassed to go out. Yes, that's right. When Norman left this world, he deliberately met Osborn. Osborn was almost scared to death at that time. It was Norman who took the initiative to tell Osborn about his origins and told him all his experiences. Osborn didn't believe that there was a parallel world in this world. But this meeting touched Osborn a lot. Because Norman is himself, what they did and what they might do in the future are so consistent. Osborn knew that if he continued as usual, he might really become like Norman, losing everything, and more importantly, losing his son and himself. This was something Osborn absolutely could not tolerate. He did value work, but that was only to leave the best for Harry. That was his responsibility as Osborn and as a father. But now it seems that he seemed to be working in the wrong direction. So when Norman handed over the design drawings of a complete set of Green Goblin equipment, Osborn did not reject Harry's proposal. Yes, the Green Goblin suit was the credit of Osborn Enterprises. After all, the Osborn Group is a technology giant after all. Letting the Stark Group help Prince Osborn make equipment. This would make the entire Osborn Group feel ashamed. It was also because of Osborn's support that Harry would return to the arena. He listened to his father's advice. Start from the most basic and build your own reputation step by step. Let the name of the Green Goblin resound throughout the world. Osborn was also very unhappy that his parallel time and space is a villain. After all, villains are not only annoying, but also have no future. If you can rule the world, that's fine. After all, the winners don't accept blame. This is the personality of capitalists like Osborn. But the problem is that being a villain in this world really has no future. There are so many superheroes. I can't stand any of them. So go and debut as a superhero. And if you want to be one, you have to be the best. Well, this is also Osborn's personality. Harry also listened to his father's advice and worked hard. One day he would get a chance. For the people of the Osborn family, as long as there is a chance, they can soar into the sky. Isn't the opportunity here now? So Harry quickly dealt with a few gangsters who robbed a convenience store, tied them to the telephone poles with plastic ropes, called the police, and rode his goblin glider directly. This thing is definitely a street fighting weapon. It can take off and land vertically, can be suspended at a fixed point, has flexible steering, has an automatic flight system, and does not need to be controlled with great care. Its built-in computer can design the best flight route, and it can also carry various weapons, including laser cannons, rockets, and even small Vulcan cannons. And with speed can reach an astonishing 483 kilometers per hour. This speed is definitely enough in the city. So he can get to the destination quickly. When he arrived, Spider-Man was still entangled with a group of people. Those people didn't dare to get in the car and run, because they definitely couldn't outrun Spider-Man. After getting in the car, they restricted themselves. Frank was sure that as long as a group of people got in the car and ran, Spider-Man would definitely overturn the car, and then he couldn't run away. So Frank blew the whistle and called for help. There must be no problem with this money. When Harry arrived, he saw a group of people beating Peter. Can Harry tolerate this? That's his beloved friend. So he took out a pumpkin bomb directly. Norman's pumpkin bomb is definitely a great invention in their world. It's just a small one, but it's terrifyingly powerful. It was a weapon developed by Osborn Technology itself, and it was originally intended to be sold to the military, but the military refused. The reason is that this thing is too powerful and inhumane. It's hard to imagine Norman's reaction after hearing this. But in fact, it's because the cost of this thing is too expensive. If it is made into a grenade, it is really too powerful. If it is not handled properly, it may injure the user, which is totally not worth the loss. And how can the army millipede have the blessing to enjoy such an expensive weapon? Of course, there is another reason, that is, Osborne's partner in the military has lost power, and the Order of Osborne group has been stolen. This is also an important reason for Norman's transformation into the Green Goblin. It is just a struggle for power between adults. Norman also gave this thing to Osborne, but Osborne felt that the power of this thing was too great, completely beyond Harry's ability. He was afraid that Harry would accidentally cause irreparable losses. Therefore, the pumpkin bomb Harry usually uses is the sonic bomb developed by Osborne himself. It is a non-lethal weapon, a bit like a stun grenade, but it is more powerful and will make people lose their ability to move immediately. Of course, this also depends on the situation. If the enemy is very difficult, then Norman's original pumpkin bomb will be useful. Yes, Osborne still placed 2 genuine pumpkin bombs in the Goblin Glider. Osborne is a capitalist. Can you expect him to regard other people's lives as more important than his own son? Once things go wrong, Osborne still hopes that it is someone else who dies instead of his son. As for trouble, haha, don't forget who he is. Osborne. Norman Osborne. A well-known rich man. He only killed people, and he has enough money to find the best lawyer for his son to solve the problem. So he has to use it instead. But Harry obviously confirmed their worries. He obviously didn't grasp the degree. When he saw his friend dodging the enemy's attack in a mess, Harry was a little out of control. He took out the genuine pumpkin bomb, and then threw it out. Fortunately, he still had some reason, and didn't throw the pumpkin bomb at people, but at the truck protected by those bastards with guns. Boom. A huge explosion. Not only did it blow away the men of the Four Fears, but also the glass of the surrounding buildings was shattered. Even Spider-Man was blown away. Who said he was swinging in the sky when the explosion happened? Fortunately, he could walk on the vertical wall as if it were flat ground, so there was no secondary damage. Fuck, the first thing Spider said after waking up from the shockwave was not to scold Harry, but to be frightened by what he saw. It's raining. Money rain. After the truck compartment was blown up, countless US dollars flew into the sky, some of which were still burning. Frank was also stunned by the explosion. When he saw the little green goblin appear, he was ready to find an opportunity to whip him down, but this unfortunate thing didn't follow the rules at all and dropped 2 round things when they met. Frank didn't know what they were, but they were definitely not candies. So he ran to the side as soon as possible. This was something he learned in the army. When you see someone throwing round things at you, the best thing to do is to run quickly and find a shelter. At this moment, he should really thank the army for at least giving him something useful. Otherwise, he would be like several of his men, and now he can't see the face of the people clearly. But the next second, his relief turned into fear, regret and heartache. Money. Their money. Now it's all over the street, and most of it has been burned. Fuck, Harry was also shocked. He didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. Spider-Man. What are they doing? Peter heard Harry's voice and immediately jumped to the nearest wall. He rubbed his chest and said, I don't know. I know there's a lot of money in that car, and they don't look like bank employees. Harry then noticed Spider-Man's condition. Peter. Spider-Man, how are you? Are you injured? Yeah, but I won't die for the time being, the little spider said reluctantly. Logically, according to his physical fitness, if he was injured, his regeneration ability would allow him to recover quickly, but the problem is that he has been entangled with the enemy since he was injured, so his injuries have not been recovered, and now he is in as much pain as he can. Of course, he won't die for the time being. So don't think Spider-Man is weak just because he is a good neighbor in New York. This guy is very strong. He is very balanced in all aspects. How did you find him? I was on patrol. You know, I'm a good neighbor in New York, and everyone likes me. A kid told me that someone seemed to be doing bad things here, so I came. I just didn't expect to catch a big fish this time. Harry looked at the money flying all over the sky and sighed, damn it, George is going to scold us. Why? We are doing good things. These are all dirty money. Peter didn't react yet. Yes, I know, this is dirty money. But look at those people. If someone shoots and makes a lot of noise, New Yorkers will generally avoid it. After all, bullets don't have eyes. But if there's money, New Yorkers will definitely not miss it. Of course, it seems that the whole world is the same, not just New Yorkers. When Spider-Man was fighting with the men of the Fearful Four before, those people had already hidden far away, but after seeing the rain of money all over the sky, many people gathered, and more people came. Okay, I agree with you, When Spider-Man saw more and more people gathering and even fighting for the money on the ground, he knew that he couldn't escape the scolding. What are the police most afraid of? No matter which country the police are from, what they fear most is mass incidents. Except for France, they are used to it. French people spend half of the year protesting and rioting. Because in this kind of thing, the police are the most thankless. They may be scolded at any time. If you handle it too hard, the people will scold you. If you don't handle it in time, the higher-ups will scold you. Of course, more often, the higher-ups and the people scold the police together. Especially in big cities, once a mass incident occurs, it is very likely to get out of control. There are too many such things in the United States. After all, social contradictions are sharp, and any unrest will cause a chain reaction. Many people will take this opportunity to take advantage of the fire and let the riots spread. At this time, countless gravel suddenly poured in from the end of the access road, as if a sandstorm invaded New York. Sandstorm? In New York, this scene was too discordant. This is the West Coast. Where did the sandstorm come from? Frank also saw this scene. His heart sank. He knew what it was. The sandstorm made visibility at the scene very poor. People in it even felt like the end of the world. Those who robbed money also ran away quickly. Although I don't know what happened, for New Yorkers, when something happens that you can't understand, don't hesitate, run. The farther the better. We all have experience. After all, this is New York. What's wrong? However, when the sand and dust approached the burning truck, they stopped and began to gather. After a while, a large amount of gravel buried the burning carriage, and the fire was extinguished soon. But there are very few banknotes that can be saved. Most of the banknotes were not burned, but flew out, which caused the rain of banknotes. But it is a big project to let people pick them up one by one. It is estimated that the police will have a headache afterwards. With so much money, it is not only troublesome to pick it up, but also to prevent it from being picked up by the public and put in the pockets of police officers. After all, this is money. Who can find it directly in the trouser pocket? It is not easy to collect evidence if it is found. In short, it is very troublesome. At this time, Spider-Man and Harry also realized that the dust was probably man-made. Sure enough, after a large sand pile submerged the truck compartment, the sand began to gather, and a human figure appeared on the top of the sand pile. William Baker, the Sandman. Chapter 1581, War Begins. William actually didn't know what happened, he just heard his men screaming there, saying that the vault was robbed. William is a very cautious person. He would never have this kind of personality before, but since he was locked in that sealed can for 3 years and didn't go completely crazy, he has changed drastically. In fact, even if people who knew William Baker before saw William now, they couldn't recognize him. Because the difference is too big. Not in appearance, but in temperament and eyes, completely different. A gangster, after getting superpowers, he is still a gangster. This will not change just because he has superpowers. For example, the Mirror Master is the best example. Although he has abilities that others dream of, he is still a gangster, and his way of doing things and thinking will not change. But what if his personality has been reshaped? William is the best example. William now is silent and calm, without the slightest temper. On the contrary, he has learned to use his brain. But everything in front of him still makes William a little unbearable. William was very cautious. He knew the importance of the vault, so his vault was very secretive and moved randomly. There was even one of the 4 feared demons guarding the vault, trying not to give anyone any chance. But who would have thought that he would run into Spider-Man this time? Who is that? Spider-Man asked. Sandman. Harry was very similar to his father, and he attached great importance to intelligence gathering. Which of those capitalists sent commercial spies to competing companies? He is the Sandman. Spider-Man was very surprised. Spider-Man knew the names of the 4 feared demons, but he had never seen what the Sandman looked like, and he had never seen it. That's right, according to the intelligence, his ability is to turn into sand, and I didn't expect it to be true. It's really an amazing ability. By the way, how did he do it? So much sand, far exceeding his size and weight, how did he turn it into sand? Harry was quite scientific. Never mind. Think about what to do. The Sandman has already looked over here. Time went forward a little. The Sandman asked Frank on the sand pile, what's going on? Why is that little guy here? He had only heard that something happened in the vault, but before he knew the details, The communication over there was cut off, so he rushed over immediately. He originally drove here, but suddenly heard that there were banknotes everywhere in front of him. He immediately realized that something was wrong, so he turned into a sandstorm and rushed over, but it was too late. Frank was still kneeling on the ground, in pain. It was painful. So much money, all gone. If they want their business to continue, they have to take out all their wealth to compensate their customers. Of course, with the personality of this group of people, how could they spit out what they ate? If they really want to be so honest, why would they come out to do this kind of business? I don't know. That little spider suddenly appeared, and we didn't notice it beforehand. This is also what Frank felt strange. Their vault is not just a random place, but any vault of theirs has at least 3 layers of protection, and their little brothers and minions are the eyes on the outermost, staring at all suspicious people. Spider-Man is so obvious, but their minions didn't have any warning in advance. Those minions and lackeys are all at the outermost periphery. Inside, there are all kinds of cameras and monitors to monitor all suspicious persons. It is an early warning system developed by wizards. Once a suspicious person is found, the last layer of defense of the vault will be immediately alarmed. The last layer of defense is the person who stays in the vault. Usually it is any one of the 4 of them. This thing is divided into classes. But a magical thing happened. Little Spider came to them so swaggeringly. There was no warning in advance. Today is the day when the vault is out of the warehouse, and all the cash must be transferred. So the surveillance must be more strict. As a result, something went wrong. At this time, Craven, who was spying in the distance, bit the apple in his hand and said, "Well, it was all my fault." In fact, Craven's behavior is really annoying. If you want help, you can talk to someone. Why use such a despicable method? This is the way for bad people to make money. If it is known, you will be cut into pieces. But Craven thinks this is fun. If their business in New York is not destroyed, how could they be willing to take risks with him? But he didn't expect that Spider-Man's teammates would be so fierce and blow up the other party's money. That's money. Craven was moved when he saw it, but he didn't expect that the boy would blow it up without blinking his eyes. No wonder it's hard to get by in New York. Any kid is so fierce. It's really hard to get by. But after thinking about it, he found that it wasn't his own money. Oh, it's okay, just watch the fun. He was happy in his heart. Watching people suffer is a good thing. Otherwise, why do so many people like to watch sad dramas? By the way, there are also sad dramas in the United States, and there are many of them, and they are long and boring, especially on Spanish channels. Those soap operas can make you doubt your life. So this is a common problem for people all over the world. The Sandman over there can't be in such a good mood. He wants to kill people. So much money. So much money. The key is that after this incident, their reputation is ruined. Well, he had no intention of paying back the money from the beginning. He just took the gangsters' money and made a profit. Just like many funds, they used the customers' money to make money for themselves. So when they lost money, they did not plan to pay back the customers, just like the funds. The only difference is that the fund's money is all from the leaks. If they lose, they lose. Leaks are cut by others. Even if they lose, it only means that you are unlucky. And their money is all from the New York gang. This gang is not as reasonable as the leaks. If you dare to steal my money, I will fight you to death. What is the purpose of the gangs? Is it really for brotherhood? That's all a trick in the movie. If it's not for making money, who would join the gangs? If you lose their money now, they will definitely fight you to death. If it's just 1 or 2, it's fine. The power of the 4 fearful demons can still shock them. At most, they can kill them all and there will be no trouble. But this is not just 1 or 2 gangs, this is the common funds of several or more than a dozen gangs in New York. They are really going to fight to the death, and the 4 fears need to think about where to run away. These gangs may not be able to do anything to them. But the resources they control can make the 4 fears sleep uneasy. Apart from other things, you 4 fears also have subordinates, businesses and industries. They don't bother you 4 fears, but they can always bother these people, right? Besides, they just lost money, not bankrupt. If they get angry, they can just raise money and find someone to kill the 4 fears, which is enough for them. There are many good players at the high table, and there are many super-powered villains outside. They will not have any sympathy with the 4 fears just because they are villains. They only know that the villains don't have any industry associations and unfair competition agreements. They will only do things for money. I believe that many villains are willing to kill them for fame and profit. So the best solution is to pay the money honestly. But don't forget what they do. Can they spit out what they eat? So it seems that they can only run away. Fortunately, there is a green mountain, and there is no fear of running out of firewood. Although I think so. But it does not mean that Sandman can let this matter go. They have worked hard for 2 years to have today's business, and now it has been destroyed by a grenade. Sandman now wants to kill people. At this time, someone else rushed over. A middle-aged man wearing this helmet, flying over on 2 discs. A blonde guy who looks a little handsome. Sandman here, the middle-aged man spoke first, but he couldn't say anything. Little Spider and Little Green Goblin were standing there, isn't it obvious? The blonde guy walked to Frank's side and looked at him coldly. You must give me an explanation, Python. This guy is Noise, the son of Ulysses Claw. The 2 metal whips of Python were made by him with vibranium. Frank opened his mouth and wanted to say that it had nothing to do with him. But the rules within the 4 demons of fear are that whoever makes a mistake and causes losses will be responsible. So running away won't solve any problems. Frank gritted his teeth and said, I will compensate you for your losses. Frank is actually just a bonus among the 4 demons, with the lowest status. Wizards have technical support, Sandman has the strongest ability, even the youngest Noise has vibranium and technology, only he has nothing, so he will commit crimes. Isn't it natural to have a low status? So he didn't dare to resist. But not daring to resist those big brothers doesn't mean that you can't bully Spider-Man. It's these 2 bastards who blew up all our money. Sandman turned his head and looked at Spider-Man and the others. Sandman's face was calm, but the yellow sand that kept surging under him represented his uneasy heart. I don't remember provoking you, Spider-Man. Tell me, why are you against me? Sandman always felt that he gave those superheroes face. They never made any big moves, let alone had direct conflicts with superheroes. Daredevil has been investigating them, but they have never done anything to Daredevil, even if they know Daredevil's true identity. Really, Daredevil's disguise is not very good. It's not difficult to find out anyone with real skills. In fact, not only the 4 demons, but even the FBI can find out Matt's identity. After all, Daredevil will definitely appear in Matt's range of activities, and the cases handled by Daredevil are more or less related to Matt. It's okay once or twice, how can it be like this every time? Matt has no choice. He has a natural disadvantage in intelligence collection. He is a blind man and his characteristics are too obvious. At first, Matt would try to avoid it, but later he found that everyone seemed to turn a blind eye to it. Later he found out that it was Kai who said hello. So those agencies were too lazy to bother him. So, he completely let himself go. Of course, those criminals are still difficult to find. After all, who would believe that a blind man ran out and beat them half to death? The 4 demons are different. The 4 of them are smart people, even Frank is not a fool. But even so, they never did anything to Daredevil, because they knew that Kai was standing behind Daredevil. So he couldn't figure out why Spider-Man wanted to trouble them. However, this question stumped Spider-Man. You are bad guys, I am Spider-Man, isn't this natural? Spider-Man was really led into a ditch by Sandman for a moment, and he really wondered if the other party had offended him. He was habitually off the track. But he immediately reacted, it's not that I am a superhero and you are a bad guy, isn't it natural for us to be against each other? Why do you need to provoke or not provoke? Sandman was also stunned. This explanation is impeccable. Damn, it makes so much sense. These superheroes are bored and looking for trouble everywhere. When do they need so many reasons? Just saying you are a bad guy is enough. Sandman sighed. This is also the reason why he hates superheroes, they like to meddle in other people's business. They didn't hurt their interests, why did these people act like their tails were stepped on? But you can't find my vault. Tell me, who betrayed us? Sandman didn't want to dwell on this issue because it was meaningless. Just like Spider-Man said, it's natural. But he was still curious about how Spider-Man found this place. As for saying that he found it while strolling around, that was an insult to his intelligence. How did you stroll here when it was so tight? Sandman suspected that there was a traitor, and he suspected that it was his competitor who did it. Of course, they were not doing a monopoly. There were many middlemen like them. Kingpin almost unified the underground world of New York back then, and there were still middlemen operating in New York. There were many people in this business. It was naturally impossible for them to monopolize the entire market. So it was normal to have competitors. But he couldn't think of who it could be for a while. Well, he had offended too many people. No comment. Spider-Man certainly remembered who told him that someone was committing a crime here, a group of children. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to say it. What if this group of people retaliated against that group of children? Peter still had this vigilance. Very good, it seems that we can't reach a consensus. Well, anyway, I don't plan to let this matter go. After all, you have caused me heavy losses. Then I will do both things at once, and you will tell me. After saying this, the surface of the Sandman's body began to crack and change color, turning into sand. Kill them. Then he turned into gravel and fell on the sand pile, and then the sand rushed towards Spider-Man and the Green Goblin like a rising tide. The Green Goblin immediately controlled the Goblin aircraft to fly upwards, while Spider-Man shot out spider webs that stuck to the aircraft and flew upwards. It was also at this time that the middle-aged man who had not spoken much raised his left arm, tapped his left arm a few times, and then more than a dozen drones appeared around him. Chapter 1582 First Update. Wizard Bentley Whitman, an inventor. He has a high IQ, but his emotional control ability is a bit problematic, which is why he immediately gave up and became a bad guy after being humiliated by Tony. Of course, Tony has an unshirkable responsibility for this. After all, his bad taste is really bad. If you don't like other people's inventions, just don't like them. Why do you have to be so talkative to humiliate others? A good Otaku inventor was forced to become a villain. The invention submitted by the wizard to Tony is called ID Machine. I don't know why it is called this name. It was given by the wizard himself. But the specific function is probably to use electromagnetic ability to affect people's brain waves, make people hallucinate, and thus achieve the ability to brainwash or control other people's thinking. Of course, when this technology was submitted to Tony at the time, it was only a prototype, quite simple, and the effect of the prototype was even more unsatisfactory. So he was humiliated by Tony. In a rage, the wizard smashed his prototype and then went to commit crimes. Those drones are the wizard's new invention. This is not a simple drone, it is an anti-gravity drone, equipped with various weapons, not only flexible, but also powerful in destructive power. Soon, a group of white drones surrounded Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. The two naturally could not surrender, and they all showed their magical powers. Spider-Man directly adjusted the frequency of his web launcher and changed it to impact mode. Spider-Man's web launcher has 3 modes. The first one is used when Spider-Man swings around. In this mode, the web is mainly launched linearly, allowing the spider silk to grab the high place, and Spider-Man can also grab the spider silk and swing around. The second is the capture mode. After it is launched, it will directly become a large web, directly net the prey, and tighten to prevent the prey from escaping. The third is the impact mode. In this mode, the web launcher will not shoot out spider webs, but will shoot out a ball of solidified spider silk bullets, and it will be shot out like a bullet under the drive of the web launcher. In this mode, the power of the web bullet will be very strong. With the addition of Spider-Man's mutant ability, Peter's accuracy is very good. His dynamic vision allows him to clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. With this talent, how can his shooting accuracy be inaccurate? In fact, Kai always felt that Peter was wasting his talent. Why did he want to be Spider-Man? Go be a policeman. Shooting legally, I don't know how many criminals can be killed. In this situation, the wizard's drones were blown up one by one. On the other side, the little Green Goblin was not much better. His weapons were more diverse than Spider-Man. The glider under his feet directly fired 2 missiles. The 2 missiles disintegrated directly in the air, and then countless small missiles flew out. These missiles have automatic enemy search functions, which blew up a large number of drones at once. The wizard's face turned black. His drone was destroyed so easily. And it was destroyed by 2 children. Huh? I was scared to death. I thought this guy was so powerful. The little Green Goblin pretended to touch the sweat on his head. He was wearing the Green Goblin armor, and it was impossible for him to sweat. But the next second, he fell directly from the glider. It was noise. He raised his left hand, and a series of circular sound waves hit the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin fell down without a sound. Harry, Spider-Man shouted Harry's real name in a hurry. But just as he rushed down to rescue the Green Goblin, a gust of sand suddenly wrapped him up. Spider-Man was like drowning, struggling in the sea of sand, and constantly pulling the sea of sand back. He tried to escape with a spider web, but the sand was too heavy, and there was something pulling him down, so he couldn't escape at all. The Green Goblin was fine. He was the only son of a billionaire, and he had so many safety measures on him that it was outrageous. When his body was about to land, the mecha on his body suddenly deformed and stretched out several small jets, and then his body immediately slowed down, and in the end it landed slowly like slow motion, without any damage. At the same time, the repair system inside the mecha began to work, helping Harry repair his injuries. In fact, he was not injured, he was just hit by the ultrasound and fell into coma. He only needed simple treatment to regain consciousness. Of course, this is not because Noise showed mercy, but because Osborn loved his son so much that when he made the mecha for Harry, he used the best materials and put a lot of effort into protection. He thought of almost all the threats he could think of and responded to them one by one, so Harry was not injured. Rich children are like treasures. Unlike Peter, he used to come out to work in pajamas. What a difference. Harry's consciousness returned to his body. He didn't understand what happened at all, but he soon didn't want to think about it because he saw a middle-aged uncle with a shriveled face reaching out to him. Boys should protect themselves outside. His father taught him this sentence. You know, according to a report released by Central Reports, a U.S. data investigation agency, between 2016 and 2019, 40 out of 100 sexual assaults were committed against men. Especially handsome little boys are most likely to become sexual assault targets. Harry is very handsome, and unlike Osborn, Harry's appearance is more feminine, belonging to the kind of beautiful boy. This type of person is the favorite target of those scheming 1s and church priests. Osborn didn't want his son to be hurt in this way, so he was very strict in education in this regard. To be honest, Osborn was very old-fashioned, more conservative than the traditional Puritans, and he didn't want his son to become a zero. So when he saw a strange uncle approaching him, even though Harry didn't understand what was happening for a while, he still raised his hand and threw a ball out. The ball made a click in the air and then deformed. Two sharp blades stretched out from the ball, and then the ball actually began to spin rapidly and flew towards the wizard. The wizard was startled and immediately commanded two drones to go up and try to stop the ball, but the ball seemed to have identified the wizard, and it bypassed the two drones with a whoosh and flew directly towards the wizard. The wizard stepped on two discs to dodge immediately, but the ball chased him. In the end, the Noise couldn't stand it anymore and directly used ultrasound to blow up the ball. However, he also overlooked Osborn's ruthlessness. There was a bomb inside the ball. The power was the same as that of a pumpkin bomb. Generally speaking, this thing is a knife disc. Its main function is automatic tracking and automatic cutting. It is very powerful, but it will not explode. However, if someone destroys it, it will explode immediately. The main function is to catch people by surprise. Osborn is indeed a capitalist, and he is very cunning. This explosion stunned the wizard. He did not expect this to happen. He was not prepared at all and was blown away directly. After the flying knife exploded, Harry also woke up and knew what he was doing. So he immediately whistled, and the goblin glider that was originally suspended in the air and motionless immediately flew towards Harry. Harry jumped, stood on the glider, and rushed towards the little spider who was struggling in the sand sea. The little spider was dying. Really, I'm not kidding. Although sand can't drown people, at least it can't drown Spider-Man. Spider-Man wears a mask, and the sand can't enter his mouth and nose, and the sand itself is breathable. But the huge pressure of the sand can make people breathless, especially when the sand is still alive. Spider-Man felt that the last bit of air in his lungs was almost squeezed out by the sand. What's worse is that the sand is alive. It is constantly squeezing his body and trying to break all his bones. Although Spider-Man tried his best, he still couldn't get rid of the control of the sand sea. Spider-Man, Harry flew through the air and grabbed Peter's arm, trying to pull him out of the sand sea, but he couldn't move halfway. Peter's foot was entangled with sand, and the sand was like an arm holding his foot tightly. Seeing this scene, Harry immediately raised his hand and shot at the sand, but it was useless. The sand arm was too thick, and he could not completely break it. As long as there was a trace of connection, it was useless, because the wound that was shut out in the next second would be filled by other sand. At this time, Spider-Man was finally able to breathe, so he shouted, "Go! Harry! Run!" He knew that if Harry didn't put himself down now, then both of them would be dragged down. Of course, Harry couldn't listen to Spider-Man. The glider under his feet had already reached its maximum power, and his hands were tightly holding Peter, trying to pull him away. But just as Peter said, if he didn't let go, he would be finished too. Just as he was wrestling with the sand under him suddenly moved, and then a column of sand suddenly shot up into the sky, grabbing Hara, pulling him off the glider, and then both Harry and Peter were dragged into the sand. Well, now the two of them are really finished. This is the wizard who breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he is not very used to fighting. He prefers to hide in the dark. Noise looked at the two children who were not swallowed by the sand, walked to Frank with a gloomy face and said, "Just these two children destroyed our vault? You are more useless than I thought." Frank opened his mouth. "Damn, you guys can't handle it. If it weren't for the Sandman boss here, these two little things would have run away long ago." But thinking about Noise's strength, he decided to shut up. There is no point in talking. You might even get beaten up, which is not worth it. What should we do? The two little guys have been caught by the Sandman boss, so they can't make any more waves. What he asked was, what should we do next? The wizard also came over at this time. "We have to run away," the wizard said very straightforwardly. "That little spider always appears in Stark Tower. He has a special relationship with Tony Stark. If we kill him, he will definitely fight with Tony Stark to the death. We can only run away," Noise said irritably. "Don't call me Tony all day long. We are not afraid of him. Why should we run? These two guys are looking for death." Noise is very young and full of youthful vigor. In fact, he doesn't agree with the Sandman's style of doing things. He thinks it is too cowardly. He wants to become famous and recruit more men. Only in this way can he have the chance to seek revenge on Wakanda. His family and Wakanda have a deep hatred. But he is not the opponent of the Sandman. The four demons are not one and the same. The strong have the final say. The Sandman is the strongest, so he can only listen to him. The key is that Sandman did nothing wrong, and their business is indeed booming. But now he is asked to abandon everything and leave New York, and Noise is not happy. "You are afraid of Tony Stark, but I am not." The wizard was speechless, and he shook his head. Tony Stark is not scary, but don't forget that he has a Kai Wayne. Offending these two people is equivalent to offending a large group of superheroes. Don't forget what happened to the Rogue Gang some time ago, then let those two guys go, Noise said again. "Then are you willing to pay the money?" the wizard asked again. Pay the money? Noise was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the burnt black truck. Is there no other way? Sure enough, as he thought before, no one is willing to spit out what they have swallowed. So much money, it is also a lot to share among the four of them. Paying money. In fact, if their business is long enough and big enough, they may lose money. But the problem is that up to now, their investment is nothing. They use the gangsters' money to trade with Mexican drug lords, take a cut from it, and then give the drugs to those gangsters. The gangsters give them the money and ask them to help launder the money, and they take a cut again. These are all no-cost businesses. But they have only been in this business for 2 years. They have made some money, but not that much. After all, the business has just started. If they accumulate more time, they will have more customers and more capital. Maybe they will be happy to lose money and end the matter. But now it is absolutely impossible. If they really lose that money, they will not have much money. How about we give these two little guys to those gangsters? Noise suggested. Not very good, the wizard shook his head. The gangs are just like banks, they are unreasonable. They gave us the money, and then when something went wrong with the money, they didn't care what happened in the middle, they just wanted the money. Tisk. Besides, you handed Spider-Man over to them. Do you think Tony Stark will let us go? Don't be stupid. Okay, then I'll find those gangs and ask them to actively agree to waive compensation. Is that okay? What are we doing? Reputation is our foundation. If you do this, it's the same as not paying money. No one will come to us again, then, there is no other way except paying money. By the way, we have to release the two guys. What? We have to release the two guys even if we pay money? Then we won't get anything. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1583 Pepper. In fact, the life and death of Spider-Man and Green Goblin are not decided by Noise, but by Sandman, who has never intended to bypass them. So much money. So much money. All gone. All fucking gone. Sandman has been poor since he was a child, and has never seen much money. After suffering a lot of torture, he finally started a small business with a group of brothers, and had today's scene, but what was the result? It was destroyed by these two little bastards. Sandman always felt that he had a tacit understanding with the superheroes in the city. He did his business, and as long as he didn't make trouble, those superheroes would turn a blind eye to him. After all, Sandman knew very well that sin would never disappear. Sin comes from human nature, and as long as there is greed in human nature, sin will never disappear. When will there be no sin in New York City? Sin will never disappear, no, even the gangs will not disappear. As long as the gap between the rich and the poor exists, the gangs will never be eliminated. Superheroes can fight against sin, but they can never eliminate sin. Those poor people who can't even afford food, what can they do if they don't join the gangs? Go to work? Huh. Capitalism doesn't need so many workers. There aren't so many jobs to offer. Many people think that the crime rate in the United States is caused by blacks and illegal immigrants. However, the fact is that the United States needs illegal immigrants, just like they needed blacks many years ago. Capital needs cheap labor, but there are not enough white people, especially poor white people. And those wealthy white people are unwilling to do those dirty and tiring jobs, so the northern states had to liberate blacks because they needed a lot of cheap labor. Similarly, those low-paying jobs in the United States need illegal immigrants. Because Americans don't want to do those jobs at all. But these people will not be treated equally. They are at the bottom of society. The solidified classes in the United States will not give them a way to rise in class. Do you know how difficult it is to get into a first-class university from a school that advocates happy education? You have to know a fact that in the United States, truly advanced private schools have never promoted any happy education. In reality, when countless public schools began to teach students to face up to their gender, those private schools were teaching students how to learn quickly. While they are teaching the children of poor families how to be happy, those private schools are torturing their students to death. While those public schools are telling children what is politically correct, those children in private schools are learning how to socialize correctly. Not to mention the high tuition fees. All the first-class universities, such as politics, economics, business, law tuition fees are frighteningly expensive. On the contrary, those subjects that are born in line with the trend, such as gender studies, sociology, art studies, etc., which look fancy but are actually useless, have very cheap tuition fees. Many people, if you ask them which school they graduated from, they will tell you that they graduated from art history, which is basically gilded. Such people may have a good-looking title, but they can never become people with real power. And these subjects are all reserved for those so-called happy education products. The unfairness of society is destined that if these exploited and despised people want to achieve class leap, they must take some different ways. Although being in the mafia seems to have nothing to do with class transition, if the poor want to get rich, is there an easier way for them to get rich without being in the mafia? So in the eyes of the Sandman, since the evil cannot be eliminated, there will always be someone who does those things, so why can't it be them? So he strictly controls his partners and subordinates not to provoke superheroes or make big news. The fact is also positive, the superheroes did not attack them. So he felt that he had reached a tacit understanding with the superheroes. But today, these two little gangsters took the lead in breaking the rules. They broke the tacit understanding. They must be punished and use their lives to pay the price of breaking the tacit understanding. This is a response to those superheroes. Little Spider and Little Green Goblin were buried in the sand, and the huge pressure made their bones groan. The sand was moving at high speed, and they wanted to grind them into powder. But at this moment, on the building above their heads, a waterfall suddenly fell from the sky, just like a mountain torrent. Countless water rushed down with an unstoppable momentum. Boom. Crash. After the sand was touched by water, it immediately seemed to lose its activity and turned into ordinary sand, which was swept away by the water in all directions. Gradually, the original sea of sand was dispersed, revealing two poor people under the sea of sand. Little Spider was the most seriously injured and could not move at all. Fortunately, his chest was still heaving and he would not die for the time being. Harry was lucky because he was not seriously injured because of the performance of the Green Goblin mech. If it was later, the mech would probably not be able to protect him. This also caused the green coating on the surface of the Green Goblin mech to be completely scraped off, revealing the dark and bumpy surface of the mech inside. At this time, a golden red figure fell beside Peter. It was a metal mech that looked very similar to Spider-Man. Behind it, there were 4 mechanical legs, which seemed to be made according to the legs of spiders. It was very imposing and looked very dangerous. However, unlike Spider-Man, her chest muscles were much more exaggerated. It was a girl at first glance. This is the Spiderweb who just debuted recently. That is Gwen. Gwen forgot the principle of confidentiality again. She picked up Peter and tried to take off his mask. Fortunately, Harry was still awake. Spiderweb. Don't expose Spider-Man. Gwen stopped immediately after hearing this, and immediately realized that it was meaningless to take off the mask at this time. She hurriedly asked her mecha computer to check Peter's status. Karen. Check Spider-Man's injuries. Soon, a beam of light popped up on Gwen's visor and scanned Peter's whole body at a high speed. The bones are damaged and the internal bleeding is serious, but according to Spider-Man's physical data, his life will not be endangered for the time being. Spider-Man's physical fitness is very good, and he can beat Captain America by 8 streets. If it were a normal person, he would have died long ago, but for Spider-Man, it was nothing. Although he would not be able to recover after a sleep, he would be able to jump around in a week or so. That's how good it is. Hearing this, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. Harry only remembered at this time how Gwen got here. Gwen, how did you get here? Go. Call Mr. Stark and Mr. Wayne. Haha, you can't leave. The wizard and Noise came over. The wizard looked at the mecha on Gwen and immediately showed a perverted expression. This mecha. It's obviously Tony Stark's work. It's mine. The wizard actually always admired Tony, otherwise he wouldn't have run to see Tony with his invention. It's just that the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. He thought he could be appreciated by Tony. After all, he regarded Tony as an idol. This is a common problem of fans, imposing many additional attributes on idols. In fact, such people are sad. Do others know who you are? There is only one idol, but there are tens of thousands of fans. Why do you think you are the special one in the idol's mind? You only have him, but he has tens of thousands of fans. What happened back then was because the wizard found an inappropriate time to go to Tony. He was picking up girls. You are a wretched middle-aged greasy man. Why do you think your girl is important? As a result, because of his interruption, the girl flew away, which made Tony very angry. Who the hell are you? Plus his talent for sharp tongue. So the wizard broke down. Although the wizard still hates Tony now, his nature has not changed. He admires Tony's wonderful ideas. What else? Does he admire Tony's handsomeness? He hates Tony's character and wants to kill him as soon as possible, but he still affirms his ability as always. So when he saw the mecha made by Tony, he immediately became excited. If he can get this mecha, he can DIY it, and even use it to study Tony's technical shortcomings and finally defeat the arrogant Tony Stark. Noise glanced at the wizard and didn't comment. It was hard for him to understand the wizard. He seemed to have schizophrenia. His favorite thing to do in the past was to watch Tony's battle scenes over and over again. He never got tired of watching them, but he would curse Tony Stark afterwards. He cursed him so badly, saying that he was blind and stupid. Noise had always doubted the wizard's sexual orientation. He even suspected that the reason why the wizard hated Tony Stark so much was because he couldn't get it. He expressed his love to Tony, but Tony was straight and rejected him. Then he turned from love to hate. But it was none of his business. As long as the wizard didn't ask him for love, he didn't bother to care. Will the Sandman be okay? Noise looked at the wet sand on the ground and asked playfully. It was the first time he knew that the Sandman was afraid of water. To put it bluntly, the 4 of them were just a cooperative relationship, and they had always been killing people. This didn't mean that Noise didn't have any ambitions. Now knowing a weakness of the Sandman was also a gain. The wizard shrugged. How could he know? He had never thought that the Sandman would be afraid of water. The Python Man knew something. He had seen the Sandman drink water. The Sandman never drank water with his mouth, but with his fingers. That's right, he always used the water-absorbing property of sand to replenish his body's water. The Sandman could not eat or drink, but he needed to always maintain the form of sand. Once he moved in human form, he still needed to supplement the various nutrients and essential elements that humans needed. When he was in human form, he was not afraid of water, but as long as he turned into sand, Water would reduce his reaction ability and even cause him to lose control of the sand. Maybe the sand became heavier after being touched by water? The Python man didn't know what the principle was, but he knew that the sand man did have a fear of water. In fact, it was a problem caused by being locked up at the bottom of the lake for several years. When he ran out of the sealed jar, he almost drowned. If he hadn't been lucky and was hung up by a fishing line, he would have drowned long ago. Of course, the Python man didn't expect that he would be so afraid. Looking at the wet sand, the Python was in a dilemma. Who is the boss of the sand people? This one? Or that one? And then, how to save? Shovel all the sand together? Want to make a sand sculpture? You want Tony's mecha? Have you asked me? At this moment, a blue voice and shadow flew over the sky. With a clearly feminine appearance, you can tell at a glance that this is a lady. Several people were stunned. I have never seen it before. Pepper had always wanted to fight side by side with Tony, and she had a long training for this, but this idea has never been realized. There is no way. Pepper is too busy. She is now the president of Stark Group. Tony Stark has never been a hard-working person. At least he has never been in managing the company. In the past, the company was handed over to professional managers, that is, Obadiah Stane, the guy who betrayed Tony and wanted to kill Tony. Obadiah Stane has served the Stark family for many years. Since the time of Tony's father, he has been the president of Stark Group. He had a very good relationship with Tony's father Howard, but this professional manager had been the president for too long. He had an illusion that Stark Group was his. He was very unhappy with Tony, a playboy who did not do his job. He felt that he had made the greatest contribution to Stark Group and deserved the most. So he planned to kill Tony and then take over the company by taking advantage of the fact that Tony had no heir. This was very easy. Tony had no heir, and he had such a good relationship with the Stark family that he could just forge a will without any problem and no one would suspect it. It was also this betrayal that made Tony pay a little attention to the company and replaced the president with his confidant, Pepper. Then he never managed it again. A super consortium with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars has too many affairs to deal with every day. At the beginning, Pepper needed a period of training and adaptation because of the extremis virus, so Tony was almost exhausted to death by letting him take charge of the company himself. He is very smart, but being smart does not mean that he can handle everything. After all, managing such a large company is not a science that is as simple as ding is ding, Mao is Mao. It tests not only IQ, but also EQ. It just so happens that Tony's emotional intelligence is very worrying. It's not true that Tony has low emotional intelligence, but he doesn't care about these things and always offends people. In short, it's not easy to be a president. At least Pepper is very busy. There is no chance to go out and fight side by side with Tony, and Tony is not a hard worker like Daredevil, who goes out every night to do justice. On the contrary, Tony rarely appears on the streets to fight criminals. He stays in the laboratory most of the time. So the two male and female have never fought together. Instead, Pepper and a few little guys went out to perform several missions. This time is also the same. Tony stayed in the laboratory, and Pepper happened to be free. When she noticed that something happened to Spider-Man and Green Goblin, she rushed over immediately. It's just in time. I have to adjust the update time. There is no way. My body really can't bear it. So in the future, the update time will be adjusted to before 12 o'clock every day. As for the old updates, you need to wait and adjust your work and rest time. Chapter 1584, Flexibility. Facing Pepper's sudden appearance, Noise and the Wizard were not too worried. After all, in their opinion, this was just a group of old, weak, women and children. What was there to be afraid of? Leave her to me, the wizard laughed strangely. Why? Do you know her? Noise asked. It's not hard to guess. Tony Stark is such an arrogant guy. He won't hand over his work to outsiders. Many people know that Tony Stark is Iron Man. Of course, the government also knows it, so the government has always been eyeing Iron Man's technology. Apart from anything else, if the US government can form such an army, then the United States will definitely return to the world's #1 in an instant. After Tony blew himself up and said that he was Iron Man, the US government thought about ordering the mecha from the Stark Group, but Stark refused. So the US government directly activated its life skill and directly seized it by force. The rise of the United States depends on this. So Congress directly held a hearing and determined that Tony's possession of the Iron Man metra was illegal possession of weapons of mass destruction. Although the United States has given people the right to freely possess weapons, it does not mean that people can freely possess weapons. This seems a bit confusing, but it is not at all. The United States gave people the right to hold weapons, on the one hand, because there was a practical need for this when the Constitution was drafted. You have to know that when the Constitution was drafted, the so-called founding fathers of the United States were a mess. They did not have the most fundamental national identity at all, and they represented the interests of the landlord class at that time. Yes, many people in modern times say that the Constitution at that time consolidated the power of the bourgeoisie. However, on the contrary, there was no bourgeoisie in the United States at that time. At least it was not strong. The most typical example is that Washington was born in a manor family. In fact, many founding fathers came from this class. Because the United States was a colony at that time, their position was the dumping ground for raw materials and commodities in the British Empire system, and their bourgeoisie naturally could not be that strong. In short, the landlord class did not want to see a big government, so the United States at that time was very scattered, and the degree of autonomy of each state was very high. The states could enter and leave the Federation freely, and there was no so-called national identity at all. Everyone was a scattered country, because their own interests were united together. So no one agreed to restrict the possession of weapons. At that time, there was not even the concept of the U.S. Army, there were only state militias. In modern times, the existence of this law is still based on practical needs. The United States is vast and sparsely populated. Most people live in relatively sparsely populated towns. On the contrary, the population of large cities accounts for a minority of the total population of the United States. Don't look at those statistics that say that the proportion of urban population in the United States is as high as 80%-90%. Those are not objective at all. Many so-called cities have extremely scattered population distribution. Those people living in sparsely populated areas naturally have a demand for weapons. This is a rigid demand. If the U.S. population is really concentrated in large cities, then banning guns is simple. After all, those who support gun bans in the United States are people from large cities. The smaller the place, the more opposed to gun bans, because gun bans are to their lives. They don't even have the ability to protect their own safety. But supporting the possession of weapons is support, but there is a limit. Especially in today's society. The U.S. government does not allow civilians to possess highly dangerous weapons, because the government is also afraid that the people will overthrow the government. There is no way. The United States itself has a lot of internal contradictions. If everyone holds heavy weapons, believe it or not, there will be wars in minutes. The most obvious example is that it is free to buy guns in the United States, but it is illegal to buy bulletproof vests. This is just like many ancient dynasties, where you can have weapons at home, but you can't have armor. The U.S. government relied on this point and planned to confiscate Tony's metra directly. This thing is much more terrible than a bulletproof vest. Unfortunately, Tony was also very teasing. He directly said that the big hole in his chest was an assistive tool for the disabled, and used his venomous tongue to swear at the congressman who presided over the hearing at the time. However, it is obvious that the U.S. government cannot give up so easily. Fortunately, Tony also saw the situation clearly and did not resist. Instead, he gave a set of armor to his friend, James Rhodes. It was a disguised surrender. After that, the military asked Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries to imitate it, but there was a problem. The knockoffs of Hammer Industries were directly cracked. If Tony and Kai hadn't destroyed all those knockoffs, it would be hard to say how big a deal it would have caused. Facts have proved that Tony's technology is far superior to contemporary technology, and even imitation is impossible. After that, the governments of various countries also took action. Although the Stark Group was one of the largest arms contractors of the U.S. military before, it is also a multinational company after all. After they entered the energy industry, they needed the international market even more, which gave countries an excuse to intervene. No one wants to see the United States become stronger. So countries directly threaten the U.S. government. Once the U.S. government forced Stark to hand over the Iron Man technology, the major countries in the world would make a strong counterattack. After that, a series of things made the United States fall from the altar, and it was even more impossible for countries to allow the U.S. government to obtain the technology of the Iron Man armor. So the current situation was created. The government could only worry about these technologies. Tony had never made armor for outsiders. The only well-known ones were James Rhodes and Kai. But since Kai got the destroyer, he no longer wore armor. And the woman in front of him was obviously wearing an Iron Man armor. It was too easy to guess who she was. On the contrary, it was hard to guess who the female Spider-Man was. Who is she? Hey, Tony's mistress, Ms. Virginia Pepper Potts, the president of Stark Group. Am I right? The wizard said confidently. Pepper didn't care much about it. If she guessed it, she guessed it. With their status, they don't really care about their identities being leaked. She is not a superhero like Peter who needs to protect her privacy. With her status, there is no privacy at all, especially after she and Tony confirmed their relationship. The whole world is paying close attention to her. There is no way. Since she and Tony confirmed their relationship, Tony Stark, the former playboy, has never come out to track bees and butterflies again. This made many gossip magazines anxious. Tony Stark has become a very good man. You know, Tony used to be a frequent visitor to these magazines. He wanted to have a girlfriend every day. All the beautiful female stars had scandals with him. But now he has become a vegetarian. Many female stars are beating their chests and stamping their feet. If they had known that Tony Stark was so innocent and would become like this once they had established a relationship, they should have put in more effort. After all, in their opinion, Pepper was just like that. Is she pretty? Of course she is pretty, no one would lie about that. But if you really say she is the best in the world, then no one would believe it. Hollywood and New York Vanity Fair have never lacked beautiful girls. What they lack is a top bachelor like Tony Stark. As for ability, few people really believe it. In the eyes of most people, Pepper was able to become the president of Stark Group because of Tony. There was no way she went from being Tony's secretary to becoming the president. This leap across levels was too much. So many people were curious about how Pepper won Tony, and she became a trend all of a sudden. How many female stars were paying attention to her and learning skills from her? Not to mention driving her away from Tony. At least they learned and could catch a top-notch man. Those American female stars don't look at the scenery, but there are really few who can cross the class and marry real big men. If you look closely at the Hollywood actresses, they either marry someone in the circle or marry some wealthy people with a small fortune, but few can marry those big families and big figures. So even though they look glamorous, in fact, for the real powerful people, they are all too dirty, and they have no value and interest. American big families are still very picky about marriage partners. Those so-called true love is invincible, just ordinary people are enough in the movies. Have you ever seen a female star marry an ordinary person? Not to mention the United States, even China has not. Chinese stars can only marry people in the circle. In the past, there were actresses who married ordinary people, but now it is impossible. Those real rich people can play with actresses, but take them home? What are you thinking? They have been played so many times, who cares? This situation will be more and more true in the future. The class is solidified. The actresses are getting richer and richer, and they look down on ordinary people. But the real rich people look down on actresses and think they are dirty. Only ordinary people are the most unlucky. Hey, now you all say that Dongzi will marry Milk Tea's sister, but when you look back, you will find that Dongzi is not bad. At least he knows to marry an ordinary person. What? You said Milk Tea's sister is beautiful. Dongzi just thinks she is beautiful. No, what is your logic? You know to look for beautiful teachers when watching movies, so what's wrong with other rich people marrying beautiful wives? Even Jack Ma, who looks so miserable, is liked by some people. No one really thinks that others like Jack Ma because of his talent, right? In short, Pepper's success has given many female stars hope. The hope of turning over. So they pay crazy attention to everything about Pepper. Where there is demand, there is a market. Everyone pays attention, so the media naturally can't let it go. So Pepper became the most popular star, and even saved Stark Group tens of millions of public relations fees. Any big company needs fame, which is money. The more attention your company gets, the more your products can be sold. The same is true in the capital market. Those companies with the highest market value have the most news. As long as it is not a scandal, it means making money. Stark Group also needs such attention because they need their stock price to rise. If the stock price goes up by 1 point, that means billions of real money. Pepper, a genuine president, has become a celebrity spokesperson, and the effect is very good. So, Pepper doesn't care about being discovered. What if she is discovered? Who will say anything? She has changed from a president to a spokesperson. What's so scary? Besides, her identity is her best umbrella. Who would touch her for no reason? Have you said enough? Pepper was very curious about what these people were going to do. You say, the python spoke at this time. We kidnapped this woman. Will Tony Stark pay for the ransom? This made the wizard and the noise's eyes light up. Yes. They suffered a great loss this time, but if they caught Pepper, Tony Stark is famous for not treating money as money. If there's this ransom, compensation and so on are just a drizzle. They can also make a fortune. The more important thing is that they have made a name for themselves. By then, all the gangs in New York, no, it should be the gangs in the United States, will come to them to do business. Because for money, they dared to kidnap even Iron Man's mistress. And they also lost money. This credibility is not rock solid. Idiot. A voice suddenly interrupted their wonderful enjoyment. They turned their heads and saw that it was Sandman. He was still in the state of sand at this moment, and the whole person was like a statue made of wet sand. The surface was brown, not the yellow of sand. When he opened his mouth to speak, there were still clumps of sand falling on his face, but he quickly replenished it. Are you stupid? If you really kidnap this woman, Tony Stark will chase you to the ends of the earth and find you and kill you. Sandman felt that several of his teammates were crazy about money. Is this the same thing? If they kill Spider-Man, then they kill him. According to Sandman's idea, Spider-Man is not Tony Stark's biological son. He may be sad if he dies, but he shouldn't chase them. But if you kidnap his wife, he won't let it go even for the sake of face. Although this is a bit cruel to Peter and the others. But the world is such a world, and a wife is much more important than other people's children. Don't think about money all day long. You have to have a life to spend it. Noise was very unconvinced when he heard it. What is Tony Stark? If I provoke him, I will kill him too. Sandman didn't get angry when he heard it, but said, if you can really do it, then talk about it. The wizard also reacted at this time. It's true that we can't kidnap her, but we just watch it? Do nothing. Sandman almost woke up from his rage at this time. He looked at Pepper. Today we, the four fear demons, are in trouble. You can leave. He thought very clearly that the money was really gone now, and he couldn't get the money back even if he killed a few people. Why kill them? It would be better to be more practical and think of ways to deal with those gangs. If that doesn't work, they can only find another way to make money. At least it's better than being driven out of New York. Unfortunately, he doesn't know much about the nature of superheroes. Although there are not many people as extreme as Rorschach, it is absolutely impossible to make peace with criminals. No. You are criminals. You must be brought to justice. This is what Gwen shouted. Gwen has a police father who hates criminals the most and thinks very similarly to the police. How can a policeman see a criminal and let him run away? This made the Sandman's already relaxed nerves tense again. It's not fear. It's anger. He has already pinched his nose and admitted defeat, but others still don't give him face. He patiently said to Pepper, Ms. Pepper, what do you think? He thought Pepper was an adult and a president. At least he knew what it meant to be a hero who knows the times. He was already a hero. He didn't believe that Pepper couldn't see it. Pepper did know when to be in the dust and when to go along with the crowd. As the president of a large company, she naturally couldn't have full moral points. Flexibility is a quality that a qualified manager must possess. But Sandman guessed one thing wrong. That is, Pepper is indeed flexible, but never with criminals. Chapter 1585 Half the Sky. To be honest, although Pepper looks very amiable, she is, after all, a member of the upper class. Superheroes actually represent class. For example, Spider-Man and Daredevil are typical representatives of the lower class. They care more about the interests of the lower class, so they fight crime day and night, and they will not turn a blind eye to crimes just because they are small crimes. They are all inclusive. But Tony and Kai are closer to the elite class. The elite class mentioned here does not mean that they have completely turned to the elite class and joined forces with those officials to exploit the lower class. They certainly have their own moral values. For example, Kai, after all, he has received so many years of socialist education. He can't join forces with those people to exploit the lower class. But their thinking is indeed more inclined to the elite class. They are not paying attention to individuals, but more to the whole. Kai and Tony have been preparing for the Earth to face those alien invaders. Naturally, They are not so concerned about those crimes that are less harmful. Well, since Tony debuted, he has not paid much attention to those joint crimes. This is a question of vision, and also a question of arrogance. That's right, there is nothing to wash away, it's just arrogance. Kai may not have been arrogant at the beginning, but too many things pushed him to the point of arrogance. How long has it been since he last made a contact? I'm afraid he has forgotten it himself. The same is true for Pepper. She was born in a wealthy family. Later, she became Tony's secretary, and then became the president. Step by step, she has separated herself from the masses. She may not think of herself as a so-called upper class in her subjective consciousness. She consciously treats everyone equally. But in fact, she is already an elite class, and her thoughts and ideas are also those of the elite class. The biggest characteristic of the elite class is arrogance. They will despise those so-called lower classes. They think that society is fair, and you can only change your own status through hard work. You are poor and you commit crimes, that's because you don't work hard, you are self-degrading. Not worthy of sympathy? They are prone to not seeing the reality clearly. The criticism ends here. Back to reality, at least in Pepper's eyes, most criminals are not worthy of sympathy. After all, in today's society, as long as you work hard, you won't starve to death. As for whether she knows that many people have tried their best to survive, it's hard to say. After all, if you look at her life experience, you will know that she has never suffered. So she hates the Sand People. If someone commits a crime because he has nothing to eat, although she doesn't agree, she can understand it. But what about the Sand People? They are very capable, much stronger than most people. They have every reason not to commit these crimes and live comfortably, but they still do it. This can't be explained by the pressure of life, they are just simply bad. Let them go today, then more people will be hurt because of them. So Pepper didn't plan to let them go. Of course, there is another reason why Pepper did this. If you can surrender, I can plead for you to the judge. This is the best solution Pepper can think of. The nerve-called reason of the Sand People broke with a bang. How arrogant. So you think you can defeat us? Sandman sneered. Noise sneered, is this your way? Sandman, how about we just kneel down and surrender? Noise was originally the most radical. He never liked killing people. He didn't come here just to make a fortune. Shut up, Sandman roared in a low voice. Sandman was very irritable now. You should know that Sandman's mental condition is not very good. Anyone who is locked in a dark jar for 3 years will go crazy. It is rare for Sandman to be able to maintain his sanity. It is normal for him to have some mental illness. Otherwise I will kill you. The wizard quickly grabbed Noise. Sandman is usually very calm, but sometimes he can't control himself. At this time, it's best not to provoke him, otherwise he will be killed. The wizard pulled Noise aside and asked, what should we do? The wizard is considered a lubricant in the team. He himself has no ambition to fight for power and profit, which can make Noise and Sandman give him face. Since this woman is not going to let us go, then kill her. After the Sandman said this, he turned into yellow sand and rushed towards Pepper. We should have done this a long time ago, Noise laughed. By the way, it's best to catch her alive. In any case, it would be nice if we could get some money from Tony Stark. According to his idea, killing this woman was a waste. After all, they were going to fight to the death with Tony Stark anyway, so it would be more cost-effective to catch her and get some money from Tony Stark. Pepper frowned and said to the Green Goblin, Green Goblin, take Peter away first, leave this place to us. Harry was just about to say something. Gwen threw Peter into Harry's arms. Go. Peter needs treatment. Harry opened his mouth. It would be better to have nothing to say. After all, he couldn't really leave Peter here. Now Peter was unconscious. Staying here would be a target and a burden. So Harry summoned his glider and took Peter to retreat directly. Don't let those two guys go. The Python still remembered that these two little bastards had blown up their money. The wizard immediately controlled his drones to stop Harry. But as soon as those drones started to move, they were shot up by several blue beams. It was Gwen. The four legs behind Gwen, as well as her hands and chest, can all fire ion cannons. These ion cannons have been further upgraded by Tony. The current ion cannons are an electronic device that uses particle beam technology to launch repulsive explosions. They are a particle beam weapon, which Tony calls repulsor rays. They can project high-density muon beams as a defense measure and are also used to keep the body stable during flight. Although it is a defense measure, this weapon is also one of the offensive tools of the armor. In addition to repelling solid matter and offsetting energy attacks, it can also penetrate steel by adjusting the power output, blow up large holes in the mountain, or directly evaporate the enemy. Shooting up a few anti-gravity drones is no problem at all. Then Gwen immediately flew into the sky to cover Harry's retreat. On the other side, the water on the Sandman's body came quickly and dried even faster. Sand can't hold water. For a moment, the originally scattered sands gathered into a huge sand wave again and rushed towards Pepper. Pepper didn't panic either. She directly activated a large pulse electromagnetic cannon on her arm and the floating cannon on her back. The Mecha Pepper War was specially designed and manufactured by Tony for Pepper. It was independent of the Mark series. All of Tony's mechas were named after Mark, but this set of armor was not. It had its own independent series. It was called Rescue Armor. The Mecha generally continued many designs of the Mark series. The only difference was that Tony made a big adjustment in the attack weapons. This Mecha no longer carried physical weapons such as rockets, but all used energy weapons. Its main weapons, in addition to the palm cannon and chest-light cannon, were the floating cannon and the large pulse electromagnetic cannon it carried. The so-called large pulse electromagnetic cannon is that the armor opens up and down to form an energy concentrator, which together with a palm cannon launch port forms a large pulse electromagnetic cannon. This large pulse electromagnetic cannon is several times more powerful than the palm cannon, and its range is also several times larger. As for the floating cannon, this is a new weapon created by Tony based on the inspiration of Wakanda technology. This is an energy weapon that can levitate and aim and shoot autonomously. As the two weapons glowed, a huge blue shock wave directly covered the entire field. The surging sand first hovered in the air for a moment, and then with a bang, it turned into flying sand all over the sky. There were also large pieces of glass-like things falling down. That was the sand being directly burned by high temperature, forming a glass-like substance. This move stunned the sand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After seeing Pepper's move, he immediately turned into winds and sand flying all over the sky, leaving no subject for Pepper to attack. At this time, the python also rushed into the wind and sand, relying on the active cover of the wind and sand, and quickly approached Pepper. Not far from Pepper, he directly charged his devil whips, and then, just like the funeral whip against Iron Man, he planned to split Pepper in half with one whip. In fact, the weapons of the pythons were largely inspired by the ideas of the Death Whip. And the pythons have something the Death Whip can compare to. That is, he has vibranium. Ulysses Claw, the father of Noise, left a rich legacy to his son, which is the vibranium accumulated by the family for generations. The Claw family has been at odds with Wakanda for a long time. In addition to constantly causing trouble for Wakanda, the most important thing is that their family has always hoped to master this extremely rare metal and thus have unimaginable power in the world. Their family has always believed that the uncivilized monkeys in Wakanda are not qualified to own a scarce resource like vibranium. They would rather let the vibranium be buried in the mines than take it out and use it well. Of course, more importantly, the Wakandans are still black. The Claw family is a typical Centurion supremacist. I think back then that Ulysses Claw's father was a Nazi, a die-hard fan. Even the King Centurion supremacist can't satisfy them, and they have directly turned into Aryan nationalism. Although this guy has been a loser for generations, he still got a lot of good things from Wakanda, such as vibranium. The total amount is certainly not much, but it also makes Noise the person who owns the most vibranium in the world. So at the request of the Sandman, he used vibranium to make two retractable and electrified vibranium whips for the python. If this thing really hits Pepper, it is really possible to split Pepper in two. However, as Tony's darling, how could Tony take it lightly? Look at what Osborn did to Harry. Tony will only do more than Osborn. Although Pepper's mecha is not made of all vibranium, there is no way, even Tony doesn't have the channel to get a lot of vibranium. If it weren't for the fact that vibranium will never deform after it is formed once. He wanted to melt the shield he got back from Captain America. Since the defense can't be top-notch, then make the detection system top-notch so that Pepper can always be one step ahead. When the whip whistled, Pepper moved horizontally to avoid it, and at the same time, the floating gun behind her turned around and fired at the position of the Python Man. The Python Man was caught off guard and was really knocked away. It seems that Pepper has always known that the Python Man is not far behind her, just waiting for an opportunity. After the Python Man was knocked away, he lay on the ground motionless. According to the detector of Pepper's mecha, his vital signs are rapidly declining. It is estimated that he is not going to make it. So weak. Pepper muttered for a while, and then ignored him, but stared at the wind and sand. The Sandman is really troublesome. It is impossible to hide him like this. However, at this time, Pepper suddenly noticed a fire hydrant on the side of the road. Suddenly, she had an idea. Before, the two of them used the water tank on the roof to save Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. I didn't think so much at the time, I just wanted to save people. If Pepper hadn't stopped Gwen, the little girl would have plunged down. Fortunately, Pepper saw the water tank. There are old buildings around here, so there is no modern booster system, and an old-fashioned water tank is used. So Pepper lifted the water tank and poured it down. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. He almost washed the Sandman into the sewer. Now that he knew that the Sandman was afraid of water, what were he waiting for? So Pepper rushed over and planned to kick over the fire hydrant. However, the Sandman saw this scene clearly. How could he let Pepper do what he wanted? Just when Pepper was a few meters away from the fire hydrant, sand suddenly gathered out of thin air, and the Sandman appeared, and at the same time one of his hands turned into a hammer. Boom! Caught off guard, Pepper was smashed away. Then the Sandman began to grow bigger. The sand in the air and on the ground was absorbed by him, and the body of the killer became bigger and bigger. The Sandman can increase his size and strength by absorbing sand. Pepper was actually not injured. He saw the scene in the air, so he turned the floating gun and aimed at the fire hydrant and fired. The Sandman was still growing bigger, and then he heard a bang beside him, and a red fire hydrant flew in front of him, followed by a rush of water. The water pressure of the fire hydrant was very strong, and it rushed to a height of more than 10 meters in an instant. Countless water drops fell on the Sandman, and then the sand on his body immediately clumps and falls down. The Sandman screamed angrily, directly peeled off a layer of sand on his body, and quickly left the position of the water flow. But at this time Pepper rushed over and stepped on the broken part of the fire hydrant. As the outlet was stepped on, the water flow immediately changed direction and shot towards the murderer. Just like a child playing with a water pipe, pinching the water outlet can not only increase the water pressure, but also change the direction. Chapter 1586 Gwen. Water is really useful for sand. The gushing water column is like a hot knife cutting butter, and the Sandman is the butter. With a sizzle, the Sandman was cut in half. The upper body of the Sandman fell to the ground with a panicked expression on his face, and his lower body collapsed instantly. He probably didn't expect it to turn out like this. Indeed, he hasn't encountered such a thing since he escaped from Lake Alkali. First of all, he is very careful and rarely fights in places with a lot of water. Secondly, the enemies he faced before had no power to fight back, so naturally he didn't test out that he still has this weakness. Unexpectedly, Pepper, a woman who spends most of her time in the office, tested it out today. This really surprised the Sandman. On the other side, Gwen was also desperately trying to stop the wizard and Noise. Noise originally planned to deal with Pepper. After all, she was Tony Stark's woman. If possible, he also wanted to try what Tony Stark's woman was like. Yes, it's just what you think. Noise is so heartbroken. He really doesn't think Tony Stark is awesome. He even thinks that if he came from the Stark group, he would definitely do much better than Tony Stark. But there's no way, he's just the son of an arms dealer. He's the kind of small-town kid who just came from the countryside to the big city to work hard. He's used to being the king in his hometown, and doesn't think the big guys in the big city are anything great. He's very confident that he can do better than them. He doesn't like the low-key development of the Sandman. He's more willing to copy the way of his small-town overlord. That is to make big news, directly make a name, and then recruit soldiers and horses, continue to make big news, and beat others to be afraid of him, then he will become the boss. What's more, he still has a blood feud to avenge, and he doesn't like this slow way of development at all. Of course, he couldn't beat the Sandman before, so naturally the Sandman had the final say. But now it's different, he knows the Sandman's weaknesses. Then he has the final say over the Gang of Four. He wants to change the development strategy of the Gang of Four. Tony Stark? He will soon become history, and New York will welcome its true master. But the Sandman and the Python went to deal with Pepper, and he couldn't intervene, so he planned to deal with the little girl first, and then join in the fun. Then he was taught a lesson by Gwen. Really beaten up. Although Gwen is a weak and beautiful girl, In fact, her talent is much stronger than Peter. First of all, she has a family background. Although it is not easy to see, Gwen's fighting level is actually quite good. Of course, it is compared with ordinary girls, but it doesn't matter. She doesn't need to be a real fighting master. After all, she is wearing a mecha. She just needs to have enough reaction ability. Secondly, Gwen is also very smart. Although she doesn't have such a terrible talent as Peter, her emotional intelligence is much higher than Peter. She is more sophisticated than Peter in dealing with anything, and she is calmer and more composed when encountering things. These characteristics make her very suitable to be a mecha operator. At least this Spider-Man mecha is well used in her hands. In the Spider-Man movie, Peter got a new battle suit from Tony, but he ran out to do justice without even figuring out its specific functions. This kind of thing is unlikely to happen to Gwen. When she first got the mecha, she spent a long time getting familiar with and practicing the control of the mecha. Noise thought Gwen was just a little girl, although she was easy to deal with, but he was severely taught a lesson. Let this young man who came to New York from the countryside to work hard know what the advantage of capital is. Noise's skills are all in the sound wave converter on his arm. This set of equipment is made entirely of vibranium. Its ability is that it can convert any energy into sound waves, can emit shock sound waves, and he can control sound waves at will, almost forming any shape. He can even manipulate sound waves to form a sonic blade on his arm, and it is very powerful. But the problem is that this thing also has its own limitations. Anyone with common sense knows that sound will cause energy loss during the propagation process, which also causes that although sonic weapons can break through most defenses, their range has always been a problem. Many people think that sonic weapons can be transmitted far away. This is indeed the case, but Noise's sonic waves are different. His sonic power is very strong and can even change shape. These are the characteristics given by vibranium, but correspondingly, its energy consumption is very large, and the transmission distance is also limited. His sonic attack will be geometrically weakened with the length of the target distance. So his greatest ability was wasted by half. The previous battle scenes between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were transmitted back to Gwen's mecha computer in real time. Through the analysis of the advanced intelligent Karen, Gwen was advised to open up the distance and attack remotely. And Gwen is a good child who listens to advice, and she is not a superhero like Peter who lacks attack methods. On the contrary, the Iron Spider has many attack methods. So Noise has been forced to defend from the beginning to now. Fortunately, he has vibranium and can absorb energy, so he was not injured. But soon Gwen found a way to deal with the Noise. But he needs to kill the wretched uncle of the mortal first. Wizard. The wizard is not good at fighting. He is more responsible for logistics and technical support. He had been a tech geek for the first half of his life. Although it was said that blackening would make him twice as strong, the problem was that the wizard's previous combat experience and talent were all zero. Blackening twice as strong was useless. As we all know, zero doubled is still zero. Blackening could not make him a combat master out of thin air. So he was equivalent to a remote assistant, always far away, constantly sending his anti-gravity drones to harass Gwen. Although the lethality was dispensable, it was very troublesome. Karen. Are you ready? Please wait. Charging. Countdown 10, 10, 9, 8. After receiving the answer from the advanced intelligent Karen, Gwen immediately floated in the air without moving, and at the same time retracted her hands to her chest, and then the position of her chest reactor became brighter and brighter. 3, 2, 1, fire. As a bright blue light burst out, an invisible electromagnetic wave instantly spread in all directions with Gwen as the center. Some metal surfaces that were swept would even have a trace of arcs. This is a weapon Tony made based on the electromagnetic pulse of the Titan Muto. As a Titan, the Muto does not have long-range attack capabilities like radioactive heat rays, but it can release powerful EMP from its claws, causing the surrounding electronic equipment to malfunction and interfere with the biological electricity of organisms. Tony experienced such an impact once. So every generation of his mechas has the ability to withstand electromagnetic interference. By the way, he also used this ability in weapon shooting and developed an ability specifically used to paralyze the enemy's electronic equipment. He named it a Muto electromagnetic pulse wave. The wizard didn't understand it at first, and then he found that all the electronic equipment on his body stopped working in an instant, and then, he fell from the sky. And with him fell those countless drones. Of course, This also includes many electronic equipment around. The insurance company will be very busy tomorrow. Waste, seeing the wizard fall from the sky and break his leg, Noise couldn't help cursing immediately. Damn, what kind of companions are these, so weak? But soon he also had a headache. This little girl kept flying around in the sky, and he couldn't shoot her at all. How to fight? He wanted to talk to Sandman. Can we change the opponent? But after thinking about it, he couldn't even deal with a little girl, let alone Tony Stark's mistress. Karen. Sound waves are actually a kind of pressure wave, right? Gwen was also having a headache. After all, her weapon couldn't hurt Noise. Noise's vibranium equipment made all energy attacks charge him. His sound wave converter can convert any energy into sound waves, and any energy here also includes external energy. Vibranium has excellent energy absorption ability, so it is also called sound-absorbing steel. At the same time, vibranium has a supernatural oscillation characteristic, which can emit oscillation waves of specific frequencies and wavelengths. This is also the principle of making sound wave converters. It is very difficult to deal with, so Gwen is also trying to deal with him. Yes, Gwen, you are really smart. As a high-level intelligence, Karen's intelligence level is much stronger than that of ordinary artificial intelligence. That means that his sound waves also need a medium to propagate, right? Gwen continued to ask. It is well known that sound needs a medium to propagate. Of course. Then do you have a way to create a vacuum environment around him? Karen's system began to run at high speed. No. Then Karen gave an answer that disappointed Gwen very much. After all, this is an open outdoor space, and there is no ability to create a vacuum. What should I do? His sound wave attack makes it impossible for me to get close to him. The ability of the Noise is indeed disgusting. It can attack and defend, and there is no flaw at all. It can actually cancel out the sound waves in reverse. The so-called sound cancellation principle refers to the cancellation phenomenon that occurs when two sound waves of the same frequency but opposite phases meet. When two sound waves meet, they will interfere with each other, and the sound waves with opposite phases will form peaks and troughs to cancel each other out, causing the sound to weaken or even disappear. Of course, this is just a theory, and it is difficult to achieve such an effect in reality. Although it's just a theory and difficult to achieve, we don't need to completely offset it. We can completely weaken his sonic attack. In addition, the mecha can project a high-density muon beam as a defensive means to offset some of the sonic damage. Coupled with the mecha's own defensive capabilities, it can completely make his attack ineffective. That's good. You can do it, right, Karen? Of course, Karen said very confidently. Then get started. With Gwen's order, the Iron Spider mecha immediately transformed. The shoulder of the mecha suddenly flipped up, revealing 4 round objects, which were sonic generators. It is also one of the weapons made of steel to fight against the enemy. It can instantly paralyze the enemy's counterattack ability and is a non-lethal weapon. It is used to deal with mass incidents. In a big city, riots are inevitable. But this time, after debugging with artificial intelligence, the device emitted a so-called sonic wave that has no offensive power and only makes people feel irritated. This is a reverse sonic wave emitted according to the sonic frequency of the Noise's sonic converter. Then Gwen rushed towards the Noise like a reckless man. Noise was stunned. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. He immediately aimed at Gwen, who was flying towards him, and fired at her. One after another, sound waves hit Gwen. Gwen felt a splitting headache in an instant. Although Karen had calculated, it was obvious that the characteristics of vibranium made Karen's calculations wrong. Karen immediately issued a warning. Gwen, get out of the way. The sound waves emitted by that device exceed the characteristics of ordinary sound waves. Indeed, ordinary sound waves cannot be shaped after all, but the sound wave converter made of vibranium can do it. It completely surpasses the current scientific research on sound waves. But it is also normal. After all, the scientific community has never thought that there would be a special metal like vibranium in the world that can break the laws of physics. Right, everyone is not scientific, so let's not talk about science. No need. I can still bear it. Gwen thought that this attack was okay. At least she was not knocked away, which at least showed that it was effective. As for dizziness and nausea, it was already very gentle. So Gwen not only did not dodge, but continued to accelerate. Noise was stunned. It was actually ineffective. His sonic attack can be said to be invincible. Even if the Sandman was hit by his sonic attack, he could only turn into sand to avoid it. But Noise soon figured it out. Noise is not a brainless idiot. He is a bad guy, but who told you that bad guys must be stupid? Noise has a doctorate in physics and is an acoustic physicist. He quickly figured out that a little girl used the reverse cancellation of sound waves. So he quickly debugged his sonic converter and wanted to change the frequency of the sound waves. Although this will affect the power of sonic weapons, it is better than being ineffective. But unfortunately, Gwen is faster than him. After all, she is flying, and the Iron Spider can fly at a maximum speed of Mach 5. That is 5 times the speed of sound. This is adjusted according to Gwen's physical fitness and reaction speed. If it were Tony himself, his mecha could reach a terrifying maximum speed of Mach 8. When Gwen grows up and trains more, maybe her speed can be faster. Of course, her speed cannot reach Mach 5 now. After all, this is an urban area. If she really flies like this, it will definitely cause devastating damage to the surrounding buildings. If she couldn't slow down immediately, the damage would be even worse, but her speed was close to the speed of sound. In a split second, she reached Noise's side, and then her legs slashed at Noise's sound wave converter. Noise immediately realized Gwen's intention, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. One of his forearms was chopped off with a sound wave converter on it. Chapter 1587 Super Pepper. Noise's right hand and the sound wave converter were cut off, and Noise was almost useless. The guy was seen holding his right hand and crying and howling for a few times, and then fainted. Half of it was because of fear, and the other half was because he was too scared and his blood pressure rose, and too much blood spurted out. Too much blood loss and shock made him faint. Noise was killed so easily. Actually, it's not surprising. Don't look at Noise's ambition, but in fact, this guy was protected too well by his father and didn't suffer any blows at all, so he was so bold to try to taste Tony Stark's girlfriend. At the same time, on the other side, Pepper's battle was also coming to an end. Let's go back a little bit. Just when Noise and Gwen were fighting fiercely, Pepper and Sandman were also at the point of deciding the winner. At that time, Pepper was using a water column to cut Sandman in half. Seeing this scene, Sandman knew that he couldn't gain any advantage by using the sand giant state again, so he decisively transformed into wind and sand again. To be honest, Sandman's move is absolutely invincible. Unless someone can turn the area covered by sand and dust into dust with one move, he will never be killed. But who dares to do this in this city? How many people will be killed? Pepper has no choice either. She can call for weapons of mass destruction, but does she dare? Even if she dares, she can't make such a decision. Of course, in the same way, Sandman can't do anything to Pepper. Although it is safe to transform into a sandstorm, it has no lethality. At least for Pepper wearing a mecha, it can't even affect her breathing quality. Is the situation deadlocked? Of course not. Sandman is very smart. He actually thought of several ways to deal with Pepper. Transforming into a sand giant was one of them before. If it works, it would be the best, but if it doesn't, he has other ways. So the sandstorm around Pepper became more and more dense, so dense that she couldn't even see her hands clearly. At the same time, she found that the sand was desperately drilling into the gap of the mecha. However, Pepper thought the Sandman was a bit stupid. Her mecha could go up to the sky and the sea, and ceiling was a basic requirement. Although it had a ventilation system connected to the outside world, once it encountered a situation where it was needed, the mecha would automatically close all ventilation links with the outside world and directly use the internal circulation system. As for the gaps in the mecha, I'm kidding. How could this thing have any gaps? As I said, this mecha was made according to the sky and the sea, and it was impossible to leave any gaps. Of course, it was not without any impact, such as the joints and external detectors. Pepper was curious about what the Sandman wanted to do. Was he going to make himself blind and deaf? Thinking of this, Pepper suddenly thought of something. No. There is another person, that's right, there was another person outside that Pepper forgot. That was the Python Man. Before, Pepper thought he had killed the Python Man with a floating cannon. But now that he thought about it, the terminal computer of the mecha had never reminded him that he had killed someone. The computer just told him that the Python Man's vital signs had decreased. This was completely different from the death of a person. Pepper just realized that she was careless. Why did she stand on the ground and fight the Sandman like a fool? Could she fly to the sky and stare at the sandstorm? She didn't believe that the killer could always maintain this state. Thinking of this, Pepper planned to start the flight system and go directly to the sky, but she was still a step too late. The sand and dust suddenly separated, and a big man waved two whips flashing with lightning towards her. Pepper wanted to hide, but the body was stuck for a few times. It's sand. The bastard Sandman used sand to continuously erode the mecha. Although he couldn't damage the important parts of the mecha, he could use sand to jam the joints of the mecha. Although this behavior basically did not cause any damage to the mecha. The materials used for the rescue armor are absolutely the best. Its armor is full of gold titanium alloy, composite armor, ceramics, fiberglass, and 5% adamantium. It's a hard batch. If the Sandman wants to break the armor, he must turn the sand into a diamond grinder. But the Sandman only needs these few stucks. Pepper paused for a moment, and then she missed the best time to dodge. Her waist was first tied up by a vibranium whip flashing with electric light. In an instant, the computer of the mecha began to flash various red warnings frantically. As the whip tightened, sparks sprayed from the surface of the mecha, and waves of metal screams that made people's teeth ache all indicated that the mecha began to be damaged. Before Pepper could think of a way, a blue and silver light flashed, and her shoulder and an arm were cut off fiercely. Pepper let out a shrill scream, and at the same time, the floating gun behind her aimed at the python and fired wildly. The python saw the dense energy cannons, and immediately dropped the vibranium whip in his hand and ran away. He had learned gymnastics and had a natural advantage in dodging. It was also at this time that the dust in the sky suddenly seemed to lose all support, and it fell from the sky like rain. The scene had an extraordinary charm. After all, few people can see so much fine sand falling from the sky. But for Pepper, it was not like that. Because under this beautiful sand curtain, a sand giant appeared in front of her. One of his hands had turned into a huge hammer. Boom! Before Pepper could react, she was knocked away. By the way, she crashed through the building opposite. At this time, Noise on the other side screamed. The battle on Gwen's side was over. Sandman snorted coldly. Waste, Python Man also came over at this time and sneered. Humph, this guy always looks like the most powerful, but I didn't expect, he is only this level. Python Man is indeed qualified to say so. He always thought that he was the weakest among the four demons, so he tried to swallow his anger. Noise had the worst personality and always looked down on Python Man, thinking that he was a lackey of Sandman to join the four of them. This made Noise Man always want to drive Python Man away. He felt that his parallel with himself would damage his reputation. As a result, now, this is it? Being beaten seriously by a little girl, and crying and pissing, it's so embarrassing. At this time, Gwen also noticed the battle situation here. She looked at a broken arm on the ground that had lost its vitality, and even excitedly opened the mask directly, revealing her true appearance. What did you do? Oh, you are really a little girl. Huh. What else can you say now? The Python Man obviously didn't take the little girl seriously. Only the Sandman felt that something was wrong. The little girl was indeed very scared, but not to them. This is very strange. How dare you, huh? What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? That woman asked for it. She thought she could be so arrogant because she was Tony Stark's woman. Now she should understand that not everyone will give Tony Stark face. The Python Man was very arrogant. But Gwen was even more scared. Pepper is an independent woman, at least she thinks so. So after Tony Stark coaxed her to become the president, she tried her best. She just wanted everyone to know that she didn't rely on Tony Stark. But what is the reality? Everyone knows it. In fact, others are not wrong. After all, if she really relies on herself, she will have the opportunity to become the president of Stark Group, at least after she is 60 years old. This is still under the condition of good luck. She will not be defeated by those office politics and will rise step by step to become the president. After all, her last name is not Stark at the beginning. So she became the president 80% by relying on nepotism. There is nothing wrong with that. No one can attribute her becoming the president to her own efforts. Pepper is a very strong-willed person, so she has been very twisted for a while. Finally, she gradually got used to it with Tony's comfort. This is still attributed to the fact that her work is indeed very effective, and the shareholders also recognize her ability. But now, someone actually said so. Miss Pepper is going to explode. Gwen seemed to feel something, and suddenly closed the mask and flew into the sky. The two sand people thought that the little girl was scared away, and they were still thinking about whether to chase her. Then a shout came from her mecha. Warning! Warn all people within the range of XXXXX to evacuate as soon as possible. Evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The two were stunned. What's going on? However, at this time, the wizard found something wrong. Oh, the wizard just broke his leg. He is not dead. He is still conscious. He was dragged away by the younger brother who came. You two idiots. That broken hand. There is no blood. The wizard immediately found something wrong with Gwen's warning. Just now, Noise's hand was cut off, and the blood was flowing everywhere. The scene was as horrifying as it could be. But after Pepper's arm was cut off, the ground was clean and there was nothing. The wizard's reminder made the two of them immediately look at the broken hand. The broken hand was in the mecha, and it should have blood no matter what. But it didn't. No, even the arm that was supposed to be in the mecha disappeared. Only wisps of green smoke were left coming out. Could it be that the high temperature of the whip burned the arm? The python hesitated and said a possibility. You ask me. The Sandman looked at the python speechlessly. What the hell is your own whip like? Don't you know? You ask me? At this time, a high temperature airflow blew in all directions. Just by touching the hot wind, the sweat on the python man's face evaporated, and then sweat flowed out at a faster speed. What's going on? The Sandman ignored him and stared at the source of the heat. A little fireman was walking out of the gap that Pepper had knocked open before. It was Pepper. Although his whole body became like lava deep in the volcano, the Sandman could still see Pepper's shadow from his somewhat abstract appearance. Fuck. What kind of monster did Tony Stark create? Pepper walked while grabbing the melting mecha fragments on his body, sizzling. Just like tearing a rag, the mecha was torn apart, and then Pepper threw it aside. Huh? Pepper exhaled fiercely. As a result, it was a bit too fierce, causing the breath to directly ignite the store on the side. Fortunately, the people inside had already run away, so it burned. Let the Disaster Control Bureau come to deal with it later. The Disaster Control Bureau is now a very large organization in New York, with many talents inside. Although most of them are not combat types, they specialize in cleaning and reconstruction. It is a special department. This department is jointly formed by the Stark Group, the Wayne Consortium and the New York government, and is specifically used to clean up a mess for superheroes. Although the name sounds powerful. But most of them do the work of construction companies and insurance companies. Because New York has such a department, the losses of the people can be minimized, and New York has become the city with the highest acceptance of superheroes in the world. After all, they'll really help rebuild the destroyed facilities and really pay money. How can the people not like it? And there are superpowers who know how to fly and fight. They have no talent in fighting, but they are very useful in construction and rescue. Washington even wants to establish such a department within the federal government, but due to the funding in Congress, it has not been implemented yet, but such a department will definitely be realized. After all, on the one hand, it can increase the favorability of the people, and on the other hand, it can also allow superpowers such as mutants to have more jobs, which is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Let's get back to the point. You know what? There's no harm in maintaining a normal human form, but after a while, it's always a bit suffocating. It's like a strong man walking into a shop full of porcelain. With just one move, he might break the porcelain. It's really hard to feel relaxed with this feeling. Pepper has the extremis virus. Tony had planned to get rid of the extremis virus from Pepper before, but Pepper refused. First, she knew that as Tony's girlfriend, many people would be targeting her. Being kidnapped by Aldredge Killian was the best example, so she had to increase her self-defense ability. At least she wouldn't let herself become a hindrance to Tony. Second, she often saw Tony doing some dangerous things, but she could only watch from a distance like an irrelevant person. Not only could she not help, but she would also be a hindrance. She didn't like this feeling. She didn't want to be a burden. In a relationship between two people, if only one party keeps giving, the other party can only watch from afar, and may even be a burden, so it is difficult for the two to go far. At least Pepper does not want to be the kind of dispensable base rule. So she decided to keep the extremis virus. And she also strongly asked Tony to help her master the fourth stage of the extremis virus. The extremis virus has 4 stages. In the first stage, the extremis virus will repair the defects of the host and give the host inhuman power. But it cannot control the extremis virus. Once the extremis virus reaches the critical point, it will explode directly. The second stage is that the extremis virus can be barely controlled, but there is still a limit. Once the emotions are excited or the consciousness is blurred, it will go out of control and explode directly. In the third stage, the extremis virus can be mastered, and it has many abilities, such as high-speed regeneration, which can raise the body temperature to more than 5,000 degrees Celsius, and even spit fire. But there is still a limit. If you suffer too many fatal injuries in a short period of time, you will not be able to control the extremis virus and explode. Uldredge Killian is in this stage. The fourth stage is a stage that Uldredge Killian has not reached. Perfectly integrated with a virus, she can control the power of the extremis virus freely, and at the same time achieve a regeneration speed similar to Wolverine. Now Pepper is like this. Chapter 1588, Loyalty. For Pepper, armor is not necessary. She can actually fight with her own abilities. The only pity is that Tony won't let her. There is no way. Pepper's ability is too terrible. Once it is revealed in public, Pepper will be in a lot of trouble. Of course, trouble is just trouble, not life-threatening. With the Stark group and the Wayne group standing there, no one can really do anything to Pepper. But Tony doesn't want Pepper to get involved in the whirlpool of public opinion. After all, Pepper can't treat public opinion as fart like Tony does. Others say that she has nepotism, and she has been sulking for a long time. Secondly, there is Tony's little selfishness. That is, every time Pepper uses her ability, she will burn all the clothes on her body. Don't say high-tech clothing, no matter how high-tech it is, it's useless. After Pepper reaches the fourth stage, the temperature of her body can even exceed 6,000 degrees. What is the concept of 6,000 degrees? It is a concept of very high temperature. Since Celsius is a unit of temperature measurement, 6,000 degrees Celsius represents a very high temperature, usually in some extreme high temperature environments, which ordinary materials cannot withstand and will not appear in daily life. In some extreme environments such as celestial bodies or nuclear reactors, the temperature can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. This high temperature will cause very extreme physical phenomena and have a great impact on the properties of matter. At this temperature, let alone wearing clothes, even wearing iron is useless. Wakanda has a technology that can weave vibranium into clothes, but the problem is that Tony doesn't have this technology, and even if he does, he doesn't have that much vibranium. As for other high-tech fabrics, that's all nonsense. At such a high temperature, nothing works. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards introduced their high-tech combat suits to Tony. It is said that their combat suits can withstand various extreme conditions. For example, the Human Torch in the Fantastic Four can withstand his high temperature. As a result, it didn't work after a try. It still has to burn. Because the principles of the two are completely different. To put it bluntly, the abilities of the Fantastic Four are still mutant abilities, which are superpowers. Their abilities can change the substance of their bodies to a certain extent, such as their clothes. The Invisible Woman can become transparent. It doesn't make sense that her clothes can also have this function, but when she uses this ability, she can make her clothes transparent. The same is true for the Human Torch. His combat suit can indeed withstand high temperatures, but there is a limit. It doesn't work on Pepper at all. So every time Pepper transforms, she has to be naked. Tony is a man who is open-minded. Now you can find many hot photos of him and other women on the internet, such as running wildly with his girlfriend on a nude beach, and being intimate in public. There are all kinds of things. But for Pepper, he is on guard. He loves her very much. This is the difference between daily necessities and wives. Daily necessities, you use them and throw them away, so naturally you don't need to care about those trivial things. Even for those daily necessities, being on the headlines with Tony is the value of their fooling around with Tony. Do you still think Tony gave the shares to those women? So they are with Tony just for exposure. As for how to be exposed, they don't really care. Tony knows all about these. He didn't care. Everyone got something out of it. Everyone was willing to do it. He didn't care about being photographed. But he didn't think so about Pepper. So he didn't want Pepper to use the power of the extremis virus. His wife could only be seen by himself, no one else could. In short, it was because of these two reasons that he built a rescue armor for Pepper. But today is a special case. Pepper didn't care so much. Anyway, her whole body was on fire. Who could see anything? If he could see her naked body, how powerful would this person be? Is she really uncensored? Boss. The Python man was stunned. It wasn't because he saw the naked butt, but Pepper's hand. He worked hard to pretend to be dead and sneak attack, but now someone else's hand is growing on his body, and there is no injury at all. The Sandman was also stunned. This woman is wrong. Pepper didn't waste time talking to them and rushed towards them directly. Then the two Sandmen saw Pepper turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards them. Like a rocket. Seeing this scene, they were not stupid, and immediately tried their best to dodge. The Python man rolled and crawled away, and the Sandman turned directly into sand and dust. As a result, it was really a rocket. Pepper smashed hard on the place where they had just fought, followed by a huge explosion, and huge flames shot up into the sky. Good guy. I almost got angry with a mushroom cloud. With the explosion, countless flames rushed in all directions under the shock wave. The surrounding buildings immediately suffered a baptism of fire, a large amount of glass was broken, and countless combustibles were ignited. For a time, the flames were blazing. But even so, the Python man still howled in pain. Stop howling, Sandman roared in frustration. This woman is problematic, he can't handle it alone. He still needs help. But now the wizard broke his leg and ran away. But even if he was still there, it would be useless. His drone is gone. Can he rely on his small physique to fight this woman head-on? As for noise? Even more useless. If my younger brother hadn't been smart enough to carry him away, he would have become a roasted suckling pig like the Python man. So after all the calculations, only the Python man is left. Damn it. Now Sandman is a little lucky, he only provoked a few women and children. If he really listened to noise, that useless guy, and went to find trouble with a superhero, I guess the grass on his grave would be several meters high. Damn it. The Python man is also a ruthless person. When he heard the Sandman's roar, he really didn't shout. With strong willpower, he stood up from the ground tremblingly. Sandman was in a better mood. Although Python was a little useless, he was much better than the other two rubbish. She doesn't have a measure this time, so I'll go straight in. You wait for the right opportunity, Sandman reminded. That's right. In Sandman's opinion, although this woman was a little bit wrong, he still had the advantage. Because he was not afraid of fire. In fact, Sandman was afraid of water on the one hand because of the characteristics of sand. Sand absorbs water. He couldn't turn sand into stone. On the other hand, it was a psychological reason, but Sam was not afraid of fire, and it was also used to put out fires. If this woman turned into a water man, he might really run away. That's right. If this woman turned into a fire man, what was he afraid of? I'll listen to you, big brother. Pythonman still trusted Sandman. This big brother had no problem except that he had no expression. At least he was better than noise, that rubbish. After assigning the tasks, Sandman turned his body into sand and rushed towards Pepper, who had just stood up from the pit. Sandman turned his left hand into a hammer and smashed it towards Pepper's head. Bang! It didn't hit. His hammer was caught by Pepper with one hand. After Pepper turned into Little Fireman, he became extremely powerful. It was no different for him to tear up the Iron Man armor with his hands than to tear up the Starbucks paper packaging. So even though the Sandman's hammer looked powerful, it actually had no killing power at all. When the Sandman saw that this was not working, he immediately turned his other hand into a hammer and smashed it towards Pepper. As a result, it was snapped. He was caught by Pepper again. Not only did his hammer fail to move further, but it was caught by Pepper and slowly moved towards him. He lost in terms of strength. The Sandman was not convinced and immediately began to absorb the nearby sand. Then his body became bigger and bigger, and his strength became stronger and stronger. But even so, he didn't overwhelm Pepper. Although Pepper's body was slowly sinking, it was not because the Sandman overwhelmed her, but because the force was mutual. Pepper was also under the force, and the high temperature of Pepper's body melted the ground under her feet. She had to sink slowly, right? Not only that, the Sandman also felt that his fists were getting more and more painful. Burning. The two sand hammers slowly turned red in Pepper's hands, and then they turned into liquid and fell down. After a while, they fell to the ground and turned into regular red and black glass beads. There were too many impurities in the sand. If the Sandman could filter it a little, it might turn into transparent glass. As for what color it is, I don't know. It was the first time that the Sandman knew that he could feel pain in this state. Frank, the Sandman couldn't help it and shouted immediately. This is the Python man, how could he not know that he should take action? immediately threw out 2 lightning whips. Snap! With a crisp sound, one of Pepper's arms fell directly to the ground. The next second, the arm was immediately reduced to ashes. The Sandman immediately followed with a punch. Snap! Pepper was not knocked away, but slapped directly on the hammer. Then the whole hammer immediately turned red and melted. In the end, the Sandman had to break off his arm to get rid of Pepper. But as soon as it landed, the broken hand grew back intact. Damn, neither of them saw it clearly, and it grew back. This is too fast. It's also because Pepper has no creativity. If it were Pepper, she could even control the arm to explode directly. Pepper didn't feel any pain at all, she really couldn't feel it. The desperate virus gave her very powerful strength, but also deprived her of her senses. This is of course a very bad thing in normal life. That person's life is really meaningless. Fortunately, she only behaves like this when she transforms. Pepper smiled. But this smile is comparable to the devil's grin in the eyes of the 2 Sandmen. Then Pepper turned into a beam of fire again and rushed towards the Sandman. The Sandman also roared and went up. If he hides again this time, the Python Man is very likely to be written off. So he went up without thinking. Boom! A huge flame lit up on the Sandman's chest. The flame swept the Sandman, but the Python Man was not hurt much. Python was so touched. This boss is great. If there is something wrong, he will really do it. However, the next second, Sandman screamed. It turned out that Pepper plunged into Sandman's body. Sandman's first reaction was to use the high-speed movement of sand to crush Pepper into pieces. He didn't believe that Pepper could regenerate and recover after being turned into minced meat. But Pepper was more straightforward than him. She directly opened fire and the center bloomed. Using her huge heat, she melted Sandman's entire body. Sandman's sand can indeed crush Pepper into pieces. But the problem is that the sand was melted before it touched Pepper. If it melted, it would not be sand anymore and could not be controlled by Sandman. This really deceived Sandman. He never thought that someone could hurt him in this way. He couldn't do it anymore. Python saw that Sandman's boss turned into Ultraman, the one with a red light on his chest in the special effects drama over in Japan. A red light infected Sandman's boss's entire chest. Red light. The Python knew. That was because the electricity was out. But, the Sandman boss didn't need electricity. Boss. Quick. Quick. Run out. In a little while, you will be melted. Fortunately, the Python was not so unreliable, and he shouted quickly. The Sandman was not stupid, he was just too panicked and didn't expect it. After all, he rarely felt such pain when he became like this. So he directly disbanded the sand, and the native fell directly from the sand to the ground. When he fell to the ground, his body was still steaming. There were burns all over his body. The Python quickly grabbed his boss and wanted to run away with him. He couldn't do it. He really couldn't do it. But at this moment, the sand that had collapsed because of the loss of the Sandman's control began to steam, and then quickly turned red, and finally turned into liquid, while Pepper stood in the middle of the liquid, standing there intact. The Python saw that it was not possible. Neither of them could run away like this. So he stomped his feet with a ruthless heart. The Python Man swung out 2 whips and tied Pepper tightly. Boss. Let's go. It must be said that the Python Man seemed very loyal at this time. Sandman was confused by the heat at this moment, and suddenly heard the Python Man shouting, but he hadn't reacted yet. Pepper was also a little confused, and wanted to burn the whip tied to her body. As a result, no matter how she burned it, the whip still didn't move. Vibranium. Awesome. Boss. Hurry. Otherwise you can't run away. The Python Man was also anxious. He didn't need to use much force to tie Pepper up. After all, this whip was a product of technology and didn't require him to use force. But the problem is, he is hot. I don't know what this woman ate to grow up, but she can become so hot. The Python Man was still a few meters away from her. But he felt that he was about to be scalded. Killer struggled to open his eyes and saw the scene in front of him clearly. His heart was immediately lifted, a good opportunity. But the next second, he heard the Python Man shouting, Boss. Run. I can't hold on any longer. Run. Run. Only then did the Sandman wake up. Chapter 1589. You'd better really rebel. The Sandman reacted immediately. What the hell? He couldn't beat him. But when he saw the Python Man, the Sandman hesitated for once. If he ran away, what would the Python Man do? It's not easy to find a loyal subordinate. Especially in the gang. What kind of people can join a gang? To put it nicely, they are people who can't make a living, but most of them are scumbags who will do anything for money. You want scumbags to talk about loyalty to you? This is a false proposition no matter how you look at it, right? So don't believe those gangster movies. Because no matter how you look at it, they are lying desperately in a false proposition. Joining the gang is not for making money, but for talking about loyalty? Who is so great? As long as a boss has no money, at most half a month, the younger brothers will run away immediately. Without money, who the hell will work for you? Just because you are the boss? So it is so rare to have such a younger brother who can sacrifice himself to protect the boss at a critical moment. Let's go. Python didn't know what was wrong with him. After all, Cornell Stokes, the water moccasin, was very nice to him. Cornell Stokes was considered an old-school gangster. He had always been very nice to his subordinates, but in the end Cornell Stokes was killed by the defenders. Python didn't fight to the death, but immediately joined the Sandman. He didn't feel betrayed at all, but now he was willing to risk his life for the Sandman. He didn't understand what was wrong. After thinking about it, he felt that he was too excited. Damn, too excited at this time. But since he had done it, he didn't plan to give up halfway. Boss, let's go. Damn. If you don't leave, I'm really going to die. Python was actually not stupid. He thought about it and found that if the Sandman left, he would just surrender. Anyway, this woman didn't look like a fierce character. If he surrendered, she couldn't kill him, right? At most, he would throw himself into jail. But as long as the Sandman is still alive, he still has hope. When the time comes, as long as the Sandman still remembers his favor, he will definitely come to save him. Won't he be rich again by then? He saw clearly that as long as the Sandman didn't die, he would definitely make a comeback. At that time, how much benefit would he, the Sandman's savior, get? Thinking of this, he felt much better. The only request was that the Sandman, you run away quickly. Otherwise, I'm really going to die. The Sandman was really moved. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Pepper who was still struggling, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, turned into wind and sand, and ran away. Pepper was not going to do it now. If you ask if Pepper's transformation has any side effects, of course there are. How could this thing have no cost at all? That is, after Pepper transforms, her temper will become more irritable and she will also have obvious violent tendencies. It is obvious in the movie that when she saw Tony in danger, Pepper went up and stabbed the villain. Usually, Pepper would scream for a long time when she saw people fighting. Now that she saw the Sandman running away, what can she do? Her mech was destroyed by this grandson. So she was about to explode with anger. Seeing the Sandman running away, the Python man also relaxed. He just let go of the whip in his hand. He was about to surrender. Unfortunately, as soon as the whip loosened, the flames on Pepper's body suddenly retracted, and then exploded with a bang. The Python man only had time to shout out one word, and then he was gone. The flames engulfed him in an instant. Then the whole street was engulfed by flames. This time the loss is definitely not small. But fortunately Gwen was smart and moved people away long ago, otherwise, losing some things is nothing, but it would be hard to explain if people died. When the flames dissipated, the Python man turned directly into charcoal. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to enjoy it. When the flames dissipated, Pepper also calmed down. At this time, Gwen also flew back trembling. Ms. Pepper, well, Gwen, find me some clothes quickly. Before Gwen could find clothes, her husband came over. It was Tony. Such a big thing happened, and Tony was not dead, so of course he heard about it. However, it was still Pepper's fault that she acted too quickly and didn't even give him a chance to surrender. Pepper was still regretting it. It wasn't that she regretted burning the Python man to death, but she felt that she was still too inexperienced. She even forgot that she could spit fire. If she had bitten the Sandman when she was in a stalemate with him, she was still feeling distressed. Tony quickly put a piece of clothing on Pepper. As a result, it caught fire immediately. What are you doing? Change back quickly, Tony quickly reminded her. Although he was covered in fire and couldn't see anything, he still felt that he was at a disadvantage. More importantly, Kai is here. Such a big thing happened in New York, and Kai had no reason not to know. He was already seen flying in the sky. Tony and Kai have a good relationship, that's really good, but there is one thing that Tony will remember Kai all his life, That is, his girlfriend was almost stolen away by Kai. Although it was not Kai who took the initiative, but Pepper. But it is precisely because of this that Tony is even more worried. What if Pepper is attracted to him again? His identity and wealth are fatally attractive to other girls, but they have no effect on Pepper. Otherwise, they would not have been entangled for so many years before finally confirming their relationship. In addition, Tony is actually not confident about Kai. If someone else said this, Tony would be the first to say that it is bullshit, not to mention that others do not believe it. But everyone knows what they think. What advantage does Tony have over Kai? Is he more handsome than Kai, or stronger than Kai? He does have more money than Kai, but when the problem comes to their situation, more money is just a number. The only thing he can show is that he is smarter than Kai. But this is not fair to Kai. Why don't you compete with Kai in strength? He can beat 3 Tonys. So, if Tony is not confident about other things, it doesn't matter, but this is his wife. The wife he takes home to see for himself. No matter what, he can't give Kai this opportunity. Pepper put out the fire only after hearing this. However, the clothes were burned with holes everywhere, which made them even more tempting. But where can I find clothes in such a short time? I can only cover myself tightly. Fortunately, although Kai has become a bad person in recent years, he still has a bottom line. When Kai landed, he did not look at other people's wives. Instead, he was concerned about the fire around him. Pepper's firepower was too strong. And even the fucking building was burned. Although the fire department came, it was not easy to deal with it. You arrange for everyone to move away. I will put out the fire, Uncle Wayne. How are you going to put out the fire? Gwen asked curiously. Your Uncle Wayne will naturally have a way. You just watch. Tony picked up his wife and flew into the sky. Although Gwen was curious, she didn't hesitate. After all, as Tony said, she would see it soon, so why rush? She also flew away. When others heard what Kai said, the police and firefighters all withdrew from the fire scene. Kai flew into the sky and took out a blue box. Then, streams of white gas spurted out from the blue box. The flames went out immediately when they came into contact with the white gas. Ice box. Pepper recognized the thing. You didn't return it to Asgard. Thor gave it directly to Kai. Tony didn't care. Thor was a son who didn't feel bad about selling his father's land. His father had accumulated some good things for generations, and he was generous enough to give it away for free. Moreover, with this reputation, the US government didn't have the courage to call Kai out for research. That was a national gift from the king of Asgard. How many of you dared to have an idea? Of course, there were many people who had an idea. Perhaps because Kai had always been quite submissive to the government, some people really had the whimsical idea of finding Kai and asking him to hand over the things to them. As a result, Kai dragged them to the police station and called the police directly. After the New York police received the call, they were very tough and directly regarded these guys as liars and locked them up. No one can help. Unless authorization is given by Congress or the White House. Otherwise, no one is qualified to ask Kai to hand over the things. If he can't hand them over, he is a liar, and he's extremely harmful. It is very likely that he wants to subvert human rule and provoke interstellar relations between humans and Asgard. It is very likely that he is an alien undercover. These people have turned from government officials into human traitors. The key is that no one dares to save them. Because there is no authorization from Congress and the White House, as long as the people behind those guys dare to stand up and admit it, they will immediately be suspected of having ulterior motives. Will the White House and Congress issue such an order? Absolutely not. Even if they think so in their hearts, they will never admit it, and even take the initiative to clear it. After receiving the inquiry from New York, the White House and Congress immediately sent a letter stating that they had never given any similar authorization. Forget it. Those people behind the scenes can't use any other means. After all, their positions are too high and they can't reach the New York Police Department at all. The New York Police Department only listens to the New York City government, but who in New York is full and goes against Kai? And if there are people in the New York City government who are really blind and run to help, the New York Police Department must also pay attention to them. Although Kai is only a deputy director and does not get involved in the management of the New York Police Department, his prestige has long surpassed all the senior officials of the New York Police Department. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can cover the sky with one hand. In this case, those who intend to control Kai with the power of the country have completely given up. In fact, Kai does not care about the ice box at all. After all, it cannot really make Kai's strength soar. But he will not leave such a loophole for others. With the nature of these people, if Kai does not care and gives it directly this time, then they will definitely think that they really have the means to control Kai, and similar things will happen continuously in the future, and they may even put forward more excessive conditions, such as training Kai into a dog in their hands. Don't think that this is groundless worry. The IQ and integrity of these people really don't need to be overestimated. On the contrary, Kai directly fought back, and they became honest. Kai did not directly find those who gave the order. He has already held back, and those people are also very clear. It's not that Kai is incapable of directly settling accounts with them personally, but everyone is playing in this game field, so they abide by the basic rules of the game. So even if those people lost face, they could only happily praise Kai as a good person and the pillar of the United States. Why? Because Kai is willing to play with them according to the rules. That's right. This is the biggest gain for these people. Kai is willing to abide by the rules and follow his own temperament. What does this mean? It means that Kai is willing to eat at the same table with them. These people are in high positions, but Kai has the same ability as the East Star Crow. He can overturn the table at any time. You have to know that they are the ones sitting on the table, and they care about the table more than anyone else. If the table is gone, then they will have nothing to eat, so they will try every means to restrict Kai. Now Kai has expressed his position. He is willing to sit on the table. No matter what happens under the table, he will not overturn the table. What is this? This is to guarantee their interests. Although Kai received a socialist education. But now it seems that he is just a piece of shit. He received education in vain, and he has no proletarian struggle spirit at all. He is also unwilling to get involved in those American things. The American people are so happy, what does he have to do? So, those people will not only not hate Kai for this, but will be very grateful. So when Kai does something radical, they will not only not intervene, but will also take the initiative to help clean up the mess. As long as he does not turn the table over. And they can see more clearly than those idiots who are making a fuss. Those superheroes are actually not a big deal. Although they have the ability, so what? Each of them is either very kind or very impulsive. In front of the state machine, they really can't make any waves. Those big guys have 100 ways to deal with them. Even Tony, they are not worried. Only Kai. He is undoubtedly the leader of all superheroes. He has the ability. He has the means. If he is not there, those superheroes will be a mess, and the big guys will not be afraid. But if he takes the lead, that's it. So Kai is willing to maintain the current situation and guarantee their interests. Why shouldn't they be good to him? Of course, this is also because Kai has this ability. As the saying goes, when the United States suspects that you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better really have them. It's the same now. When they suspect you might rebel, you'd better really rebel. Kai is respected because he has the ability to overturn the table. Otherwise, why don't you try someone else? This is also the reason why the government dares to let superheroes accept supervision in the movie. What Avengers Alliance? A pile of loose sand? So Kai can now take out the magic box and have fun. Soon the fire was put out. In the distance, the hunter Craven swallowed his saliva. Damn it. New York is too dangerous. I will never come here again. Craven has always felt that hunting those beasts is meaningless in recent years. He really wanted to try hunting superheroes. After all, they are all animals, right? Spider-Man is his first target. First, although Spider-Man is famous, in Craven's opinion, he is just so-so. Second, Spider-Man is the weakest among all the superheroes. First, use him to practice and accumulate experience, and then find others. Now it seems that it's a waste. Apart from anything else, he can't beat Spider-Man's friends. And there is Pepper. What's the situation with this woman? I didn't know she had this ability before. This time I really saw it. If she were to cause trouble for Spider-Man in New York, he didn't know what Spider-Man would do, but he would definitely die. He likes to pursue excitement every time, but he doesn't like to die. Thanks to the 4 fearful demons for setting an example for him, otherwise he might really run to die stupidly. Thinking of this, he immediately laughed. Not bad. He watched the fun and achieved his goal. He turned and left. He planned to find the remaining 3 demons. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1590 Behind the Scenes. As the flames died down, more firefighters entered the scene. The fire was out, but it didn't mean the matter was over. There were still many follow-up tasks that needed to be done by the firefighters. For example, the collapsed ruins needed to be searched and cleaned up by the firefighters, and the things that needed to be burned also needed to be cleaned up and evaluated by the firefighters. After the firefighters left, the Disaster Control Bureau entered to evaluate all the burned buildings. Those that needed to be scrapped were scrapped immediately, and those that didn't need to be scrapped also needed to be evaluated to see how much money was needed to repair them. Anyway, it was a mess. Gwen did a good job this time. She knew to evacuate the people as soon as possible and didn't make the situation worse. She deserves praise. Kai praised Gwen's handling of the matter. Indeed, she was worthy of being the child of a policeman. She knew the priorities when doing things. Gwen was embarrassed by Kai's praise. She lowered her head and kept grinning. George was also proud of it. After all, she was his own child. Although he didn't like Gwen to run out and do some superhero thing, if he could, he wouldn't even want his daughter to be a policeman. The ceiling of the police profession is too low, and there is actually not much future at all. Even if George becomes the chief of a branch, so what? He has no money and no power. He has a mother-in-law above him, and anyone can come up and say a few words to him, and he can't even talk back. It's really boring to be a policeman. According to George's expectations for his daughter, she should go to Ivy League, preferably law school or business school. If that doesn't work, she should study political science. Whether she works in a big company or enters the judicial system, whether she is a lawyer or a prosecutor, it is much more promising than being a crappy policeman. As for being a superhero, this thing is worse than being a policeman. There is no salary, no benefits, and even no insurance. If you are injured as a policeman, at least a police station will help you pay. But if a superhero is injured, he can't even go to the hospital, and can only hide in the dim basement and sew himself. More importantly, superheroes are more dangerous than policemen. When policemen arrest criminals, they rarely go alone. Those so-called lone heroes often only exist in movies. In reality, when the police catch criminals, they act in batches, with tens of thousands of police officers behind them to support them at any time. But what about superheroes? They usually face the enemy alone, without support, logistics, and even intelligence needs to be done by themselves. So George really doesn't want his children to be superheroes. However, after Gwen from the parallel time and space came here, George no longer strictly disciplined Gwen. George and Helen, George's wife, Gwen's mother, talked a lot with Gwen from the parallel world. He knew what he did in another world. He ignored his family for his career, and his wife was not in harmony. He even wanted to arrest his own daughter for the justice in his mind. George clearly remembered that when Gwen said this, Helen almost strangled herself to death. Even the eyes of his sons looked at him strangely. Damn, in another world, there were no more of them. Just thinking about it makes my neck feel cold. I almost died. Who wouldn't feel cold? George died unjustly. Damn, I didn't do that. It's all that bastard's fault. Damn, it seems like that was also me. Anyway, George felt that he was wronged. He didn't care about his family. No matter how busy he was every day, he had to eat with a whole family. In order to accompany his children, he didn't go to many social events. Now he is in his 40s and is only the director of a branch. At the same time, George began to reflect on himself. Did he really have to discipline Gwen so strictly? He didn't want to end up with his daughter not daring to go home. Moreover, even if he wanted to sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice, Helen and his two sons had to agree. If he really wanted to sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice, his luggage would be thrown out the door that day, and his two sons would never call him dad again. So, let Gwen be a superhero if she wants to. Moreover, that's his daughter. No matter what, she can't be the same as the miserable daredevil. He has a backer. He is the big boss in the superhero world. With him protecting him, how can his daughter be bad? Look, his daughter debuted wearing the Iron Mecha designed by Tony Stark himself. What kind of treatment is this? Looking all over the United States, few people have this treatment. So George is still very proud. It's just that Peter, a little annoying. It's not that he despises the poor and loves the rich. Damn it. As a father, he is standing next to his daughter, but she doesn't even know how to ask her how she is. As a result, she pesters Kai and asks about Peter's condition desperately. This kid better die. Otherwise, I will shoot him sooner or later. Don't worry about Peter's matter. With his physical condition, as long as he doesn't die immediately, don't worry. He will be alive and kicking in a few days. Kai has never been satisfied with Peter. It's not that he thinks Peter is a good person. On the contrary, Peter's character is really good. This guy and Matt are just too good a match. Damn, a pair of saints. If they were not both straight men, Kai would think that the two of them should just get married to avoid harming others. But these two guys are still very popular in the Peach Blossom, even though they have low emotional intelligence, no money, one is a chatterbox and the other is blind, but there are still many women who like them. Marty is a blind man, but he is handsome. This blindness has become an advantage, which can easily arouse women's sympathy. In addition, most people think that men with defects will always be loyal. Women always feel that they are the ones who have the initiative when they are in love with him, so women throw themselves into his arms one by one, and they are all beautiful women. You say, what does a blind man need beautiful women for? Anyway, he can't see it. Peter is even more deadly. He is so young that he has peach blossoms. He is obviously a virgin who has kissed girls on the mouth, but several beautiful girls chase him. But this guy is so innocent that he is afraid of being seen even when holding hands. I don't know what the girls like about him. Of course, Kai is not unhappy about this. He has several beautiful girlfriends. He is unhappy with Peter's way of handling it. For such a big thing, even if you don't look for Kai and Tony, you can also look for Daredevil and Luke. If that doesn't work, you can look for your cheap father-in-law. But this guy just happened to find Harry. The second knife. If Gwen and Pepper hadn't arrived in time, both of them would have confessed. The biggest weakness of young people is that they like to show off. But this thing is just showing off? This is a deadly business. But for the time being, Kai will not say anything to Peter. After all, he is now lying in the medical cabin. Tell me, how did you fight against the four fear demons? Kai still knows about the four fear demons, but these guys have always been low-key. They never fight against superheroes. They always act quietly and have a low-key style. For the police and superheroes, their priority has never been high. Just like Sandman thought, the evil in this world cannot be ended. Whether it is the police or superheroes, they can't eliminate evil. What they can do is to beat the most rampant and high-profile ones, and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let the order of the whole society. This is beneficial to the vast majority of people. Those who are low-key and not very noisy can be put aside. But this time, the four of them actually went berserk. If there is no ghost in this, who would believe it? I don't know exactly what happened. I just know that Peter found their vault and then started to work. George found immediately. The gang's vault is the most important secret of the gang, even more important than the boss. After all, if the boss dies, at most he will choose another one, and no one is loyal to the boss. The important thing is the money. Without the money, the entire gang will be gone. So the gang's vault is kept secret. Ordinary people have no chance to access it. How did Spider-Man find the vault? George asked. Peter didn't say it either. Maybe Peter came across it while wandering around. Peter was still unconscious at this time, and Gwen didn't know either. Bullshit, George cursed directly. If it's so easy to be discovered, then how can our police not find it? Do you really think we police are here to eat dry rice? American police, like Hong Kong police, also like to send undercovers to gangs. The New York police have their own intelligence department, but from beginning to end, the police didn't know where the Gang of Four's vault was. The police actually knew that the four fearful demons were doing something behind the scenes. They also tried to break it up, but they couldn't find the key evidence. They thought of sending undercover agents, but it was impossible for undercover agents to get close to the four demons. Several undercover operations failed inexplicably. Some undercover police officers are still missing. They are probably silenced. As a result, the police dare not continue to send undercover agents. Undercover police are also police officers. Everyone is born by their mother and raised by their father. And now you tell me that you can find their vault by wandering around. What's the matter? Their vault is open to the sky? Gwen wanted to say that the police are useless, otherwise how could there be so many crimes? But after thinking about it, she finally shut up. Kai and her father are both police officers. George knows his daughter and thinks that it's over. His daughter is ruined. His daughter used to admire him very much, but now, damn it, it's all Peter's fault. George didn't bother to say anything. After all, she is a child and doesn't understand anything. The police are willing to see frequent crimes? Bullshit. Every police officer with a badge has a dream of punishing evil and promoting good. But the problem is that this shitty society doesn't allow it. First of all, the police can't do whatever they want. If they do that, it will be a mess. The police need evidence to arrest people. After catching a criminal and sending him to court, they not only need evidence, but also need to convince the judge and jury. If there is anything wrong, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Secondly, the police are not the cause of the frequent crime. No matter how powerful the police are, they can't change the entire social structure. This thing is not something the police can decide. If the United States also crack down, do you think those gangs dare to be rampant? But the problem is that the United States does not allow the police to crack down, and they try their best to restrict the police, as if the police burned down their houses. They chase the police one by one, persuade and educate the criminals, and want to be tolerant, and wish that the victims would forgive them on their own initiative. It would be strange if this could reduce the crime rate. Unfortunately, many people can't see this, or those who have the right to speak don't want the public to see this. The police also have a hard time. The crime rate is high. The problem of the police. The judiciary is not strong. The problem of the police. Shit, do the police have the final say on these matters? Go check and see if it's the rivals of the four fear demons who are behind this. Kai also felt that it was unusual, so he said to George. Yes. No matter how Kai thought about it, he could never have imagined that these things were all done by one guy on a whim. In fact, not only Kai, but even the remaining three of the four fear demons couldn't figure out who was behind them. Fuck. I must kill that woman, and that Spider-Man. I will kill them. Noise sat on the chair irritably, cursing with a hideous face. His hand was broken. And the broken hand has not been found yet. It is probably a pile of charcoal now. This made Noise, who always thinks highly of himself, feel extremely angry. The wizard's leg was in a plaster cast, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. It hurt. He was fine, he just broke a leg. Moreover, they dared not go to the hospital, so they could only ask the black market doctors to bandage the wound. Black market doctors could not be like regular doctors, with all the necessary skills. Most black market doctors know a little bit about everything, but they are not proficient in any of them, and their medical skills are just so-so. There is no other way. Modern medicine has clearly divided everything, and even the most powerful doctors cannot be proficient in all departments. For example, the one they found was very proficient in gunshot wounds, but not so good at orthopedics, and was considered a mediocre one. So even if the wizard's leg was reattached, his skills were not very good. It doesn't seem like those little guys came here on purpose this time. The wizard was different from the Noise, he was calmer. Judging from the previous battle situation, these little guys seemed to be just by chance, and it didn't seem like they got a tip-off and then acted premeditatedly. Otherwise, the four of them would have been trapped today. Sandman has been silent since he came back. Python Man is dead. This made Sandman very angry. And he didn't know what to do. Go back for revenge? Don't be funny. Do you think the Python Man's death was not unfair enough? Are you rushing to give away the Python Man's life that he earned by sacrificing himself? But it is even more impossible for Sandman to swallow this breath. Now hearing what the wizard said, Sandman suddenly took it seriously. What do you mean? Someone is definitely plotting against us, the wizard said firmly, otherwise it is just a coincidence. We have always been cautious and careful, and there are hidden stakes and surveillance around the vault. But this time, those things are ineffective. Noise suddenly became excited. Who is it? Who is that bastard? He just said that he wanted to kill Spider-Man and Pepper, which was of course true, but if he really asked him to take revenge. He is not stupid, so the feelings in his words are true, but no one will really take his words seriously. It's just venting. But now that he heard that someone was plotting against them, Noise can't sit still at all. If he can't be a superhero, can't he be the mastermind? Chapter 1591, Come to the Door. The problem now is not revenge, but that we should leave New York. The wizard shook his head. Of course he wanted revenge, too. His drones were all destroyed, and he broke his leg. He wanted revenge more than anyone else, and cut the guy who betrayed him into pieces. But he saw clearly that they couldn't stay in New York now. Why? Are those superheroes going to kill us all? Noise was very unconvinced. They were miserable enough. Their money was burned, people died, and 2 were disabled. They couldn't take revenge? Why? How? Even if the superheroes don't kill us all, the gangs won't let us go. Sandman spoke at this time. The gang's threat was mentioned before, so I won't repeat it here. Anyway, they are in this business. If there's a problem with money, the gang will not go to the bad guys, but only to them. After all, they took the gang's money. Who the Fear Four Devils offended was the Fear Four Devils' problem. The gang can't pay for them. HMPH. Just them, Noise said disdainfully. Even if he had a broken hand now, he could still stuff all those bastards into the toilet. Pay money? HMPH, I will never pay money in this life. The wizard shook his head. They don't have to do it themselves, they just need to tell the superheroes where we are hiding, and those nosy bastards will help them to root us out. Indeed, this is the most convenient way. Fuck, Noise was speechless. No matter how stubborn he was, he would not face the superheroes after being beaten up and almost dying. That's not stubbornness, it's a brain disease. At this moment, the Python's men suddenly walked in. Boss, the 3 of the 4 fear demons don't accept younger brothers. They don't even have direct contact with younger brothers. These small matters are handled by the Python. As an old gun, he is very familiar with recruiting soldiers in various channels. He knows all the gang branches and details. It can be said that the 4 Devils of Fear can make such a big stall, and most of the credit belongs to the Python man. If it weren't for him, no matter how good the 4 Devils of Fear are, they can't make such a big business. After all, in modern society, what's the use of being able to fight? You have to rely on power to get involved. Otherwise, no matter how good they are at fighting, they can't find a temple to do business. It can be said without hesitation that the 4 Devils of Fear can make so much money, and the Python man should at least share half. Unfortunately, these 3 people have never paid attention to the role of the Python man. Noise thinks that the Python man is a waste, the wizard thinks that the Python man is rude and uneducated, and the Sandman is better, but he just treats him as a younger brother. Of course, the Python man himself is also a careless person, and his positioning is also very vague. He doesn't think he is that important. He always thinks that they can develop so well because of the military deterrence of the 3 big brothers above. This is not wrong, but if there is no Python man, these 3 guys can only be like a rogue gang, robbing banks everywhere. It can be said that these 4 guys are not smart people. At least not very smart. What's going on? Seeing the younger brother rushing in so anxiously, Sandman thought that the superhero had come to kill him. Someone is here? The younger brother looked terrified. Is it those nosy superheroes? Noise asked quickly. No. Noise was almost angry. No, why are you so scared? Who is it? It doesn't matter, just send him away. Noise felt that these younger brothers were just like Python Man, all useless. He had to teach them about such things. We wanted to drive him away, but he killed all our people. The younger brother was also very aggrieved. The bosses were in trouble and hid here to avoid being discovered. So when that guy came, they were going to kill him. But that guy was much more ruthless than them. He killed several people with his bare hands and scared the gang of hooligans half to death. Too fierce. The 3 looked at each other. Who the hell is this? What did he say? He knocked down the little brother outside, but didn't rush in. He even asked someone to notify him. He didn't look like an enemy, but the timing and way of coming to the door didn't look like a friend. He said, he had a business to discuss with a few big guys, the little brother said quickly. Fuck. Who the hell is so arrogant? The irritable Noise stood up immediately. Although they lost, they were not dead yet. This guy dared to come to the door. Is he looking down on them? Wait a minute. Sandman stopped Noise and said to the little brother, let him in. Sandman, you, doing business is doing business. We are now short of people who dare to do business with us, Sandman said. Damn, all the money is gone. Why are you still putting on that airs? They are ready to run away, but they still think the money is not enough. Now there are rich people sending money, why don't they do a job? Although Noise is irritable, he is not really stupid. He immediately heard the hidden meaning. It turns out that he is planning to rob the thieves. Sandman was not like this before. If the Sandman knew what Noise was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. In the past, They wanted to be local residents, and if they wanted to stay for a long time, they naturally had to consider their manners. But now they are all forced to run away, so why should they care? The wizard was speechless. This is a wicked thing that only gangsters would do, right? But after thinking about it, they are not much better than gangsters. They are all bad guys, so why should they care about this moral bottom line? If there is such a thing, they will not do those things. Soon a bald man was brought in, holding a bottle of beer in his hand. Before, he knocked down a group of younger brothers with a bottle of beer outside. "Who are you?" Accomplishments was the first to lose patience. The bald man ignored him, but found a chair to sit down, then picked up a bottle of beer by himself, and then said to the others, "What do you want?" Noise became even angrier, but the Sandman held him back. "They are injured and can't drink, but I can." The bald man looked at Noise and the wizard and laughed. "This injury is nothing. Drinking can promote blood circulation and heal faster." After that, he took out 3 bottles of beer and threw them over. The 3 of them took the beer in their hands and looked at each other. "This bald man is so arrogant. Drink it." "Why are you looking at it?" "I just took it from the refrigerator in the convenience store. It won't be cold in a while." "If the beer is not cold, it will not taste good." Noise couldn't sit still anymore. "Who has time to talk to you about whether beer is good or not? I'm with Lafayette. What are you doing here, to talk about business? How can you talk like this?" Noise sprayed over. "It seems that you still don't understand the situation." "What situation?" "Your little brother has betrayed you. In a while, the news that you are hiding here will be known to the police. By the way, the one who will be out this time will be Kai Wayne." "What?" The wizard was shocked. Then he quickly looked at the little brother who was still there. The younger brother was also shocked. "Boss, I didn't sell you out." "Who is that?" Noise asked directly. "Oh, it's Kyle. Kyle said he was going out to buy a pack of cigarettes, but he hasn't come back yet." In fact, the younger brother had known that someone had run away a long time ago. He had discussed with a group of brothers before, whether they should also run away. After all, everyone is just a temporary worker. It's not worth losing their lives for the boss. They know what business the big bosses above are doing. With so much money, those gangsters will definitely go crazy. Indeed, the bosses are not afraid of those gangsters, but they are afraid. The money belongs to the boss, but their lives are their own. So a large group of younger brothers have already had second thoughts. This is the disadvantage of these 3 guys not contacting the younger brothers below. Everyone has no feelings for the big bosses above, so they naturally sell out without hesitation. It's okay for the Python Man. They are all led by the Python Man, and the Python Man still has some prestige. The younger brother was afraid that his first-class betrayal of the boss would be exposed, so he quickly pulled a bastard to take the blame. Anyway, when the grandson ran away, he didn't even tell them, and sold him out, so there was no psychological burden at all. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, the noise was so annoying. But I don't know what this guy is angry about. He can't even recognize all his subordinates. How can he expect others to be loyal to him? Sandman was calmer. "How do you know?" "Of course I know. I originally came to find you 4 to do a deal together, but when I first arrived in New York, I saw a good show. I originally planned to recruit you 4, but now there are only 3 of us left." This guy was a bit evasive, but the problem was that the 3 of them didn't hear it. "Recruit? You want us to follow you?" the wizard asked curiously. No, I don't think so, and I know you won't do it." The bald man shook his head, with an expression of self-knowledge. "I have a task and need manpower, so I plan to cooperate with you. One-time deal, one job, and then we will go our separate ways." "Why should we agree to you?" "Because I work for the Red Devil." The bald man was naturally craved. This sentence made the 3 people's faces change drastically. In the middleman business, the Red Devil Reddington is definitely the top figure. When the 4 demons of fear decided to get involved in this business, they naturally had to understand the industry ecology. They naturally had to understand the Red Devil, a big boss, although they didn't know much. But they were still very clear about the Red Devil's strength. At this time, the wizard suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Red Devil sent someone to inform us about our vault? After all, they and the Red Devil are in the same industry, but they are a startup company that has just started and has not even received angel investment. They are in the process of starting a business with a few brothers, but they were careless and failed. Now they are on the verge of bankruptcy. The Red Devil is at the top of the industry, a giant. So the wizard suspected that the Red Devil was engaging in unfair competition and plotting against them. The road to entrepreneurship is so dangerous. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Craven immediately raised his hand. Hey. Don't be so sensitive. I can swear that this matter has nothing to do with the Red Devil. Your stall is too small. Is the Red Devil going to cause trouble for you? It's not him. Noise was still a little suspicious. Come on, with your small business, the Red Devil will have trouble with you if he gets too much, Craven said disdainfully. If the Red Devil has to deal with your small business, then he will have nothing to do every day and will just deal with small companies like yours. This is the truth. At least Sandman doesn't think that their small size is something that a big shot like the Red Devil would pay attention to. They just buy and sell drugs and launder money. And what about the Red Devil? He will take care of any illegal business that makes money. The daily turnover of others is enough for their annual profit. Then do you know who is plotting against us? Craven was very curious about who was dealing with him. I don't know, I just came to New York today, how can I know? Craven is not as rude as he appears. On the contrary, this old guy is a technical flow, acting is also a skill. He pretends so real. Why did you find us? Because you are suitable. Actually, I didn't plan to find you at the beginning. I was looking for the old members of the Rogue Gang. As you know, the Rogue Gang was defeated, and only Snard and Mark escaped. I found them, but there were still not enough people, so I planned to bring you in. Craven took a sip of beer and said with a gloomy face. Several people looked at each other, and there was a burst of resentment in their eyes. It feels like this is the business. It seems that there is no way to rob the thieves before leaving New York. Why should we join your mission? Sandman asked. Of course. I can help you get a foothold in New York again, Craven said with a smile. Actually, before I came here, I was also thinking about where I should find someone if you don't agree. I originally wanted to find the Sinister Six, but those guys have problems with their brains and are not easy to get along with. But when it really came to that point, I could only pinch my nose and accept it, but I really didn't expect that you would fight with superheroes as soon as I arrived in New York. Now the possibility of our cooperation has greatly increased. What do you mean? Sandman didn't quite understand. You know I'm working for the Red Devil, so you should know that my boss can handle those gangsters in New York. You stole the money of those gangsters. Don't rush to refute. People in this business don't look at the process, but the result. The result is that their money is gone in your hands. But my boss can help you smooth everything out. For example, you can return the money to them later, and the matter will be settled. It will be the same as it should be in the future, and it will not damage your reputation. What? You still need to pay back the money? Noise thought that the Red Devil would compensate you. What are you thinking about? That's real money. Why should my boss pay for you? Craven looked at Noise with surprise. He didn't expect such a big guy to be so naive. Noise blushed after being fucked. If the Red Devil doesn't help us pay the money, why should we help him? The wizard hurried to help ease the embarrassment. What? You don't plan to get paid for your work? Craven was even more surprised. Sandman, then why can't you help us settle this matter first? Nonsense. Do the work first and get paid later. This is the industry rule. If you mess up the mission, won't my boss lose money? Of course, it's because from beginning to end, Craven, except for helping the Red Devil, everything else is bullshit. He is not familiar with the Red Devil, and he is not the Red Devil's subordinate. He is a mercenary. The Red Devil would never pay attention to him. He is a big liar. Besides, if my boss helps you settle the matter, and you don't want to do it, what should I do? Although it is a liar, it is reasonable. Everyone is a bad guy, and no one is nobler than anyone else. Then what if we get the job done and your boss doesn't pay? Then don't worry, the Red Devil is the middleman for this mission. Do you think he will cheat you? He doesn't care about his reputation. The middleman Red Devil is much more ethical than the four fear demons. As soon as these guys saw they were losing money, they planned to run away without even thinking about compensating their customers. If the Red Devils were like this, they would have died on the streets long ago. How could they have become legendary figures? Chapter 1592 Mountain Cannon. Craven was just fooling around with the four fearful devils. After the mission was completed, he didn't bother to care about these idiots. As for whether they would confront the Red Devil, that was not Craven's concern. After all, the gang needed to find the Red Devil first. Secondly, although he said that this mission was simple, in Craven's mind, the death index of this mission was quite high, and several people would definitely die. Another thing was that they went to flirt with the Titans, and it was on American territory. If the US government didn't cause trouble later, it would be too contemptuous of the Americans. Anyway, Craven had been wandering around and had no sense of belonging to the United States. At best, he didn't hang out in the United States, but as for these three idiots, it was probably impossible for them to hang out in the United States, so he could make blind promises now, but it would be impossible to fulfill them anyway. Sandman and others looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect things to develop into what they are now. They were planning to run away, but someone actually found them. "Can I know the details of the mission?" Sandman asked. "No," Craven shook his head directly, "unless you agree to join the mission, I can't tell you the mission. This is the rule of the industry, don't you know? These three guys are actually green hands, otherwise Craven wouldn't have found them. Green hands are the easiest to fool, and when the time comes, fool them to death, and you can get less money. However, I can tell you the reward for this mission, $1 to $500 million US, depending on the results of the mission, and the minimum is $100 million. This is Craven's killer move." Sure enough, when the three heard this, their eyes widened immediately. The four of them had not made enough $100 million in a few years together. Seeing the expressions of the three, Craven knew that it was a sure thing. Craven had investigated the details of the four fearful demons before coming. Although these four people look very low-key, they are actually very greedy. These people are actually quite unauthentic and don't follow the rules. Of course, they are all mixed up in the underworld, so what rules do they still follow? But it can be seen that these four guys are not the kind of people who can spend money. When something goes wrong, instead of thinking about cleaning up the mess, the first reaction is to run away. You can imagine their human nature. But Craven likes this kind of people. Unlike the cunning guy like Snart, you need to use tricks to deal with Snart, but for these people, as long as they are greedy for money, it's easy to deal with. A project worth hundreds of millions. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Sure enough, the three of them discussed it secretly for a while, and finally the Sandman took the lead. "Can you guarantee that there will be no problems with this mission?" Craven immediately shook his head like something. "Are you kidding? How can I guarantee it? I can't even guarantee that I can get the money alive. It's not. You are also a gangster, you don't even understand this kind of thing, right? If it's that simple, why would I look for you? Just because you are handsome? I can only say that this mission is very troublesome, and if it goes wrong, even I will be involved. 500 million. I'm not kidding." Craven started to tell the truth at this time. After all, they are just a little stunned, not really stupid. If you say it so beautifully, someone has to believe it. And the Sandman did relax a lot. After all, people like them would never do business with others. It's obvious that they have bad intentions. If Craven had said something beautiful right from the start, it would have been a sure thing for Sandman. This man is a big liar, and who knows what bad things he might be up to. Now Craven told him directly and honestly that this mission was very dangerous. Danger is of course not good. No one would deliberately go out of their way to get into trouble. But the problem is, if you put a prefix of 500 million on danger, it would be different. Fortunes are sought in danger. If you don't want to take any risks, you can make a lot of money. Is there such a good thing? Of course there is. But it's not for people like them who have no background. That's the privilege enjoyed by big people. If it were before, they really wouldn't do it. The money is good, but they have their own business in New York, and they can collect money. 500 million is a lot, but it's really not worth it. But now the business is dead. Not to mention 500 million, there is also the promise of the Red Devil. Sandman and his friends are tempted. At this time, the Sandman suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, "Who are you?" That's right, these three guys still don't know who the person in front of them is. "What's this business?" "You can call me Craven. If you have been in contact with the scavenger industry, you should have heard of my name." Scavenger certainly does not refer to the kind of invasive species that has no meat. The original meaning of scavenger is that scavenger is a profession that is mainly responsible for cleaning and sweeping urban roads, public places and other places. The main work includes cleaning up garbage, sweeping public places, cleaning roads, sewers and drainage pipes, etc., to ensure the cleanliness and sanitation of the urban environment. But later, with the development of society, this term gradually derived other meanings. Generally speaking, in the underworld, scavengers are people who specialize in removing obstacles. No matter what the obstacle is. The profession of scavengers can be compared to being bounty hunters and killers, but it is more complicated. Generally speaking, it is a type of person who specializes in doing dirty work for powerful people. But it is not as professional as white gloves, more like a short-term worker who works for money. However, the three of them shook their heads and said they had never heard of it. They really haven't been in contact with the scavenger industry. The killer did know some of them. Then you can ask around. You just need to tell them that I'm the hunter Craven. Craven was not panicked at all, but waved his hand and asked them to confirm their identities. The three of them were naturally not polite. Although the three of them were very low-key, it was impossible for them to stay at home every day. Naturally, they also had some connections. In fact, it was impossible to be a middleman without knowing connections. It was just a matter of quantity. Soon, the three of them confirmed through their own channels that the person in front of them was indeed the famous hunter Craven. Of course, Craven's reputation was only circulated in special circles, and the Sandman and his people were too low-end. If they stayed in New York for a few years, they might be able to get in touch with that circle. But as long as the identity was confirmed, it would be fine. Craven's characteristics were too obvious. And they couldn't think of what intentions someone had in pretending to be Craven to find the three of them. Confirm it, tell me the answer, if not, I'll go find the Sinister Six. The Sinister Six is a mutant organization active in Pennsylvania. Although it is called the Sinister Six, there are actually more than 6 members. The specific number is about 7 or 12, and their style of doing things is very cruel. The US government is very troubled by them, and has been sending Team X to encircle and suppress them, but unfortunately they have not gained much. Sandman finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, but let's make it clear how the money is divided. Divide it by person, I'll take more. After all, I'm the leader of the mission. How much I can get depends on how well we complete the mission. Noise was dissatisfied. Why do you get more? Craven was stunned for a moment. He tilted his head and looked at Sandman. Is your brother, brain problem? He really thought so. This guy is too greedy, right? What did you say? Noise stood up all of a sudden. In his opinion, if others get more, he will lose. And if the mission is not completed well in the end, the customer is only willing to pay 100 million, then he will only get a little more than 10 million? This number is far from the 100 million and 500 million he shouted before. In fact, more than 10 million for a mission is already a lot, but he was not willing to accept that he only got so little when the expectations were so high at the beginning. No. Don't you know the rules? I took the mission, I recruited the people, and I worked hard. Why can't I get more? Craven couldn't understand how this grandson could say that with such confidence. What rules? I don't know. I just know it's unfair. Sandman was also happy to see it happen. He didn't say anything, just watching the idiot Noise shouting there. Anyway, there is a chance or not. 3 shots. Okay, Craven stood up without saying a word. Turn around and rescue him. No dragging his feet. Wait, Craven hurriedly called for help. What for? Craven asked as if it was a matter of course. Why are you leaving? Craven hurriedly kept to him. Why don't you leave? I don't do business with idiots, Craven said with a mocking face. Asshole, Noise has always been very self-righteous, how could he tolerate this, and immediately stepped forward to beat Craven. But the next second, he didn't dare to move, because Craven, who was still a few meters away from him, suddenly appeared behind him and put a bone knife across his throat. Tisk, Craven said behind him, idiot, you have asked about me. You should know that I kill a lot of idiots who show their teeth to me for free every year. You can try to see if your mouth is as hard as my knife. Craven's bone knife came from a saber-toothed tiger. A prehistoric saber-toothed tiger created by genetic engineering, it has the title of the most ferocious beast in the world. It was a test product of a secret organization, and Craven took the initiative to become a test tool for this test product. This saber-toothed tiger's claws can easily tear metal, and its strength can easily overturn a main battle tank. It is a Sandman machine. In the end, it was hunted by Craven himself. This bone knife is a souvenir from the saber-toothed tiger. It is very sharp, and it has no problem cutting a steel bar as thick as a neck. I don't know how the mysterious organization made a saber-toothed tiger so fierce. Actually, Craven was still looking forward to their new product. He was planning to be a tester for free. But the organization disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't even find it. What a pity. Wait, Sandman hurriedly stopped him. Although Noise was an idiot, he was one of us after all. He couldn't just let anyone chop him down. Craven smiled evilly, let Noise go, pushed him down, and continued to walk out. Fuck, what I hate most in my life is this kind of idiot who can't see the situation clearly. I don't have to have you. I gave you the opportunity to make money, but you actually took advantage of me. What the hell? Wait, Sandman could only speak again. Damn, asking for a sky-high price and paying it back, you are not a good businessman. You just walk away with a face if you say something wrong. It's too irritating. Why don't you bargain? We'll do it. Just as you say, more than 10 million? Too much? The four of them didn't make a full 100 million in a few years. Each of them only made more than 10 million. Where can you find so much money for one mission? Although the amount of money they got was huge, 20% of it was theirs, which was enough to make them smile. In fact, they were just reselling in the middle. The two ends of the supply and demand line were the ones who really made money. The raw materials collected from farmers in Mexico only cost a few dollars, and after processing, they were sold for thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. When they got to the sellers, they didn't care about the cost, they just added their own profit. They, as middlemen, can only make a small amount at most. It's not that they don't want to suppress both sides. But the question is, why do others let you suppress both sides? Can they control all the gangs in New York, or can they suppress the Mexican drug lords? If you suppress them too much, others will find someone else. It's not worth doing business with you. This is the disadvantage of not doing exclusive business. Think about Kingpin, who could suppress the drug lords and the gangs at the same time, so he naturally made a lot. But they can't do that. So don't look at their excitement, but in fact, they don't make much money. More than 10 million, why not make money? Noise is a complete idiot. He just thinks the money is a lot, so he is not willing to share it. He doesn't even think about it. If others don't come to you, you can't make a dime. In fact, Craven is also very grateful to the idiot Noise. After he made such a fuss, the initiative was transferred. Originally, Craven asked them to go out, but after the idiot Noise made a fuss, well, the bottom line was revealed. They are very happy to participate in this mission. They really want to make this money. Then it inexplicably became that they begged Craven. Wait until several people sat down again. Can we talk about the mission now? Sandman asked. Of course, Craven said with a smile, and then blew a whistle. Then suddenly there was a scream outside. You. Craven. What are you going to do? Hearing the scream, Craven and the others immediately couldn't sit still. Then they saw two huge wolfhounds walking in. The shoulder height was almost 1.5 meters. They looked like two calves. The corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Don't get excited. Your little brother is really not good enough. Seeing that you failed, he planned to betray you. I am doing this for your own good. Of course, the more important thing is that this mission is too important. I can't allow anyone to leak the secret, so they must die, boss. Save me, save me. The little brother who had been staying in there as a background immediately understood what was going on, so he desperately begged for mercy from the Sandman. The Sandman gritted his teeth and said, don't be like this. They are all our little brothers. Just now one of your little brothers ran away. They are not safe. A business worth 500 million, if even a little bit is leaked, no one will be able to play. So, then two giant wolves pounced on the last little brother. The little brother wanted to fight back with a gun, but at this distance, how could a person be faster than a wolf? So just like that, this little brother was ripped open alive by two giant wolves in front of the three people. Chapter 1593 Play with Personality. The three of them didn't save anyone after all. After all, they were all ready to run away, and the younger brother couldn't follow them. They didn't want to carry a bunch of burdens. At most, they thought Craven was too arrogant. However, in fact, this was also Craven's test. Craven was fighting for the initiative, and at the same time, he was testing the humanity of these people. Although Craven was not a good person, he still had rules in doing things. Although he was a lone ranger, he had never done any business that cheated people. This time, he was looking for people to form a team. If nothing else, he at least needed to understand what kind of humanity these people he found were, right? He had investigated Snart and Mark. Mark was a reckless man. Although he was cruel and ruthless, he didn't have any thoughts. He was the kind of person who didn't need to be paid too much attention to. He could be used without being on guard. Needless to say, snart, old silver coin. Of course, although this guy was shady, he had principles. He was a rare bad guy with some integrity. Don't look at this evaluation as not high, but in their line of work, it is definitely a high evaluation. In the scavenger line, 80% of the deaths were not due to tasks, but were killed from behind. There are many reasons, such as gangsters eating gangsters, knowing too much, in short, every good person. Of course, good people will not do this. It is rare to have such a humane person among a group of bad guys. So Craven first thought of looking for the rogues. Apart from other things, our other gang is as principled as the rogues. This is all because of Snart. As a result, it just so happened that before he found the rogues suffered a serious blow. Only 3 people were left dead. 1 is still in the ICU of the hospital. Now there are only 2. Otherwise, he would not come to harm the 4 devils. Well, this matter actually does not need to be done this way. It is mainly because Craven's bad taste exploded, otherwise the 4 devils would not have such a miserable end. However, Craven did not feel guilty at all. They are not good people, what is there to feel guilty about? And the humanity of these people is really bad. These little brothers are with you anyway, even if they still have to die in the end. Will you die if you say a few words? They don't even bother to pretend. You can imagine what kind of people these 3 people are. So Craven's attitude towards these 3 people is completely different. Snart is a helper who can do business together, and these 3 people are just cannon fodder. Sharing the money? Let's put it this way, Craven has no intention of sharing the money with him. When the younger brother was killed by the 2 wolves, the Sandman said expressionlessly, "Can you tell me?" Of course. The bigger the matter, the fewer words. The task was quickly explained. The 3 of them were silent for a while. The Sandman was stunned. Don't think about regretting, otherwise you will be in more trouble. My boss is not a good person, not to mention who the customers who can afford this guy are. If you dare to refuse, you will be waiting for endless revenge, Craven threatened directly. Why can't I refuse? If they have the guts, they can come to us. The noise was stupid again. Unfortunately, Craven ignored him and looked at the Sandman. The Sandman really didn't want to get involved. The matter was too big. If something goes wrong, they won't be able to get away with it. But like Craven said, you agreed before, and he told you the specific mission. Now that you know this, you plan to refuse? What? Do you want to test how tough your life is? Sandman gritted his teeth. We won't leak the news, Craven grinned. Since you agreed, there is no chance to quit, and, do you think those big guys care whether you will leak it? They only care whether you can. As long as there is a possibility, they will not let you go. What's more, if you refuse, this mission will naturally be invalid. You will not only offend those big guys, but also offend me, Snart and Mark. Believe me, they are happy to change the mission, take money from the big guys and then kill you. This is too much. Noise was even more unhappy. This was a blatant contempt for them. Then it's your fault. I said before that you either agree or forget it. Once you agree, you won't have a chance to refuse. But you chose to agree. Everything is your own choice. Now I'll give you another chance. Upon hearing this, the wizard who had never spoken before immediately brightened up. He thought there was still a chance. But the Sandman knew, what a shitty chance. Either you accept the task honestly, and everyone will be happy. Or you refuse, then I will save myself the trouble, and I will turn around and leave now, and the task will become that I will lead people to hunt you down. You know, for us, although it costs less money to deal with you, it is at least not that dangerous. You are also helping me. As he spoke, Craven laughed. Because he really thought this was the way. After all, hunting people with superpowers is also a thrill. The danger is much less. The Sandman's face was ashen, because he could hear that Craven was telling the truth. Damn it. Is this considered taking the blame for someone else? We agree. I don't agree, Noise immediately said loudly in annoyance. You are crazy. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to live well even if we return to New York. Noise's biggest wish is to avenge his family and kill Wakanda. Now he is going against the whole world. If it really comes to that, let alone dealing with Wakanda, it is unknown whether he can survive, so he was the first to disagree. As for Craven's danger, he really didn't see it in his eyes. He even thought that he had caught these people's handles. If you make me angry, I will go and tell them. Let you all be finished. If you think about it further, He can even use this information to make a lot of money for himself, such as threatening them and asking them to give him money. If it doesn't work, he can also buy intelligence. There will be many people who will buy it at that time. He thinks he is really smart. Sandman didn't say anything, just looked at the wizard. What about you? I listened to you. The wizard didn't want to agree at first, but when he saw Sandman's eyes, he shrank back. You can agree or not, but I won't agree anyway. Noise turned around and was about to leave. But the next second, a bone blade pierced his back and came out through his chest. It was Craven. What an idiot. You heard it all. Do you think you can stay out of it? Although Craven didn't understand Noise's psychological activities, no matter what, he couldn't let this bastard go. Moreover, he really couldn't trust this idiot. Craven thought that this kid had a serious brain disease. Where did he get so much confidence that he wouldn't do it? The previous inquiry of the Sandman was already a very obvious signal. If it was 3 people in one, Craven really didn't dare to do it. After all, he didn't have the advantage in a 1-on-3 situation, but the inquiry of the Sandman was a very obvious team. This was the Sandman forcing Noise to submit. But this idiot blocked his last chance of survival. 5 or 6 people turned around and wanted to leave. No, don't you know that the moment you stood up, you became a minority in this room? You are so brave. Does your father know? Then he died. The death was worthless. Before he died, he stared at the Sandman and the wizard, as if he was questioning them why they didn't help. Well, not as if. He was just questioning. We are in the same group. However, this idiot didn't know that the moment he turned around and left, they were no longer in the same group. The wizard was very scared. He didn't expect Craven to be so decisive, and he was even more scared that the Sandman didn't say a word. Craven laughed in his heart. God really helped me. The Sandman didn't save Noise. Not only did he lose a helper, but he also split the other living one. He could see that the wizard's position was not firm. He didn't say anything, but he was actually using Noise to cross it out. Let Noise go, and he picked up the ready-made ones behind. As a result, the Sandman chilled the wizard's heart. After all, the Sandman could ignore Noise at this time, so when it came to him, the wizard, would the Sandman stand up? The answer is self-evident. Absolutely not. Then would the wizard still dare to trust the Sandman? In this way, the small group of the 4 demons was completely finished, and Craven would clean them up at that time. Now that there is one less person to share the money, we can share more. There is still a big difference between 6 people and 5 people sharing a sum of money. The larger the amount of money, the greater the difference. The Sandman pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. The wizard also smiled, but his smile was like crying. Why didn't you stop him just now? The wizard asked the Sandman after Craven left. Why didn't you stop him? The Sandman asked back. Can I stop him? The wizard patted his broken leg angrily. He wanted to stop him, but his leg was broken. I have saved him again, the Sandman said irritably. The damn Noise, the dead man, couldn't hear any good or bad words. When I asked you, I was forcing him. The minority obeys the majority. But he. Stupid to death. He just turned around and left. Do you really think others are vegetarians? The Sandman was really angry. Noise usually doesn't care about quarrels, but at this critical moment, what kind of personality are you playing? Okay, it's good this time. You're going to kill yourself. Although the wizard also thought that Sandman did it, it did not change the wizard's idea that he no longer trusted Sandman, because Noise is dead. You didn't do anything. You even made a sound. But the wizard would not say it, firstly because he didn't dare, and secondly because he didn't need to. So are you really going to do it? It's too dangerous. The wizard didn't have the courage to object to him in person, but he still had the courage to talk behind his back. Then do you think we have a choice? Why? You and Noise use the same brain to think about things? Since others dare to tell you, they are sure that they can cover it up. He is not afraid of us going back on our word. Only Noise, that idiot, still thinks he can refuse. How can he refuse? Even when his father was alive, he couldn't refuse. Fuck. Damn it, the wizard stopped talking because he knew Sandman was right. So what should we do now? What should we do? Recover from the wound. By the way, find the vibranium hidden by Noise. Yes, this is what Sandman thought at first. Noise is dead, so what? Anyway, he is not his son, he doesn't care. But those vibraniums, before, they had finally persuaded Noise to take out some of those treasures. Now he has definitely bought them all. In fact, among the 4 of them, Noise has always been the richest. If he is willing to take out the vibranium, they will definitely be successful. Unfortunately, Noise hides those things as treasures and is reluctant to take them out. That's right. That was accumulated by his family for several lifetimes. But now it's good, the person is dead, and the money is not spent. It's a bargain for them. The wizard was also tempted. If he had those things, his drones could be upgraded to a few more levels. At least it wouldn't be like before, where an electromagnetic pulse would destroy everything. It's embarrassing. I understand, the wizard said without any pressure. Just like Sandman thought, the wizard didn't feel sorry for Noise's death. He wasn't his son, so he died, so what? He was going to cry at his grave. He was just sympathizing with his own kind. But let's put it back. The death of a rabbit will make the fox sad, but if you give the rabbit's body to fox, the fox will definitely eat it happily. Things in the world are just like this. Found someone? Kai looked at George in surprise. Yes, Peter led us to find him. George rarely found Kai to report his work today. Logically speaking, Kai is George's immediate superior and an old leader, so reporting work should be a common thing. However, who asked Kai to go to work and not work for 3 days and 2 days? He never went to work at all, and paid less and less attention to the work of the police station. George is not a fool. Kai is his backer. He is naturally willing to contact him more and report more. But the problem is that there must be work reports. Kai doesn't care about anything, and George can't force it. If Kai is not embarrassed, he will be embarrassed. So apart from normal interactions, George really has no chance to report to Kai. Who are they? A group of children? George said this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a group of children. It can't be children, there is someone behind them. Did you ask? It has to be you. You can see it at a glance. George immediately flattered him. It's not George flattering, but the reality is like this. You report your work to your leader in a dry way? Of course, we do not deny that there are leaders in the world who only like to talk about work, but they are definitely a minority, and a very small minority. Most leaders, no, it should be the vast majority of people who like to hear nice things. George, this is not flattery, but maturity. He is middle-aged, with old and young people at home. Who the hell still plays with personality like a fool? Oh, the last person who played with personality just died. It is said that middle-aged people are greasy, but who knows what is going on in their family? If that middle-aged person achieves financial freedom early, do you think he is still greasy? Who can't play with personality? It is said that rich people like to raise pigs because of their personality, but there are so many people who raise pigs, and I don't see them as personalities. As I said, reality is very cruel. Chapter 1594, Devil. We are still short of something. In the New York Temple at 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan, New York, a group of superheroes who are famous in the outside world are gathering together to discuss an artificial intelligence. Looking outside from where they are sitting, they can see many pedestrians coming and going. It doesn't look safe at all. After all, people can see the huge round table inside from the window as soon as they turn their heads. Not only that, there are many superheroes sitting around the round table. This is one of the 3 major temples under Camelot. Camelot maintains the Great Guardian, protects the Earth from the invasion of other dimensions, and also shields the Earth from the side of other races in the universe. The center of the Great Guardian is in the Himalayas, but in order to better maintain the Great Guardian, there are 3 fulcrums on the Earth. They are located in Hong Kong, New York and London. And now it is Strange who is in charge of the New York Temple. In order to prevent their secret society from being discovered, the Illuminati chose the New York Temple as the base of the society. This place is isolated from space by magic. In simple terms, they can see outside, but outsiders cannot see inside. Even if they blow up the New York Temple, outsiders will not be able to find it. And because of the barrier node, Strange can open a portal to any place in the world here, which is convenient and safe. So choose here. Strange is the boss here, and his words are final. As for the wizards inside the sanctuary, they are all escapists and don't care what they do here. Naturally, they are not afraid of leaks. Strange looked at the latest artificial intelligence model in the center of the round table. What are we missing? Banner pushed his glasses and said very embarrassedly, we don't know. This is the key to the matter. We have tried all methods, but the intelligence of this artificial intelligence still cannot meet our requirements. At this time, Harrison Wells, the head of the Los Angeles Star Laboratory, spoke up. It's not that it can't meet our requirements, but it can't meet Mr. Tony Stark's requirements. The tone is full of sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Hey, man, we are the smartest people in the world. We gather together and do our best. Tony completely ignored Harrison Wells' dissatisfaction. After all, Harrison Wells did have reason to be dissatisfied. For the Ultron project, they almost gave up most of their own things and worked on this project day and night. More importantly, only a few of them knew about this project, so they had to keep it secret from the outside world. Harrison Wells is not idle. He is in charge of the largest private laboratory in the United States. He also has his own research topics and technical support for the Flash. He is busy as hell. But now, he has to give up those things and concentrate on the Ultron project. This has caused complaints from colleagues in the laboratory. He hasn't seen anyone for a long time. If he hadn't used video to talk to colleagues in the laboratory from time to time, they would have thought something had happened to him. If it were just that, it's nothing. Harrison Wells also has scientific pursuits. No matter how much there is to complain about the Ultron project, there is one thing that attracts Harrison Wells very much. That is, it will be the pinnacle of artificial intelligence technology in the world. If it succeeds, the artificial intelligence technology in the world will have a qualitative leap. This has a fatal attraction for all scientific workers. So Harrison Wells participated reluctantly. But no matter how attractive it was, it couldn't withstand Tony Stark's nitpicking. This is already the 5th edition. It can be said that it is excellent in all aspects. But Tony still thinks it's not enough. But you asked us to complete an impossible task. We can't do God's work. You asked us to create a soul. A living soul with self-thinking. This is God's job, no. Dear Harrison, as scientists, we are God. Tony said something very arrogant. But this is exactly the ultimate dream of all scientists. Are scientists really just seeking truth and knowledge? No, the birth of scientists is precisely the product of mankind's pursuit of God's footsteps. What scientists pursue is omniscience and omnipotence. It is with such delusions that mankind has come to where it is today step by step. So although Tony's words are arrogant, there is nothing wrong with them. Few real scientists are true believers. But then again, people often say that the end of science is theology, and there is nothing wrong with this, because science has no end. In this journey that can't see the end, everyone has to wonder, who designed this road, and there is no other answer except God. But our technology can't meet your requirements at all. Now this design is already our best. Harrison Wells didn't lie. Science has no limits. But technology does. Can't we just say one word and realize it immediately? That's not science. It's not even theology. Let's just change it to metaphysics. The 6 people sitting here now are considered the top scientists on Earth. If they can't do it, then at least no one on Earth can do it. This thing is not practicing martial arts. There is a hermit master hidden in the deep mountains and old forests who can shake the world with one move and get things done. You have to eat step by step, but Tony doesn't follow scientific logic at all. He insists that they come up with something that exceeds their technological level. This is not alien technology, at least there is a reference. They don't even have a reference. How to do it? I agree with Harrison. Tony, you are completely making things difficult for us, Banner also said. Even Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, who has always supported Tony, no longer stood on Tony's side. That's right, Tony, we can accumulate experience first. Upgrade slowly. Reed? Even you don't support me, you know why I do this. Tony felt very depressed. Tony felt that he was not nitpicking, nor was he being cheap. His Ultron was not for his own selfishness, but for the whole world. Tony has always had a sense of insecurity, especially after learning that the outside world was spying on the Earth. He could not calm down even more, and the Earth could be invaded at any time. Because Tony has been to outer space and seen the Chitauri outside the wormhole. He knew that the Chitauri who landed in New York were just a drop in the bucket. Just like this, they were in a mess, not because they couldn't beat them, but because they were too busy. That time, the portal was very small and was limited to New York. They barely coped with it. But when Thanos really comes, will Thanos come from only one place? The Earth has no lid. He can invade the Earth from anywhere in the world, and more likely, he will launch a full-scale attack and send a large number of troops from all over the world. At that time, how can the people on Earth cope with it? Still relying on a few of them? What can they do? He knew in his heart that even if only the Chitauri were coming, let alone Thanos, They would not be able to defeat them. He had been thinking about one question: what if he lost? Because he would really lose. What I mean by losing is not that he could not win, but that he would fight on his own land. Even if he was really lucky and won, but the people on Earth were gone. Is that still a win? And not only that, he also wanted to change the world. The more Tony became a superhero, the clearer he understood the limitations of superheroes. They couldn't change the world. So he wanted to change the world. How to change it? That was the original intention of the Ultron plan. Stark wanted to build a robot that could learn by itself. In this way, there would be no need to rely on superheroes to run around the world to maintain order. Instead, only Ultron was needed to control countless robot armies and fight against invaders. At the same time, Ultron's computing power that surpassed all humans could handle crises in various parts of the world anytime and anywhere, so that there would not be a situation where evil appeared but superheroes could not catch up. And how good would an artificial intelligence be? It would always act according to the rules, without any deviation, and would not cry, get tired, or slack off. These benefits are things that superheroes like them can never achieve. The current design is good, but not enough. Not enough. What they want to do is artificial intelligence that can change the world. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the God of the new world. A new God who is omniscient and almighty on Earth. Reed supports Tony's idea very much. Compared to being a superhero, Reed prefers to be a scientist. Being a superhero is never a hobby, but a responsibility, and science is his belief. If the world is safe and sound, he can naturally return to the laboratory and do his own research with peace of mind. But now even Reed doesn't support him, and Tony feels a little embarrassed. He looked at Arthur. Arthur has been doing nothing. He doesn't know anything. He is completely stupid. Don't look at me. I got you all the technologies that should be supported from Atlantis. If you can't get them, then you really can't get them. The technological level of Atlantis is much higher than that of the surface, and Arthur also got a lot of new technologies from his mother. Can't you use your mother's strength again? Arthur understood what Tony meant. He was blaming himself for not trying hard enough. But, Tony, you have to understand one thing. That is, my mother is the queen, Arthur said helplessly. It's because your mother is the queen. Tony didn't understand, or maybe he didn't care. Anyway, the meaning was very clear. Your mother is the queen, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and she is the most powerful in the seabed. If she wants to give any technology, isn't it a matter of minutes? Arthur felt that he could no longer communicate with him. She is the queen of Atlantis, not the queen of Earth. You can't let her harm the interests of Atlantis, right? Even if she is the queen, how can this be said to be damaging the interests of Atlantis? This is for the benefit of the entire Earth. Tony felt that he was too narrow-minded. Now Arthur could no longer communicate with him. Well, strange, open a portal. This guy is no longer listening. Arthur was too lazy to talk to him. To continue would hurt feelings. He was caught in the middle of the matter between humans and Atlanteans. Of course he could explain, but such an explanation would only make Tony, his superior, think that he was biased towards Atlantis. Some words were fine to mutter in the heart, but once they were said, they could not be taken back. So Arthur simply didn't say anything. He left directly. Everything would be fine when they calmed down. Sure enough, Arthur's departure made others very dissatisfied. Tony. You did it wrong. I'm doing it for the benefit of all mankind. What's wrong with me? Tony was already insane, a bit like Nick Fury. He started to get stuck in a dead end. Isn't Arthur doing it for the benefit of mankind? How much technology did he bring back? What right do you have to say that about him? Banner accused directly. Fortunately, Tony didn't completely become Nick Fury. He knew what was good for him. I know there's something wrong with my words, but Atlantis, that's someone else's Atlantis. Does it have anything to do with you? Does it have anything to do with us? This time it was Harrison Wells who opened fire. As a scientist, he also pays great attention to patents. Others gave you the technology of Atlantis for free, but it turned out to be a ghost. Not only are you not grateful, but you blame others for not getting more. What's the matter? Is he your father? Even if he is your father, he doesn't do things like this. Tony also woke up at this time, and he realized what he had just done. It's good enough that the Queen is willing to give us the technology. So many countries want Atlantis technology, but others don't care. You are so good, and you want other people's sensitive technology. You are wrong. This time it was Reed. Tony couldn't resist a little. My fault, I didn't think before I spoke. Seeing Tony apologize, others didn't say anything. Banner said to Tony with a little worry, Tony, your current state is a little wrong. We all know what you are worried about, but you are too anxious, even a little obsessed. Tony was awake, but not completely. He didn't care about Banner's worries, he thought he had everything under control. But what happened just now made him know how to speak. I know, my mind is confused by the massive amount of data. I know very clearly what I am doing. Let's talk about Eltron, Tony continued. Is there really no way out? He looked at Strange. Strange had been silent, and now he could only shrug. I have provided all the help I can provide. I can't do anything more. You can't ask me to read those strictly prohibited magic books. I can tell you that it is impossible, unless you intend to let me kill the Sorcerer Supreme. At this moment, Strange is not the Strange who has become the Sorcerer Supreme, and he doesn't have the courage to mess around. But from his words, it can be seen that this guy doesn't care so much about the rules. It's all because there is a big boss above him. Tony clicked his tongue. He was indeed starting to lose his mind, but he was not going to challenge the Ancient One. Is there really no way out? Strange thought for a while, and finally thought of a way. I have a way here, but what way? It's very troublesome. Tell me about it. You know the Infinity Gems, right? Tony was a little surprised. You know, the troubles on Earth are really because of those things. I know that the Mind Gem is on Earth. If we want to create an artificial intelligence with its own thinking, the best way is to use this gem. It should be able to give the creature a mind. Tony was silent after hearing this. Chapter 1595. A bolt from the blue. What happened to the Illuminati has nothing to do with Kai. Not yet. Kai is now taking care of the children. In the end, Kai still couldn't rest assured about these little guys. If they were allowed to run around freely, something would go wrong one day. Gwen, why do you think Mr. Wayne asked us to go to his house, after school? Peter and Gwen walked towards Kai's house, but when he thought of Kai's stern expression, he felt a little uneasy, just like being detained by the dean after school. Maybe it's because of the previous incident. You and I were injured, so we escaped. Now that we are well, we naturally have to make up for it, Harry said casually while laughing with his girlfriend. In addition, it is probably related to the recent uproar. Well, recently, a serial killer appeared in the city. People were panicking, and the police had no clue at all. Many people were scolding the police for ignoring the lives of citizens. But this time, the police were really wronged. Because this time, not only did the police not have any clues, but even the superheroes didn't find any problems. Recently, the superheroes in New York have become very busy. They have been patrolling at night, but they still can't catch the criminal. Among them are the two detective superheroes Rorschach and Daredevil, who are the most concerned about this case. They have been running around for this case, but unfortunately, it's useless. Moreover, from the scene, there is no useful clue at all. We only know that the victim was strangled. Other than that, there are no clues. There are no fingerprints, no blood, no human tissue, no footprints, no video, and no eyewitnesses. This makes people suspect that it is a superpower who committed the crime. The reason why it is not announced is entirely for social impact. After all, if it is announced that it may be a superpower who committed the crime, a lot of people will come out to speak, which will affect unity. The current main strategy of the government is to absorb and appease mutants. After all, at present, these people are an important supplement to the country's military force. If it causes hostility between ordinary people and mutants, it will have a great impact on the government's work. The trend in the world now is to absorb mutants, and governments of various countries have offered very good conditions. If the United States comes up with a mutant Truman doctrine, other countries will definitely laugh their heads off. And the key is that no matter which side can find any commonality among the victims, if there is no commonality, it is impossible to find the characteristics of the murderer. This kind of random murderer is the most difficult to catch, because he has no logic. You don't know where to start. So for now, whether it is the police or superheroes, they use the dumbest method, which is to increase patrols, hoping to deter the murderer. Spider-Man and Harry naturally know about this, so they will go out for patrols at night. But the effect is still not very good. Victims still appear one after another. Since this serial killer seems to be killing people randomly, and teenagers are also killed, It is naturally impossible for schools to sit idly by. Strengthening safety awareness is the most important course. Midtown High School, where Peter and his friends are, also gave relevant lectures. That's why Harry said so. Oh, by the way, Harry, this jerk, actually told his girlfriend Mary Jane the secret that he was the Green Goblin. On the first day that this guy put on the Green Goblin armor, this guy flew to Mary Jane's window and wanted to take his girlfriend out for fun. Fortunately, although Mary Jane was not very old, she was much more mature than Harry and stopped Harry's suicidal behavior in time. After all, their family is a big jebel and is not afraid of the threats of those scoundrels. They have a large number of bodyguards to ensure safety, but Mary Jane's family does not have this condition. If the enemies of the Green Goblin find their family will be finished. In fact, the best way is for Mary Jane to break up with Harry immediately and cut off all relations, and it is best not to contact them in the future. Unfortunately, Mary Jane is still too young. I thought this matter was nothing. As long as no one finds out, it's fine. In the end, it was Osborne, the father, who cleaned up the mess and sent people to protect Mary Jane's family. Fortunately, their family is not short of money. It's just a few $100,000 more security fees every year. What a big deal. Mr. Wayne is the same. Last time, we were careless and fell into a disadvantage. Why does he keep holding on to it? Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Wayne hears you, you're done. Peter quickly stopped Harry from talking nonsense. Harry pouted. He was just being arrogant outside. If he really faced Kai, he would be as cowardly as he could be. After all, the reputation of others was accumulated by the lives of countless people, which was not comparable to that of a rich second-generation kid like him. The little money of the Osborne family was really just a kid for Kai. By the way, I forgot to say that the Wayne Group also has shares in the Osborne Group. This is normal. Many large companies in the United States have cross-holdings. Jane also hired him and he became honest all of a sudden. By the way, speaking of which, we didn't see Teresa. Where did she go? Jane changed the subject. Unexpectedly, others agreed. Yes, come to think of it, I haven't seen Teresa for many days. What did she do? Did she come to class? Peter also remembered that he hadn't seen Peter for several days. Teresa and Peter were not on the same class, but sometimes they would go to class together. After class, Teresa would sometimes play with them, but they hadn't seen her recently. She came. I saw her, but she has been very secretive lately, Harry said. Peter suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Teresa is in love. Now several people looked over. Although it is normal for high school students to fall in love, young people still like this topic very much and never get tired of talking about it. Several people immediately started a heated discussion. In the end, they talked about nothing, and then they found that Gwen didn't say a word. Gwen, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Peter asked. No. I just don't know whether I should say it. Jane's eyes lit up immediately. Is there any information? Gwen was a little embarrassed. I don't know whether it's true or not, but, hurry up. Hurry up, Harry urged hurriedly. Teresa is a friend of theirs, but not a particularly close one. She has her own circle. They don't act together. So the information is limited. Really? Really? Who? Do we know each other? Jane is a school newspaper reporter, a very talented one. She usually likes to find out some news or something, and when she encounters such gossip, she is even more excited. You probably don't know her. She's a transfer student who just came here recently, mysterious transfer student. It's definitely the rumor that any school likes to spread the most. Ava Ayala. That Latin girl. Jane immediately called out the identity of the transfer student. Harry and Peter suddenly reacted, looked at each other, and immediately asked, really, Ava Ayala, Latin girl, female. Teresa. She's also a female. They didn't know much about Ava Ayala. First, they were not of the same age. Second, the girl was quite withdrawn in school. She had been in school for more than 2 months. Not only did she have few friends, but she also didn't participate in school activities. Midtown High School, a top high school in the United States, not only values academics, but also attaches great importance to students' various abilities. For example, social skills. School activities are a good social venue. So no matter who you are, you will participate in 1 or 2 school activities. But Ava Ayala has always been like an invisible person, not participating in any activities at all. so it is difficult for others to have a chance to contact her. Many people are saying that this girl has problems. But one thing is certain, this is a very beautiful girl. No one expected that Teresa would be related to her. Really, Harry couldn't believe it. Say, who is that person? Kai was very angry, as if the cabbage in his own field had been dug up. Teresa was confused. She was happy to finish school today, but when she got home, she saw Kai glaring at her. Kai has always been a standard loving father to his children. Well, this word has been played to pieces. There was Comrade Steele before, and there was the fat grandfather in the subspace after. In short, it's not a good thing. To describe it in another word, Kai is more like a silly father. Although he has always wanted to establish the authority of a strict father, unfortunately, the children at home don't buy it. Even if he always wants to be strict, it's a pity that he is not very successful. At least the children are really not afraid of him. So facing Kai's sudden anger, Teresa was not only confused, but also felt bored. What is this? What are you talking about? You are in love. Kai tried to make himself look a little angry. But in fact, he was more panicked. Yes, just panicked. Because he had no idea. He didn't know what to do. What if Teresa cried? What if she didn't admit it? What if she... Anyway, this is what he thought in his mind. He is just a new father who has just taken up the post. In fact, it's almost the same. It's only been 2 years at most. Maybe it's because of insufficient emotional accumulation, or maybe it's because he hasn't adapted to his new role. Anyway, Kai pretended to be very guilty when he was angry. Raven on the side rolled her eyes at Kai. With your acting skills, you can't even fool a child. I'm in love. Teresa was stunned. How could I not know? Who am I in love with? Kai was stunned. Yes, who are you in love with now, let alone Raven? Even Afu couldn't stand it. How can you question a child like this? Can't you be more justified? No. Who spread the rumor about you? Teresa was very angry, not because Kai controlled her. After all, she was not a fool. Even Bernard could see Kai's guilty look. How could she not know that this was instigated by others? Teresa glared at her mother. There was no one else but her. But Raven glared back. Rebellious. Are you planning to turn the world upside down? Teresa immediately became timid. She dared to act unruly in front of Kai because Kai was very good to them. Although he always had a stern face, he was actually very easy to talk to. Although he looked fierce, he was actually just a paper tiger. He had no dignity at all. But Raven was different. She had raised them since they were young, and her dignity was deeply rooted in her bones. Teresa didn't dare to get angry at Raven, but she didn't care so much about Kai. Who told you that? Kai felt that Teresa was not lying, so he glanced at Raven. This was all Raven told him. It was also Raven who instigated him to ask. Kai's expression shouldn't be too obvious. Logically speaking, Kai wouldn't be so stupid, but the problem was that Kai felt guilty. He didn't want to get involved in the emotional lives of his children. Children and women have one thing in common, that is, they are irrational. The specific manifestation is stubbornness. For example, if a child likes a toy, if you buy it for him, he will definitely regret it in 2 days. I think it's nothing special. But if you don't buy it for him, then things will get complicated, he will make a scene, he will cry. The more you don't buy it for him, the more stubborn he will be. And women's attitude towards love is also very similar. If no one forcibly breaks up the couple, it may just be an ordinary relationship. But once someone forcibly breaks up the couple, for her own self-esteem, for her own face, and for her own self-importance, she will treat this relationship more like a moth to a flame, moving herself to the heaven and earth, and getting deeper and deeper into it. This is like self-pua. Originally, it was nothing, but after this twist and turn, she can make up Romeo and Juliet in your mind. She wants to die. Teresa's situation is similar. She has both. When Kai was a policeman, he handled similar cases. Because the family did not agree to the relationship, those men and women wanted to commit suicide. It's really not that serious. Love is indeed important, but it cannot rise to the level of life and death. More often, it's just a matter of words. Once the two sides confront each other, the contradiction will expand, and finally they can't think it through and want to commit suicide. Actually, that thing is just that. It's not that serious. The problem lies in communication. If you don't agree, just agree and make it clear. Anyway, in the end, the person will suffer the consequences. What can parents do? Of course, Kai said this from the perspective of an outsider. It's different from the perspective of parents. It's not that they don't know the truth, but they can't help it because of their sense of responsibility. You can't watch your child jump into the fire pit when you know it's a fire pit, right? But Teresa's situation is obviously not the case. What can a high school student do? Raven's mother, why are you spreading rumors? When did I fall in love? Teresa was a little more justified this time. She dared to question Raven. Raven rolled her eyes at the useless man. If you can't even do this, what's the use of you? But at this point, Raven can only fight naked. It's me, what can you do? I received a tip-off and heard that you. The matter was simple. Raven received a call from Teresa's school teacher. Don't say why the teacher called Raven. Our American teachers so responsible? Of course it was impossible. The main reason was that the children were in special circumstances. Raven was afraid that they would cause trouble in school, so she bribed a few teachers to be informants. What? You actually spied on me, Teresa immediately shouted, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Chapter 1596 It's not love. Regardless of whether it is on TV or in newspapers, for a long time, people have been saying that the United States cares a lot about privacy, and parents are not allowed to snoop. Let's put it this way. Many people said that the United States is a paradise. But is it really so? With the development of the internet, more and more news from the United States has been reported back, and more people have gone to that country and found that it is not the case at all. We have all been fooled. The same is true about the privacy of children. Parents all over the world are similar. Who doesn't care about their children? Since they care, they will inevitably touch privacy, but the degree is different. The reason why those people say that is just to say, Chinese people are like this and that, and need to reflect on it. As for whether it is true or not, they don't care. Teresa's attitude is to make herself feel more justified. But unfortunately, she was quickly suppressed. What? Can't I do this? Raven stared at Teresa. Teresa was scared the next second. I can do it, I can do it. Mom can do anything. The things that the child sees are a bit miscellaneous, and even the Japanese anime language has been learned. Humph, Raven snorted. At the same time, she glared at Kai fiercely, a useless man. The useless man sat obediently on the sofa, as quiet as a quail. He had no choice. If Teresa had grown up beside him, Kai would have been justified, but the problem was, he was a latecomer, and he didn't even have time to cultivate feelings, so how could he have the confidence to ask? What if he asked too much and the children had opinions about him? Wouldn't the father-daughter relationship have been cultivated in vain? So he could only pretend to be dead. Then tell me the truth, who is that person? How far have you developed? Ruan didn't want to use this method, but it has developed to this point. Who told that man to be useless except in bed, and she had to do it herself? How far have you developed? Teresa was just about to tell the truth, but she couldn't tell the next second. What should I tell? I'm not in love at all, Teresa reacted. What's the point of feeling guilty? I didn't do anything. Humph. Still quibbling. Your teacher saw you coming out of the stadium, and, in disheveled clothes, and you still say you didn't. This is a bit of a fight, a bit of a hand-to-hand fight. If one thing goes wrong, things will get complicated. So Kai quickly grabbed Riven and said, talk nicely, talk nicely. What do you mean by disheveled clothes? What are you talking about? Give me some face, give me some face. Children also want to save face. If one thing goes wrong, they will be stubborn with you, and then you won't be able to explain anything, and it will be even more difficult to deal with. Get out of the way. It's all your fault. If you had cared more about them, would they have become like this now? I tell you, her boyfriend is a woman. Riven was really angry and started to talk nonsense. Damn, is it that Kai doesn't want to care? Kai tried his best not to let them become superheroes at the beginning, but what happened? Riven, this woman, tried his best to hold him back, and now Kai doesn't care. He wanted to care, but you should cooperate with him. Now it has become his problem again. Fortunately, Kai knew where the main contradiction was, and Riven was angry now. If he added fuel to the fire, it would be a lot of fun. So he simply took the blame and quickly grabbed Riven. Okay, my fault, my fault. Wait, what did you just say? Girl, Kai was talking fine, but suddenly found that it was not right. It seemed that he heard something extraordinary. Kai turned his head stiffly and looked at Teresa. In fact, Kai was not really angry at all about Teresa's love affair. The main reason why he scared those little boys at school was to prevent it from happening. After all, it is better not to happen if it can be avoided. Although Kai's thinking is still the Kai who grew up in New China, this is the United States. No matter how awesome he is, he can't copy the Chinese system to the United States. When American high school students fall in love, not only the school doesn't care, but even the parents don't care. In the United States, if you don't have a love affair in high school, you might even be laughed at. In this case, how can Kai care? He just scares them. If it really happened, Kai would only ask Riven to remind him to be safe. Other things. Kai really had no choice. The United States had its own national conditions. But now, what did he hear? A woman? No, the national conditions were developing so fast. Teresa, this, you are playing a little too much, aren't you? Kai said tremblingly. Teresa was also dumbfounded, and then quickly reacted. Then she blushed and shouted, what are you talking about? When did I get together with someone? You are wronging me. Kai, a fence-sitter, immediately stood on Teresa's side when he saw this situation. After all, she didn't look like a liar. Yes, Riven, I don't like you saying that. Look at how childish you are. You can't just talk nonsense without knowing the situation. Children also need to save face. Seeing Kai's face, Riven was so angry that she laughed. Men. You really can't count on them. What's the matter with that Ava Ayala? So Riven had to show her true colors. Oh. There was a name, and it didn't look like a lie. Kai immediately changed sides. Hey, Teresa, it's not that Daddy doesn't want to help you. Look, what's going on? Teresa was relatively simple, and didn't notice Kai's jumping around, and her hatred was all pulled by Riven. In the end, there was a fierce quarrel between mother and daughter. The truth became clearer and clearer. Soon, the matter was clear. It turned out that dating and coming out were all fictitious. This matter was completely different. This story started 2 months ago. During that time, Teresa and her friends were confronting the rogue gang. It was also at this time that a transfer student suddenly came to Midtown High School. Teresa had no interest in such things, and she herself was a transfer student. But unexpectedly, one day, an accident made her find that there was something wrong with this transfer student. She found that this transfer student actually had contacts with some gang members. She even saw her take something from the gang members with her own eyes. This aroused Teresa's interest, so she began to secretly monitor this transfer student. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by a transfer student before she started for long. The transfer student deliberately led her to a deserted place and subdued her in an instant. Teresa was very unconvinced. So after a few visits, they became friends. The transfer student's name was Ava Ayala. This does not need to be repeated. She is Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico is considered a country, but it is an autonomous state of the United States. As an autonomous region of the United States, Puerto Rican residents are American citizens and do not participate in the U.S. presidential election, but they have the right to elect a non-voting U.S. House of Representatives commissioner. Puerto Rico is located in the eastern part of the Greater Antilles in the Caribbean Sea. It includes the island of Puerto Rico and small islands such as Vieques and Culebra. It is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the north, the Caribbean Sea to the south, the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Islands to the east, and the Dominican Republic to the west across the Mona Strait. The capital is San Juan. In 1952, the United States granted Puerto Rico the status of a free commonwealth and implemented autonomy, but important departments such as diplomacy, defense, and tariffs are still controlled by the United States. According to the Constitution formulated by the United States in 1952, the governor is the highest executive officer, elected for a term of 4 years, and has a ministerial meeting. The U.S. Congress has the right to repeal laws passed by the Puerto Rican Congress. The Congress is divided into the Senate and the House of Representatives. The island elects a local commissioner to be stationed in the U.S. Congress, but can only participate in the vote in the House of Representatives Committee. This is an island country that has been played by the United States. From the beginning, it was unwilling to join the United States, and the United States desperately wanted it to become the 51st state of the United States. Now it is desperately trying to become a state of the United States, but the United States is not happy. Back to Ava Ayala, she originally lived in Puerto Rico, but one thing forced her to come to New York. Her brother died. Her brother is called Hector Ayala, and he is the pride of the whole family. A long time ago, His brother was admitted to the Empire State University of New York and lived in the United States after graduation, which made the life of the whole family a qualitative leap. She and her brother are more than 20 years apart. Although it is rare, it is not uncommon. She has especially admired her brother since she was a child. Her brother even told her a secret. That is, her brother is a superhero. It turned out that while studying at Empire State College in New York, he accidentally picked up a mysterious power amulet one night. It was a mysterious magic amulet from the Far East. Under the influence of the amulet, Hector found that he had gained superpowers, his physical strength was enhanced, and he also gained super martial arts skills, so he put on a mask, called himself White Tiger, and became a hero. But he was very low-key. Although he also cracked down on criminals, not many people knew him. At that time, he mainly fought for the interests of immigrants from South America and the Caribbean. Those illegal immigrants had a much harder time than now. After all, there were not so many white leftists who talked about political correctness back then. Many black factories and gangs liked to exploit these illegal immigrants. And Hector specifically advocated justice for these illegal immigrants. Until one operation, he was shot by the gang. Although the bullet was taken out in the end, Hector's body and mind had a rejection reaction to the power amulet. He had no choice but to choose to retire. Focus on family and career. Until the first year of superheroes, the year when Tony was born. Hector, who had been living a peaceful life with his girlfriend, began to feel that such an era was really good. Of course, he had never thought about returning to the arena at that time. He was already in his 40s and didn't have the ambition. He only joked with his sister when he was free, saying that the current superheroes were his juniors. However, an accident broke his peaceful life. He ran into gang murder, and he couldn't help but take action. He defeated the gangs, but unfortunately he didn't save the victims, but he chose to be an eyewitness. Although he has retired, Hector still insists on his justice in his heart. Facing the threats and inducements of the gangs, he chose to fight. But the gangs are not easy to mess with. They arranged an accident to make Hector a suspect who killed a policeman. His blood and fingerprints were left at the scene. Even the policeman did have a conflict with him before. He also had bloody clothes and a pistol that killed the policeman in his home, and his fingerprints were on the pistol. It can be said that the evidence is as solid as a mountain. Coincidentally, the person who defended Hector was Kai's old friend, Mark Murdoch. But the evidence was too hard, and there was no problem with the logical chain. The key is that Hector couldn't give a strong alibi. According to Hector's testimony, he was attacked that day, so there was no reasonable alibi. But the problem is that after the police investigation, there was no way to find evidence of his so-called attack. This time the police are really not villains. After all, Hector has a good record, is highly educated, has a very good job, lives a comfortable life, has a happy family, and has even helped the police. He is even an important witness in the murder case. How could it be so coincidental that he suddenly got involved in the murder case? And the murdered policeman was also proved to have connections with a gang, a black policeman. The conflict between the policeman and Hector also showed heavy signs of premeditation. Everything happened too coincidentally. The police are not fools. How could such a well-recorded and enthusiastic citizen suddenly kill the policeman? But the problem is that there is no problem with the evidence, and the eyewitnesses also insisted that it was Hector. At the same time, there was a video at the scene, which was exactly the same style as Hector's previous fight. Although the front face was not captured, the body shape, movements and evidence at the scene all pointed to Hector. At the final trial, he lost the case without a doubt. There was no way, the evidence was too strong. There was nothing to blame, even if the police were biased towards Hector, it would be useless. After all, the court was about evidence. Then his testimony as an eyewitness was also ruined, because the lawyer of the gang accused him of being unreliable. It's not that the criminals can't testify, but Hector has always claimed that the gang had wronged him. In addition, he never admitted that he killed anyone, but the court found him guilty. So he lied. He had subjective bias, had a grudge against the defendant, and lied. His testimony was not accepted by the court. What's more, not long after he entered the prison, he was killed by a dozen prisoners with weapons in a prison riot. He and Matt Murdoch are already preparing to appeal. This incident dealt a serious blow to Hector's family. His parents were very sad because of this, and his girlfriend has always believed that her boyfriend would not kill people and has been planning to appeal. but recently even she has been threatened by unknown people. All this prompted Eva Ayala to come to New York, intending to help her brother get justice. It was also after arriving in New York that she got the 3 magic amulets from her brother's belongings. Those were specially left to her by her brother. And she contacted the gang in the hope of getting some information from the Puerto Rican gang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1597, talking about ancient times. As for her fate with Teresa, it's all because this girl can really fight. Eva Ayala has been learning dance and gymnastics since she was a child. Later, when she grew up and developed, her figure was too foul, so she couldn't learn dance and gymnastics. Whether it's dance or gymnastics, the bones can't be big and the flesh can't be too much. It's hard to learn if there's too much. Of course, some South American dances such as the wife and children's dance, tango or kizomba, watch the video, it's really great, can still be learned. It's just that modern dance is out of the question, but Ayala is active, so her parents sent her to learn martial arts. She learned taekwondo and karate, and she even learned some messy martial arts on the internet. Later, her brother saw that she had talent and taught her some real martial arts. This girl's talent is really strong, and she can do anything well. Later, she got 3 magic amulets given to her by her brother, which made her even more uncontrollable. Before, Teresa followed her and was knocked down by her. Then she became Ayala's fangirl and pestered her every day to learn martial arts. Ayala was not happy at first. She came to New York to help his brother get revenge. How could she have time to play house with Teresa? But Teresa had a background. She was the leader of the girl force, she called it, and the most beloved daughter of the #1 superhero, also called it. She had a strong background. If Ayala wanted to help his brother overturn the case in New York, she would definitely be a rare helper. So the deal was made. Teresa practiced martial arts with Ayala every day. As for the fact that she and Teresa came out of the gym panting and disheveled. When practicing martial arts, it is inevitable to fight, so it is naturally impossible to be too gentle. So they got into a mess. No. If you want to learn martial arts, why don't you find me? Your father, I am very strong. Kai felt very hurt. After all, he has been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. He didn't expect that his daughter would rather find a little girl to learn, and not find him as a father. No. Your martial arts are too ugly, unexpectedly, Teresa said with resistance. Teresa is right. For example, Kai's martial arts is like the kung fu movies of the 1950s and 1960s, which are hardcore and authentic. But it doesn't look good. It looks soft and even a little silly when practiced alone, but it is real and can kill people. Ayala's kung fu is a variant of martial arts that combines dance, which is very entertaining, although not as practical as Kai's. It's like the kung fu movies directed by Yuan Heping later, which are all cool. To those who really know the business, they are just fancy moves without any practicality, but they look good. For Teresa, practicality and so on are secondary. The key is to look good. Kai was very hurt. His martial arts is authentic Bajikwan. He has a master. Unfortunately, others don't care. Teresa, you actually secretly practiced martial arts by yourself and didn't even invite us. This is because Kez and the others are not happy. They agreed to be lazy together, but you, a bitch, secretly worked hard. Are we still good sisters? I didn't mean it. Ayala said he was busy and didn't have time to teach more people. I don't care, I'm going to learn it too. Little Bernardo immediately started to make a fuss. She didn't know martial arts at all. She just wanted to join in the fun. The same thing happened to Keith. She was a gun-wielding hero, why did she practice dancing? As for Emma, she didn't express any opinions from beginning to end. She was a brain-powered hero, an intellectual hero, and she didn't care about adding any strength. And smart people all have a common problem, that is laziness, especially physical activities, which are even more rejected. Only simple-minded people with well-developed muscles are willing to learn to use their hands and feet. Liz just followed the crowd. She smiled most of the time and didn't talk. Raven and Kai looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Kai and Raven were not homophobic, they didn't want their children to play with any trends. As long as they didn't play with the rainbows, it would be fine. By the way, Wayne Dad, have you heard about Ayala's brother's case? Teresa finally remembered her master at this time. I haven't heard of it. Kai didn't lie, he really hadn't heard of it. Although this case is not small, its influence is just so-so. The police also handled it in a low-key manner. After all, it involves a corrupt policeman. The New York police have finally gained a better reputation in recent years. If they are involved in corrupt policemen and wrongful convictions again, no matter what the real attitude of the police is, the police will definitely be the ones who suffer. As for the police being fooled, to be honest, this is the norm. The police and the gangs are inherently a back-and-forth relationship. In the real world, it is impossible to really say that justice will prevail. The law is a game, and the police and the gangs are the two ends of the game. Both sides are fair in this game to a certain extent. There is no reason. You can only beat me, but I can't beat you. It depends on who has better means. Although it is a bit cruel to say so. But Hector Ayala is just one of the countless confrontations between the police and the gangs. Then can you help her? I beg you. Teresa has actually been thinking about how to tell Kai about this matter, and the opportunity just came. No problem. What reason does Kai have to refuse his daughter's soft words? Tell me which gang it is. I will take people to take down that gang tomorrow. Different people do things in completely different ways. Ayala needs to collect evidence, but Kai does not. He can issue an order at any time to let the special forces come to the door and take down the gang directly. In a sense, Kai just doesn't play by the rules. But unfortunately, these rules do not apply to Kai. They are not on the same level at all. No, Teresa hurriedly called a halt. What Ayala wants is not only revenge, but more importantly, to restore her brother's innocence. If it was just pure revenge, Ayala would not have to work so hard. She could just go to the gang's lair and kill them all. Wouldn't everything be fine? Ayala is not just pursuing a momentary pleasure. She hopes to restore her brother's reputation. Her brother is a good man who has been fighting against those evil forces. In the end, he became a criminal and died so aggrievedly. Ayala will never be at ease if he doesn't get his innocence back. Kai hesitated a little. Revenge and regaining innocence, it seems that both are to attack a gangster, but in fact they are two completely different things. Revenge is much simpler, as I just said. Just go to the door, blood debt with blood, clean and clear. But if you want to regain innocence, you must find evidence. And it must be ironclad evidence, to prove that Hector Ayala did not kill anyone at the beginning, and everything was framed. This is very difficult. After all, the case has been closed long ago. Where can I find evidence now? This is a big project. Wayne Dad Teresa hurriedly acted like a spoiled child. This look gave everyone else goosebumps, which was completely different from Teresa's usual carefreeness. But Kai enjoyed it very much. After all, this is the highest enjoyment for a daughter slave. Now he understands why so many short videos in his previous life like to deceive people into giving birth to daughters. It's really cool. No problem. I'll find someone to check, it's not a big deal. This is indeed difficult for a few girls, but it's not a big deal for Kai. At this time, Peter and the others came. Wow, a group of children follow their parents into the dream world. Here, even Keith, who loved to contradict others, was like a little girl who had never seen the world, and couldn't even speak clearly. This was the first time that Kai brought the children to the center of the earth. Welcome to Daddy's private world, the center of the earth, Kai opened his arms and said to the children with a proud face. Wow, the group of children didn't know what to say at all, but just kept screaming. It was also the first time for Raven to come here. She looked around with interest. Whether it was the landform that was completely different from the surface world, the shocking crystal dome, or the floating island full of dreamy colors, they all opened their eyes. Is this really the center of the earth? Keith ran to Kai's side, grabbed Kai's arm and shouted, is this really not an alien planet? Of course. This is the core of the earth, Kai said happily. Keith's childish attitude is quite rare. Is this place naturally formed? Keith was so happy that he asked hurriedly. Unfortunately, it's not. This is the space opened up by the ancestors of mankind, and it is also one of the reasons why the earth is so special. Kai decided to tell these children some secrets. Is the earth special? Gwen asked curiously. Is the earth really special? If it was in the past, when they didn't know about the existence of aliens, some people still thought that the earth was special. After all, from the cognition of humans at that time, The emergence of life on Earth was definitely a low-probability event, and it might even be the result of countless coincidences coming together and being produced by chance. Many people even pessimistically expressed that perhaps there is only intelligent life on Earth in the universe. After all, it is an extremely rare period for life to appear in the universe, and the birth of intelligent life from life is a low-probability event among low-probability events. Because from the perspective of biological evolution, evolving a brain is actually a very thankless task. After all, the only purpose of evolution is to survive. There are a lot of creatures without brains, and they are all alive and well. It can be seen that wisdom is not a necessary condition for the survival of organisms. Since it is not necessary, then the evolution of wisdom is very abrupt for life. Evolution is not a subjective thing, nor does it necessarily have to be higher, faster, and stronger. In fact, evolution is more like muddling along, as long as it can survive. Neither the fossil record nor the activities of modern organisms show that evolution has a specific direction, nor does it show the imaginary phenomenon of competing to become intelligent creatures. Therefore, the emergence of humans is so unique, and it also represents that the Earth is so unique. But after the appearance of aliens, this view immediately received an unprecedented impact. The Earth is not unique. There are many civilized races in the universe, and many of them are even more developed than the Earth. Aliens are taller, faster, stronger, and smarter than Earthlings. This shows that the Earth is so mediocre. Even now, there has been a saying in the public opinion on the Earth that Earthlings are inferior people. There are mental idiots everywhere. The Earth is not alone, which is good news. But the bad news is that the Earth is not special. That's why Gwen asked this question. Of course. The Earth has always been special, Kai said with a smile. In a sense, the Earth may be the most special and special existence in the entire universe. Kai told the secrets of the advent of the Celestials, the birth and destruction of life on Earth, and the birth of mankind. So, we didn't evolve naturally? We were planted by people. Peter looked as if his worldview was shocked. The evolutionary path of human beings has been repeatedly studied by many scientists, as if human beings should have been born that way. Although I don't have definite evidence, from the few words left by the ancient immortals, it seems that this is indeed the case. The emergence and evolution of human beings were indeed intentionally done by the Celestials. Where did human beings come from? In fact, it is a very big proposition. Even if it is the evolutionary path that is widely circulated nowadays, who can guarantee that it is correct? At least Kai doesn't care about this. Then if we are really cultivated by that celestial group, then why do they want to destroy us? Then what is the meaning of their cultivation of us? Keith asked. I don't know, Kai said very straightforwardly, because it is meaningless. A group of children stared at Kai with wide eyes. They didn't expect Kai to say that. Now that you know their purpose, do you have to act according to their will? Kai asked directly. Of course not. Humans have their own free will. Several children said similar things at the same time. In fact, free will is all bullshit. No one is free. The real meaning is that life and death are controlled by others. The key is that the other party originally planned to destroy mankind. What? You plan to die? No one will agree except those who are really tired of living. That's it. Kai spread his hands. So that thing is meaningless. No matter how we came, what we care about is how we should continue to exist. The first priority of any life is to survive. From tiny single cells to higher life, there are no exceptions. But you still didn't say, what is so special about the Earth? Gwen asked the original question again. Because, we are free, a group of people tilted their heads. According to the immortals, we have to appear and perish. We should have followed the trajectory of fate, but the immortals defeated the gods and isolated the Earth from fate, so we survived. For us, the future is not predetermined, there is no trajectory, everything is in our own hands. This is the only gift the immortals left us, and it is also the most important gift. Otherwise, we would have been gone long ago. What is fate? Peter asked curiously. I don't know, Kai said with a smile. At this time, Emma added, that's meaningless. Chapter 1598 Journey to the Center of the Earth. Kai picked up Emma and laughed. Kai was not a sensitive person. He had no interest in philosophical thinking such as where humans came from and where they were going. Why? Since humans were created as livestock, people nowadays would not live? That didn't make sense. Kai even didn't care about the future of mankind. Well, it's not that he didn't care. He just felt that I don't care what will happen after I die. He didn't know what the future of mankind would be like, and he didn't think he had the ability or obligation to point out the future for mankind. In fact, the future of mankind has always been the result of the collective efforts of all mankind. Kai didn't have that ability. Then why are we here? For some reason, Teresa was the calmest one among the children. Of course, she was also very excited, but she just wanted to go to an amusement park, just like a zoo. She was very excited at first, but as she played, she just failed. That was it. A group of children immediately stared at Kai with their big eyes, and even Raven looked over. Kai was just about to speak. Suddenly the light dimmed. Then a huge snake flew over them. The huge snake had lowered its head and looked at the person on the ground, who was almost the size of an ant. Weird. Monster, Harry screamed first. Then several girls also screamed in fear. On the contrary, Alfred and Kai were the calmest. Peter grabbed his girlfriend, shot out spider silk with a puff, and then ran away with his girlfriend. Harry pulled Jane and desperately called Peter, looking like a shrew who was abandoned after being cheated on. Indeed, Harry wanted to strangle Peter to death now. We said we would be good brothers for life. In the past, I helped you when you were bullied, but now you have a girlfriend and you throw me aside. Even if you throw me away, don't throw my girlfriend away. Fortunately, although the giant snake was frightened by the little man on the ground, it did not move and still floated in the sky. The group of people were scared to death, but nothing happened. The group of people raised their heads in shock and carefully observed the giant snake. It won't attack us, ha ha ha. Kai laughed loudly when he saw their actions. Don't be afraid, Jormungandr is a good kid, it won't attack you casually, Jormungandr. A group of people looked at Kai stupidly. Didn't I say it before? The immortals hid the last weapon of the earth here. Kai laughed with a wicked smile. So, that weapon, are you talking about it? Keith was quite courageous. Seeing that the monster really had no intention of attacking, he boldly raised his head and carefully observed the giant beast. This giant snake was very big. Keith couldn't see its full appearance clearly when he stood on the ground. Its scales were very gorgeous and colorful. Long fins extended from both sides of its head to the tail, but the fleshy fins at the front of its body were particularly large, forming a pair of huge wings. It was these fleshy fins that made it float in the air. The magical thing was that its fleshy fins did not flap, it just floated like in the water. Obviously, the real function of the wings was not to fan the air. No, it's them. Kai shook his head and told them another secret of the inner world. You are not the only titans on Earth that you have seen, are you? As if to confirm Kai's statement, a huge roar interrupted Kai's explanation. They turned their heads and found that it was a gorilla as tall as a mountain chasing a huge reptile. That's King Kong, you should have seen it in Miami. Kai pointed at the huge gorilla and said. Harry finally held back his urine at this time. He almost peed. Seeing King Kong at this time, he immediately became excited. Boys find it difficult to resist the temptation of huge robots and monsters. Harry likes titans very much. In fact, although titans have caused great harm to the world, they have also attracted countless fans, especially those special effects film enthusiasts, who simply love titans. Harry is one of them. He knows the information of those titans very well. It's really King Kong, but he immediately found something wrong. This King Kong. Why does it feel like it has become bigger? After saying that, Harry immediately measured it with his hands. Yes, much bigger. Kai explained at this time, King Kong was originally a miner at that time, and he was always malnourished, so he was so thin. A group of children looked at Kai with an emotion that was difficult to explain. But Kai did not lie. King Kong is indeed a poor child. He has been an orphan since he was a child. His parents died with their natural enemies when he was very young, leaving him alone. He is more pitiful than Bruce. At least before he walked into the alley, Bruce had a happy childhood, while King Kong lost his parents when he was very young and had no memory of his parents at all. That's fine. You know, titans feed on radiation, but Skull Island. Although there is radiation, otherwise the animals can't grow so big, but it doesn't mean that there is enough. It can barely keep King Kong from starving to death. You know, King Kong actually feeds on the creatures and plants on the island. Although titans can eat those things, it is definitely not enough. So little King Kong has always been stunted. It was not until he was taken away by the Monarch organization and used nuclear weapons to recharge him that he began to continue to develop. But no matter what, Those things can't compare to the home built specifically for the titans in the Earth's core. After the Miami War, King Kong escaped and was secretly recovered by Kingsman and returned to the Earth's core. Then he grew up like an inflatable. Originally only 88 meters tall, he suddenly reached the average height of 100 meters for titans. He's still growing. Kingsman has been exploring the Earth's core. They have made some discoveries over the years, such as seeing a battlefield. There are titan corpses everywhere. Among them, the corpses of King Kong and Godzilla are the most, and each of those corpses is much larger than the current King Kong. Speaking of this, there is another secret. That is, the place where the corpses gather, perhaps because of the war and the titan corpses everywhere, has become a place where energy is boiling. Even a piece of stone is full of energy. Taking a piece can solve the energy needs of a country. In fact, Kingsman reported to Kai that the excellent energy deposits in the Earth's core would allow humans to not worry about energy for thousands of years in the future. Unfortunately, this tempting proposal was rejected by Kai. The energy here is a gift from the immortals to the Earth. Who knows what effect it will have on the Great Guardian after mining? If humans have an energy crisis, then go to outer space to collect it. There's more energy there. Don't come to harm the inner world. This place is closely related to the survival of the Earth. After all, the enemies of the Earth are not just those aliens, but more terrifying are those enemies from other dimensions, who are even more weird and terrifying. For example, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. This guy is the master of an entire dimension, equivalent to the master of a small universe, much stronger than Thanos, and he has almost never stopped spying on the Earth. Since the Earth got rid of its fate, he has begun to spy on the Earth and has always wanted to take it for himself, hoping to study the secret of getting rid of fate. If the Great Guardian is gone, the Earth will be swallowed up by Dormammu immediately, and then there will be no slag left on the Earth. And Kai knows human greed very well. If those people know that there are such great interests under the Earth, what will happen to the inner world, only God knows. And even if those people in power can calm down, Kai is still worried. After all, when a person passes through 100 lines of sieve, who knows if there will be a madman? Therefore, the members of the inner world who are active in Kingsman are all the chosen ones who drank the water of the Holy Grail. Their souls belong to the Holy Grail and they cannot disobey Kai's orders at all. They are afraid that the secrets of the inner world will be publicized. So all those titans ran away from here? Harry asked curiously. No, they are sentinels left on the surface by the immortals. Once something bad really happens on the Earth, those titans will wake up first and then issue a warning. Then the titans in the inner world will break the seal and come to the surface to reset the entire surface of the Earth. Reset, Harry murmured, as if he had thought of it. Yes, it's just what you think. Burn the entire surface of the Earth to ashes, and then use the power of the titans to revive the Earth's ecology. Otherwise, the titans would not have so many strange abilities, Kai explained. After speaking, Kai snapped his fingers. Let's go. We still have a long way to go. As he said that, he jumped directly onto the body of the flying snake. In fact, Kai could have teleported them directly to the holy city of Camelot, but wouldn't it be more shocking this way? This move once again shocked everyone. Don't worry, Jormungandr is very docile, at least to his friends, Raven muttered. It's strange that it can be docile with such a name, Jormungandr, the snake that devours the world. One of the murderers of the Ragnarok in Norse mythology, the legendary enemy of Thor, who was killed by Thor with a hammer, and it killed Thor with venom. Then the others also got on the flying snake tremblingly. At this time, Harry remembered his half-brother Peter. Wait. Peter hasn't gotten on the car yet. Kai slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. So he quickly asked Jormungandr to find someone. Then he found the two people in the mouths of a group of carnivorous plants. When the two were pulled onto the snake's body, they were covered with sticky honey. Wow. You smell so sweet. Little Bernard had a tooth decay a few days ago because Kai couldn't stand her coquetry and liked to buy her everything. In fact, it was not true. Kai was very strict in other aspects. He didn't let his children develop a luxurious personality and didn't allow them to ask for those messy things. But he never restricted them when it came to food. So little Bernard ate too much candy. Because of this, Kai and little Bernard were scolded. Little Bernard was not allowed to eat candy, and Kai was not allowed to buy her candy. So little Bernard was very greedy for candy. That's the nectar secreted by the man-eating plant. This plant likes to use sweet nectar to attract prey the most. By the way, this kind of candy can't be eaten. Its smell can make people feel weak all over. Kai quickly pulled little Bernard. It's amazing. Harry squatted and poked Peter, who couldn't move, with a gloating look on his face. You should value love over friendship. Fortunately, it's daytime now. If it were at night, when the piranha plants start digesting, we would probably only find their bodies. This kind of piranha plant will still photosynthesize during the day, so it doesn't digest food during the day. But once it's night, these piranha plants will gather their huge flowers underground, and the sweet nectar will be instantly replaced by powerful digestive fluids. That stuff is very powerful. Once it comes into contact with the flesh, it will be corroded immediately. By then, even if we find the people, there's no hope. Kai quickly took out a bunch of syringes from his pocket, which were filled with various medicines. The ecological environment of the inner world. How to say it? It can be said that there are all kinds of monsters and demons, and there are countless poisonous plants and insects. If you come here casually, you may die. To be honest, this place is not suitable for human survival at all. Atlanta was able to live here for more than 20 years, which was amazing. This survival ability is much better than Day and Bear Grylls. Kai is of course not afraid of these things, but the children are afraid, so he prepared a little bit of antidote. Puff. Soon after the two injected the antidote, they recovered. No. Peter, I remember you have spider sense. Jörmungandr has no ill intentions. Didn't you feel it? Kai asked curiously. Kai thought at first that Jörmungandr could scare other people, but Peter. After all, he has spider sense, and he can sense whether there is any malicious intention at the first time. In the end, no one ran away, only he ran away. Peter said a little ashamed. Then a bunch of people began to laugh at Peter. Even Gwen's face was red from laughing. But soon this kind of laughter was replaced by amazement. It must be said that Jörmungandr is really stable when flying, just like standing on the ground. Its body is moving, but its head is always stable as if it is on a balancer. This big snake is great. Harry likes big monsters the most, so he quickly called Jörmungandr. Then when I have time, I will give you one, but you can't take it back to the surface. Kai was very generous. Are there many snakes like this? Harry was of course very happy. There is a group of titans called Nazuki and Jörmungandr. Nazuki is unique to the inner world. Well, most of the plants and animals here are only found in the inner world. In fact, most of the titan creatures here do not exist alone. For example, the skeleton lizard that just fought with Kong. The skeleton lizard and the Kong group are natural enemies. The two feed on each other. Of course, most of the time, the Kong group has the upper hand. After all, as long as Kong reaches adulthood, it can basically hunt skeleton lizards. Chapter 1599 Training Camp. The Skullcrawler is a reptile monster similar to a giant lizard, with very strong forelimbs, but the amazing thing is that it has no hind limbs, and its hind half is like a snake winding around. It is a very ferocious predator, belonging to the attributes of the flat-headed brother. It has no basic fear of other kinds of creatures. As long as it can beat it, it will eat it. If it can't beat it, it won't be afraid, just do it. If it weren't for their extraordinary reproductive ability, it is estimated that they would have been extinct long ago with the attributes of the flat-headed brother. They have extremely strong bite force, appear and disappear mysteriously, are fierce and brutal, and are particularly depraved. They once exterminated the King Kong tribe on Skull Island. The Skullcrawler has a snake-like tail and a skull face. Although it has a strange body shape, it can move very fast, especially when crawling on the ground. The speed is so fast that even the most agile monster among titans, King Kong, can't catch up. In addition, although this guy only has 2 legs, he is very good at jumping. What they like to do most is to surround a prey that is much larger than them with a group of skeleton lizards, and then keep jumping on the prey, attacking the prey with claws and teeth. It's over. Harry has been paying attention to the battle between King Kong and the skeleton lizards. The flying snakes have flown far away, but he is still watching the battle with a telescope. Fortunately, King Kong is very powerful. When they are about to fly out of sight, he finally ends the battle in one fell swoop. He broke the big mouth of the skeleton lizard directly, and then grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the skeleton lizard with both hands. With a force, he tore the skeleton lizard in half, and a lot of blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Oh, the two boys screamed at this scene. When watching monsters fight, of course the more intense the better. However, several girls turned their heads away and dared not watch anymore. It was too bloody. Okay, stop looking. King Kong has a bad temper. If we attract him, it will be troublesome. Kai patted the two boys to make them calm down. The inner world has never been a paradise. The ecological environment here is very good, which makes everything grow crooked and more ferocious than the other. Yes, I said the ecological environment is good, not the living environment. The competition here is very fierce. The creatures that can survive here, no matter what they are all very capable. Even the ants here are much more poisonous than those in the outside world. Before Wolverine appeared, the skeleton lizard was the most disgusting troublemaker in the inner world. Because it reproduced quickly, it didn't care about life and death at all. What it liked most was to find trouble with other monsters everywhere. It was a famous flat-headed brother. But this situation changed until King Kong arrived. Now the title of the first flat-headed brother in the inner world belongs to King Kong. This guy may have the memory of his parents dying in the skeleton lizard, so he likes to find trouble with the skeleton lizard and hunt these things every day. The key is that this guy doesn't have a good face towards other titans. He will definitely touch them whenever he encounters them. Fortunately, he is quite conspicuous and will run away when he can't win. Otherwise, he will not survive for more than 3 days. But this guy still enjoys it. In addition to hunting down the skeleton lizards, he also makes trouble for other titans. The originally quiet and peaceful inner world has become restless recently. And it seems that because of the experience of being caught by humans, Kong hates humans very much. Every time he sees humans, he will make trouble. Thanks to Kingsman's protection of the holy city, nothing happened. Now if Peter and Harry attract Kong's attention, it will inevitably be another trouble. The two turned their heads reluctantly, but as soon as they turned their heads, they heard a loud roar. It was Kong who saw Jurmungandr. Jurmungandr was the flying snake that Kai subdued when he first entered the inner world. It was not yet an adult at that time, but now it has grown up completely. Faced with Kong's provocation, Jurmungandr did not indulge Kong at all. It turned its head, put its tail on the ground, stood up, spread its fins, and made a threatening hissing sound towards King Kong. Needless to say, the deterrent power was simply amazing. Jurmungandr was more than 200 meters long. When it stood up, with its fins spread out, its size suddenly increased a lot, and King Kong looked down at it. King Kong also stood up at this time and slapped his chest desperately. It was a deterrent. A group of people became nervous, fearing that the two monsters would fight and they would suffer an unexpected disaster. After all, the two monsters were so big. If they were touched casually, their small arms and legs would be finished. But soon, King Kong roared, turned around, and ran away. Although King Kong is a flat-headed brother, if it knew it couldn't win before fighting, it wouldn't have to go up and give it up. Let's go, let's go. Well, King Kong has fought with Jurmungandr a few times before, and suffered a little loss, so it can be considered a lesson, Kai said with a smile. It has been said that Kong likes to flirt everywhere, and Jurmungandr naturally did not let go. Kong killed a Nazorki, a male snake, and it broke off its head and ate it like noodles. Then it saw the bigger Jurmungandr, so it came up to kill Jurmungandr without fear of death. Jurmungandr was not like its brainless kin. It knew that it could not fight this big monkey head-on, so it simply flew up and used poison. It was like flying a kite from a distance. Kong was tortured to the point of losing his temper. After all, Jurmungandr was much more flexible in the air than Kong. And I don't know if it was because of too much contact with humans. Jurmungandr had no dignity as a titan, and would not fight Kong head-on. In a word, he was a coward. Outside the attack range of Kong, he sprayed poison. Nazorki's poison is no joke. This is their food. Even if a titan is really poisoned, his life will be in danger. Kong's fur was corroded and bald in some places. After a long time, he stopped bothering Jurmungandr. There is no way. This snake has no moral principles. When dealing with a flat-headed brother, it is best not to fight him head-on. If you win, you will be injured, and if you lose, you will die. There is no benefit at all. It is better to play rogue. The effect is amazing. Look, even a super flat-headed brother like King Kong turned around and ran away when he saw Jurmungandr. Anyway, he couldn't beat it, and he got injured all over his body, so he could only run away. Wow. Is this big snake so powerful? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't let it pick us up. Kai waved his hand and let Jurmungandr continue on his way. Although the center of the earth is the center of the earth, its actual size is very large. After all, it can support a complete ecosystem, and it is full of big monsters. It can't be small. According to Kingsman's calculations, the area here is at least 1/3 of the Earth's surface. I thought this data was wrong at first. After all, why is the center of the Earth so big? Later, I couldn't think of anything else, so I could only attribute it to magic. After all, the center of the Earth has a complete ecosystem. Is there anything more magical than this? Kai didn't plan to take a group of children to visit the entire center of the Earth, so he chose a location closer to the Holy City. Soon they arrived at the Holy City. Welcome to the Holy City of Camelot. When the children saw the Holy City, it was like their first visit to Disneyland. They were simply stunned by the dreamlike scene in front of them. Camelot is also Kai's second home. Everything here is built 1-to-1 according to the original Camelot. The city built with pure white rocks looks glittering under the brilliance of the crystal dome. There are spires and high-rise buildings everywhere, full of fantasy. The architectural style here is different from the style of any ancient building on the Earth. It is full of imagination. Although it is not so exquisite, it is definitely magnificent. Everything seems to be a fairy tale reappearing. Wow! So beautiful, a group of girls couldn't help but scream. No matter which girl, there is a dream of a Prince Charming. The prince in the dream has a castle. Where is this, Dad? Little Bernard pinched his father's face and asked tenderly. This is the castle Dad prepared for you. How is it? Do you like it? Kai naturally said in accordance with the child's expectations. Really? Little Bernard looked at Kai with shining eyes. Of course, you are Dad's little princess, and a princess must have a castle. Little Bernard was overjoyed when Kai said that. He couldn't help but hug his father's face and kissed him desperately, kissing Kai's face with saliva. But Kai was not angry at all, but even happier than Little Bernard. This is a kiss like kissing a cotton-padded jacket. Who would dislike it? Then can I bring my friends here? Little Bernard immediately asked. That's not possible. This is a secret castle. No one except family members can come, Kai persuaded quickly. For a child, if there is a castle but can't show it off, it is meaningless. So, when Dad goes back, I will build a castle for you and your side. Fill it with Barbie dolls. Kai remembered that Barbie dolls have that kind of toy house, so buy the largest one. Really? When did Dad lie to our little princess? Kai said with a smile. A group of girls next to him curled their lips wildly. They are all grown up, and playing with Barbie dolls again, is a bit, but they are really envious. Who doesn't want such a father? Soon a group of people landed in the Holy City. Arthur was already waiting for them with his people. After a round of greetings, Kai took them to the arena. This was once the place where the knight competition was held. Seeing this, Kai thought of the past. That year, he had just come of age and won his first championship title with the Lands, and then began his own journey, hoping to find his way home. As a result, he wandered around the world for 10 years and returned to Camelot with nothing. I thought that his future was to spend the rest of his life in Camelot. He was also ready to marry Morgana, but unfortunately, the fate of life was so cruel. In that battle with the wizard, he and the wizard died together. After a glance for 10,000 years, when he woke up again, the whole world had changed. Perhaps it was because this city brought him too much gratitude. As a result, Kai actually doesn't like staying in this city. Although this place is exactly the same as Camelot, Kai knows very well that this is just a replica. This is not Camelot, and staying here will only make Kai sad, so he rarely comes here. But the children like it here very much. Master, Arthur didn't know when he came behind Kai, and Kai didn't notice it. Arthur. Actually, you don't need to call me like this. Kai shook his head and threw away the feelings in his heart. Just call me by my name. Arthur could only remain silent in the face of such persuasion. Kai is their master, there is no doubt about it. When they drank the water of the Holy Grail, they were warned that once they drank the water of the Holy Grail, they would always be loyal to the master of the Holy Grail, whether alive or dead. In fact, their master should be the Holy Grail. They dedicate their souls, and the Holy Grail gives them extraordinary power. A bit like the legendary demon. But they all have no regrets. After all, Kingsman was founded to protect the world, and for this purpose, they are willing to dedicate themselves. Besides, Kai is the owner of the Holy Grail, so there is no doubt about it. At this time, a group of children changed their clothes and ran over. Mr. Wayne. Where are the people here from? Are they the natives here? Peter was very excited. He also tried to talk to those people, but unfortunately, the other party didn't pay any attention to him. No matter what he asked, he didn't say anything. They are Kingsmen, A secret organization that protects the world, Kai explained. Huh? The group of children had never heard of it. Just think of them as a good shield, Kai said. In fact, secret organizations must be more secretive, unlike SHIELD. What kind of secret organization? They wish the whole world knew about SHIELD. What kind of secret organization is this? Are you deceiving yourself? In fact, SHIELD was indeed a secret organization before, and not many people knew about it. But since Alexander Pierce came to power, his style has begun to tend to be high profile and tough, and it was even more amazing when Nick Fury came to power. This guy looked down on everyone and even regarded the government and other departments as a drag. He keeps everything secret, but he is not low-key to the outside world. I don't know what he understands by the term secret organization. Peter is very curious about Kingsman, but Kai will not discuss Kingsman's secrets with the kids. Okay, are you ready? Preparing for what? The group of people looked at each other. Training, otherwise why would I ask you to change clothes? Training, yes, although you learned something from Daredevil before, it was too childish, so I will arrange for you to undergo real, systematic training now. Kai has always felt that it is not a good idea to let these kids mess around aimlessly outside. Anyway, he can't persuade them, so he simply lets Kingsman conduct systematic training for them. It just so happens that Kingsman has his own way of training agents. But, no buts, I have already talked to your parents and guardians, and they all support it. Kai took these children away, so he naturally had to explain it to the guardians. When they heard that Kai was going to take the children for systematic training, they all raised their hands to support it. Their families all knew what their children were doing. But most of them are ordinary people, and they have no experience in what they do, so they can't help it all. They can only worry at home. Now Kai's willing to let them receive professional training, which is much better than them messing around outside. You are grown up, and you should be sensible. Look at what you did before. If you were not lucky, I would have to attend your funeral. You must understand one thing, that is, being a superhero is never a game, and you can start over after death. No matter how powerful you are, you only have one life. So you must take it seriously. Damn. The application for lifting the ban was rejected again. Really, I changed it again today, and I will apply again tomorrow. I am a little confused about Gideon's way now. Other novels are driving so fast, nothing happened, but I just said a few words about premature love and it was blocked. No, I didn't even describe kissing. Chapter 1600 Investigation. Superhero, it sounds like a powerful title. But in fact, most of them are miserable people, such as Frank, whose whole family died. He never thought of being a superhero. He was just an Avenger, so he named himself the Punisher. But in the process of revenge, he saw the recklessness of the gangs and the weakness and corruption of the law, so he changed his mind and thought that although he had revenged, those hateful bastards were still creating people with the same experience as him every day. So Frank's anger burned more and more, so he simply killed all those people. Others such as Daredevil and Flash, etc., all had similar experiences. Daredevil's father was killed in front of him. If he hadn't been blind at the time, he would have been killed. The Flash was even worse. He watched his mother being killed, and then his innocent father was put in prison and has not been able to come out until now. However, the above three are still lucky, at least they still have matching professional skills. Frank came from the army and worked in the special forces. He can handle any sword, spear, or halberd in a very good way. His professional skills are quite strong. Daredevil is a lawyer who specializes in law. He also learned detective studies by the way. With his superpowers, he can be considered a qualified detective. As for the Flash, he is even more amazing. He is a serious forensic officer. Here I have to say that truly professional forensic officers are a scarce resource, even in the United States. Many police stations in the United States do not have serious forensic officers at all. At most, they have a few idiots who can only do some simple work. If they really need forensic officers, they need to seek external assistance. Only large police stations in big cities have specialized forensic officers, and only big cities have real forensic laboratories or forensic centers. The main reason for this situation is the cost effectiveness. For example, forensic doctors are also a type of forensic officers. The field of forensic identification is not very attractive to medical graduates. To become a qualified forensic doctor, A medical graduate or doctor must undergo a year-long anatomical training in a forensic identification office and then pass a one-day exam, but compared with other medical professions, the salary in this industry is lower. After all, you are already a medical graduate, why don't you work harder and become a professional doctor directly? Why do you have to be a forensic doctor? There is no money and no future. The same is true for other forensic personnel, who need a lot of professional knowledge, but if you have so much professional knowledge, why not do something else? So any serious forensic personnel is a treasure of the local police department. Barry is doing well in the Los Angeles Police Department, and he is a professional, so his conditions are very good. As for other superheroes, they are all halfway. For example, the Fantastic Four, they are obviously good scientists, but because they have superpowers, they can only bite the bullet and run to be superheroes. It can also be seen here that many superheroes actually lack professional skills. After all, superheroes are not just good at fighting. Including the previous experience of Peter and others, if it were replaced by an old hand, it would definitely not be so miserable. In short, since Kai can't stop them from running out and macing around, it is better to train them well. Kingsman is undoubtedly a very good choice. We still have to go to class, Harry said quickly. Don't worry, it won't delay your classes. You will be sent here every night for 6 hours of training, and then go home to rest. You will report here all day on Saturday and Sunday. Several children were dumbfounded. This squeezed out all their extracurricular time. No protests are allowed, protests are invalid anyway. Also, don't think about running away. I have already talked to your parents, they agree with my opinion and promise to supervise you. After saying that, he didn't care about what they said, and nodded to Arthur. Then he took Raven and little Bernard away. Seeing that arrest time was squeezed out, little Bernard directly acted like a spoiled child with Kai. She told Kai that she didn't want to be a superhero anymore, she just wanted to be a cute little princess quietly. Of course Kai had nothing to say. He didn't plan to keep little Bernard. Only a group of boys and girls were left crying. Just when Kai was taking Raven and little Bernard to play in the Holy City, another group of people were desperately investigating the serial killer in the city. Because this case involved superpower crimes, the case was handed over to the special department. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. Rorschach, are you okay? Sage looked at Rorschach, who had just been reinstated, and asked with concern. Rorschach was seriously injured when he was arresting Jesse and was sent to the Cradle of Life in Stark Tower to save his life. Although the Cradle of Life is very powerful, Rorschach's physical fitness is just that of an ordinary person, so even if he is cured, he still needs a long recovery period. Peter will be able to jump around in 2 weeks, but Rorschach is only back now. It's okay, Rorschach still wears a mask. Unless he is alone, Rorschach will never take off the mask. It seems that he can't speak without a mask. In fact, Rorschach has not fully recovered, but he can't stay. He enjoys the best resources in the hospital. Unfortunately, he feels uncomfortable lying down, so he simply leaves the hospital without notifying the hospital. He ran away. Are you sure? Sage asked uncertainly. Of course. The body is mine, I know it better than anyone. Sage had no choice but to throw out a piece of information. This is the information of the serial killer. Sage actually needs Rorschach as well. After all, there are many people in the special forces who can fight, but not many who can investigate cases. Night Owl counts as 1, Misty counts as 1, Jessica counts as half, and Rorschach is quite good, so he counts as 1.5. There are 4 people who can investigate cases in total, and the special forces needs to provide services for the entire New York, so there are indeed not enough people. We really didn't find anything, Rorschach asked while looking through the information. Although Rorschach has always disliked the rules and regulations of the police, after the last incident with Jesse, Rorschach finally felt a sense of belonging to the special forces. Sage burned Jesse to ashes. Of course, to the outside world, he said that he was missing, but everyone who knew that Jesse was missing from the earth. This is very much in line with Rorschach's taste. That's why he used the word "we" just now. No, we are short of people. If there was no shortage of people, Rorschach would not have been recruited. Rorschach's behavior was too bad. It's not that he killed people, but Kai also killed a lot of people. The main thing was that he slapped the police in the face. In order to recruit him, Sage spent a lot of effort. Night Owl was loaned out to Chicago. He won't be back for a few months, The more wrong this world is, the more crazy people there are. Recently, a cannibal appeared in Chicago, said to be imitating Hannibal. The 3 Chicago women are good at fighting, but they can't investigate crimes, so the Chicago police went directly to Kai. Both Kai and Sage had worked in Chicago and knew a lot of people. So out of courtesy, Kai had to let Sage loan someone to Chicago. Night Owl went. Rorschach didn't have any opinion on this. After all, crime knows no boundaries. As long as they go to do the right thing, Rorschach won't be so cynical. Misty went to Washington. This time it wasn't alone. Misty went to Washington to receive a medal, the Public Safety Officer's Medal of Valor. The Public Safety Officer's Medal of Valor is the highest national honor that American police and firefighters can receive. It is usually awarded by the President himself, and the status of the medal is equivalent to the Medal of Honor of the U.S. military. Although Misty is eligible to receive this medal, the government is actually doing it for publicity. After all, the suppression of black equal rights organizations has been a bit severe in recent times, and they need to comfort these people no matter what. So the White House chose Misty, who has a lot of buffs. Black people, women, disabled people, and no father since childhood. Because the standards for this award are very high, rehearsals are needed. Sage can't stop his men from receiving honors, and he even has to cooperate actively, so he let them go early. After all, this is also a collective honor. You know, no police officer in New York has received such a medal for many years. The firefighters in New York on 9/11 didn't have the opportunity to be awarded. Those firefighters on 9/11. The United States is really amazing. They deceived the rescuers in advance. The U.S. government conveyed to the rescuers that entering the ruins for rescue is safe, and many rescuers were eager to save people, so they broke into the burning scene without even wearing masks. Afterwards, they also paid a painful loss. The New York City Police Department also lost 23 police officers on this day, the Port Authority lost 37 people, and the Fire Department lost 343 firefighters. Many rescue teams died as a whole, and only one firefighter from the 41st Fire Brigade of New York City survived. Among the people who participated in the rescue and subsequent cleanup of the 9/11 incident, 72,000 people developed symptoms of varying degrees, of which 8,000 people suffered from various types of cancer, and more than 2,000 people died of diseases. What made these rescuers even more desperate was that the U.S. government refused to admit that these diseases were caused by participating in the 9/11 rescue, and naturally refused to pay for the relevant medical expenses. This made the New York Police Department and the Fire Department unhappy with the U.S. government for a long time. The key is that New York has suffered such a great injustice, but the White House has not expressed anything at all. Every year, the victims are commemorated. But why don't you remember the rescuers who died in the rescue? This time, Misty's awarding of the medal can be said to be a gesture of goodwill from the White House to New York. Therefore, Misty's awarding of the medal this time has a stronger political significance, but it is also because of this that Misty was sent to Washington early. Huh? Boring political games. Rorschach was very unhappy. Instead of doing the real work, he engaged in these fancy things. You can't say that. This honor is still very important. We are a violent department. If there is no honor, what's the difference between us and those little thugs? Sage was very open-minded. He was even happy that Misty was awarded the medal. Whatever. What about Jessica, Tisk? Jessica, Sage was also upset when he talked about this. To say that Jessica is a detective, that's really a bit insulting to detectives. When this guy was a detective, she drank every day and beat up her clients. All the commissions she had turned into compensation. Her daily life was to go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Of course, she still has some skills. If she wants to deal with ordinary cases, it is indeed enough. But facing such a difficult case, she has no good way. Now she is beating people on the street. She has always been rough in her treatment of informants. Is this all the information of the victims? Rorschach checked all the information, but frowned. Yes, their interpersonal relationships, including the scope of activities, are all here, but unfortunately there is no harvest at all. I need to visit the victims' homes, Rorschach said directly. The written information is not complete, and he needs to directly contact the living environment of those victims. Do you think this is not a random killing? Sage asked immediately. The mainstream view of this case now is that it is a random killing. Obviously not. All the victims died in the same way, and they were all killed on the way home. There was no surveillance and no witnesses. These are the most obvious similarities. This is carefully designed. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. The murderer must have a way to select the victim. Then he took action, Rorschach said. Indeed. We think so too, but I just can't figure out how he selected the victim. Because there is nothing in common, Sage actually didn't believe it was a random crime. Everything was too clean. This doesn't fit the style of a random crime. Although the motive of a random crime may be difficult to investigate, because it is random, there will inevitably be accidents, and the scene cannot be so clean. This is what I want to investigate. After saying that, he was about to leave directly. But at this moment, a phone call came in. Boss. Yes. I understand, I will arrange for someone to investigate. Sage was very casual at first when facing this call, but he became very serious the next second. After hanging up the phone, Saji smiled bitterly and said, the boss has issued a task to investigate an old case. Now the only one who can do the job in the special department is Luo Xia. Luo Xia naturally knows who Saji's boss is. He doesn't care, as long as he can do the job, then you sort out the information and send it to me later. Saji still cares about his subordinates. Are you sure there is no problem? It's just investigating a case, and you don't need to work hard. What can be the problem? Luo Xia didn't care. He was almost rusty. And it was best to have something to do. Okay, I'll let Jessica work with you. Teach her more. She is still very talented. Okay, Luo Xia didn't have the idea of cherishing his own things. After Luo Xia left, Saji immediately called up the case that Kai mentioned. Saji was very curious why his boss was interested in this case. But after calling up the file, he immediately found the problem. It was obvious that the Blackboard people were cutting raw pork and framing him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.